ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kí gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pa Jíṣà Tàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo. It is everyone. Befere. Ayandaba. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
kwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo abe Maria why feeling ayandaba Sunu baby subaramia Soko sunu baby subaramia
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota wakuna koga book.
And there it is right there. A yende bar. You know, they said that means what will be. So a yende bar, what will be. So if I'm mistaken, correct me in the comment section, but that is my understanding of what that means. A yende bar, or you scratch my back, I scratch yours, something or the other. You know, I'm not even sure if that is Igbo language, but whichever language it is, if you understand what it means, if you understand really what it does mean, then tell us in the comment section. So tell us in the comment section, Ayende bar. So Ayende bar, good to see you again. Always a delight in your company. Never a task, always a pleasure. So never a task, always a pleasure. So a pleasure to be in your company yet again. Okay, so if I'm wrong, then tell me what it is, Dr. Na. Always a delight in your company. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. We were rich enough to hit 100 likes yesterday, but because we're greedy, we aspire to that yet again today. So agreement is agreement. It's yes, that's what that sounds more like it, because that was a weekend song. So thank you, Enigmatic. So agreement is agreement, and agreement is an agreement. So Ayende bar. Ayende bar. So Ayende bar. So as I was saying, we hit 100 likes yesterday, but because we are greedy, we're looking to hit and possibly surpass that today. So if you want to set us on our way, then you can do that by adding your own like to it. So click on the like button. It's that long-winded diatribe that you just heard. So click on the like button. And then subscribe, of course, if you haven't done that already. We need all those numbers going up. You know, that's how we go up the YouTube, what am I call, you know, whatever it is. So it helps in the YouTube algorithm space. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then, of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned to the comment section. Is it even pinned? Let me pin it now. So let me pin that to the comment section. Not that it ever does anything, but you live in hope. So you live in hope. So yes, it's a very, very over the last few days, the news cycle has been extremely slow because, of course, the excitement was the cut and thrust of that presidential back and forth. And that cut and thrust, it has come to its natural crescendo. So the news cycle is a bit slow. So we'll be picking now at the minutiae, at the nuances of the news, rather than the big hit headline. So that's how we're going to be going forward. And also, it's a game of it is a participation sport. So that is what it is now. It is a participation sport, and that participation is you essentially bringing what you see in the news cycle. You know, I've always encouraged, so let me encourage again. If you come across anything that you'd like to be discussed on the platform, pop it to me via Instagram. So I'll post my Instagram link again. If you either in the course of the session or in the course of your day, everybody should have my Instagram handle by now. So if you come across anything that strikes you in the course of your day or even in the course of the session, that's my Instagram handle right there. You just pop it across to me, and if it makes the grade, then we put it on the screen. So it is a participation sport. It is a platform owned by all of us. So all of us contribute in our own little way. but what I have been able to gather, the residues, the remnants of that election just gone past. So the election would never finish, of course, until you hear the words of Pa Adebanjo. So Pa Adebanjo comes in, and of course, when Pa Adebanjo comes in, he only ever comes in a way peculiar to him. So this is Pa Adebanjo now. Oh no, that's not Pa Adebanjo, certainly not. I did have the Pa Adebanjo one lined up. So he essentially rejecting the elections, of course. I mean, no great anything there. Hold on. All right. We'll get to that when we get to that. So we'll go with this one. Ajearo, Aviation Union blacklist IMO flights nationwide. So now this is the fallout of that beating that the chairman of the Labour Congress got at the Imo State space. So the fallout of that, Ajearo, Aviation Union's blacklist IMO flights nationwide. So let's bag and tag that one. A lot of video clips in the course of this session, so we'll be watching quite a few clips. Aviation unions in Nigeria on Wednesday directed their workers to withdraw services to all public and private Owerri flights, both inwards and outwards, with effect from midnight. The union said the strike is indefinite until otherwise directed by the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria TUC. The unions are the National Union of Air Transport Employees, the Air Transport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, the Association of Nigeria Aviation Professionals, the National Association of Aircraft Pilots and Engineers, and the Amalgamated Union of Public Cooperation Civil Service Technical and Recreational Services Employees. So all these rather long-winded acronyms. The directive by the aviation unions was in compliance with the joint session National Executive Council session of the NLC and TUC on Tuesday. The NLC president, Joe Ajearo, was attacked in Owerri, the Imo State capital, last Wednesday, just before a planned protest in the state to press the state government to heed the demands of the workers in the state. The NLC and the TUC had since ordered shutdown of essential services in Imo State as protest for the attack on Ajearo and declared a nationwide strike effective from November the 14th, 2023. So why would a nationwide strike be declared off the back of the union leader being beaten up in Imo State? So why should an isolated incident that happened in the peculiarity of a particular state, why should it then vest upon the whole country? It wasn't beaten up in Kano. It wasn't beaten up in Ekiti. So why then the nationwide strike? So this is the sort of abuse of power that I've become accustomed to within the Nigerian space. So is it really what? Not much more. So let me just read it to the end. All right. In a strike notice to aviation workers on Wednesday, the five bodies ordered their members to withdraw services to all inwards and outwards Owerri flights. The strike notice was co-signed by NUATE General Secretary Ocheme Abba and some other functionaries. In addition, the person of Hope Uzodinma, the governor of Imo State, is hereby declared a persona non grata at all airports in Nigeria until he purges himself of the bestial tendencies. Our unions will make further efforts through our international affiliations to blacklist Hope Uzodinma worldwide. So that is a statement right there. So what that statement essentially tells you is that So yes, let me read it again. It says, in addition, the person of Uzodinma, the governor of Imo State, is hereby declared persona non grata at all airports in Nigeria until he purges himself of bestial tendencies. Our union will make further efforts through our international affiliations to blacklist Uzodinma worldwide. So what that means essentially is that when Uzodinma attempts to access an airport, the security to prevent him, when he tries to board a flight, the flight attendants to prevent him, and if he's on a flight, the pilot not to take off. So that is what a blacklist means. But how can they effect that is the question. Furthermore, all aviation workers in Sam Mbakwe International Cargo Airport, Owerri, are hereby directed to stay at home, also with effect from midnight tonight, as directed by NLC and TUC. By this notice, the airport's management, airline operate. By this notice, the airport management, airlines operating into and out of Owerri, intending airport passengers into and out of Owerri, and the general public are hereby advised about this situation so as to be forewarned. So we'll see just how that works out. I don't see the workability of that, if I'm being honest with you. I don't see the workability of that, a nationwide ban on Uzodinma. So how quite effectual that will be? That's in the realms. We have to see it to believe it. That's just the thing. So we have to see it to believe it. So let's move on from there to a different storyline. Breaking honeymoon ends as exchange rate falls across the board. So now the rebounding of the Naira, which we all thought, I was even encouraging, I'm still buying, by the way. So the rebounding of the Naira, which we all thought that a corner had been turned, but it looks as though it's back to square one. The Naira fell against the US dollar at both the official and parallel market on Wednesday, marking a sharp reversal from the temporary gains achieved last week. The domestic currency depreciated 0.55% to close at 874 Naira to the dollar at the close of business on Wednesday. Data from NAFEM, where Forex is officially traded, showed. This represents a 4.8 Naira loss or a 0.55 decline in the local currency compared to the 869 close on Tuesday. The intraday high recorded was 1,097 Naira to the dollar, whilst the intraday low was 745 Naira to the dollar, representing a widespread of 352 Naira. So, somebody that's in that game needs to come here to come and unpick exactly what is going on for us. So now, this chasm that we're seeing here, right here, this chasm actually happened within 1 day's trade. So the dollar at some point in the course of that day traded for 1,097 to the dollar. So the Naira at some point on that day traded for 1,097 Naira to the dollar. And then on that same day, it traded as low as 745 Naira to the dollar. So what explains that sharp chasm? We're talking about a 352 Naira differential within 1 day. Within 1 day. So whoever knows what played out within that space, and then you have the ticket to ride. You have the ticket to a fortune. So anybody that knows how that marketplace is played, please come and explain it to us. According to data obtained from the official NAFEM window, Forex turnover at the close of trading was $223.52 million, representing a 60.1% increase compared to the previous day. So we probably have to get some financial person to come and explain, because there's so many minutiae, there's so many underplays. There's so much we don't know about these spaces that I don't know, I should say. But I do know a lot, but not enough to to educate you. But I'll try and get somebody on board that will come and unpick that space for us. Similarly, the Naira weekend at the parallel, the real metric of test is really the parallel market. What the black market, as we call it, but colloquially on the streets, but the parallel market at the official or the official designation, what the black market tells us is actually what the true value of the Naira is. So that is an unfettered willing buyer, willing seller scenario. So that is an unfettered willing buyer, willing seller scenario. So whatever the black market tells us is really the most accurate picture of where the Naira is. Similarly, the Naira weekend at the parallel market, where Forex is sold unofficially, the exchange rate depreciated, quoted at 1,130 to the dollar, whilst peer-to-peer traders quoted around 1,110 to the dollar. So that's roughly where the Naira is. The Naira roughly, is. Let me actually check because I do a little bit of currency back and forth as well. Hold on. Yes, to the British pound today, it actually traded closing 1,340. So it's not that far off the dollar actually. So there it is. So there it is. So I think that's sufficient enough from that. Sufficient enough from that. Let's go on from there to this. So I'll give you this headline, but then I'll play you a video clip that actually speaks to it rather than me having to read it out. Nigerian court grants embattled ex-central bank governor Emefiele bail after 5 months in detention. So there it is right there. I'll play you a clip that speaks to that in a moment. And this, I'll only give you the headline too. President Tinubu signs 2.7 President Tinubu signs 2.17 trillion naira supplementary budget into law. So of course he will sign it into law when the Senate is giving him free money. So this we've already covered. Aviation Union blacklist IMO flights nationwide. So that we've already covered. So now this will be one of the clips that we'll be looking at. Maybe we'll look at this one now, actually. It's only about 3 minutes. So let's watch this. So I'm only really bringing you this because of the information contained therein. President Tinubu launches digital population database system. But what does this mean? So let's hear the launching first, and then we'll see what we're making of it.
The state set for the launch of the electronic civil registration and vital statistics system, alongside the National Geospatial Data Repository and the National Coordination Committee on the Vital System. In attendance are traditional fathers, cabinet ministers, parliamentarians, and other invited guests. The president arrives accompanied by top government dignitaries. Welcoming everyone, the chairman of the National Population Commission outlines the objectives of the system.
Is to improve data capturing, collation, processing, dissemination, and timely access to statistics on vital events in the country.
Some of the partnering agencies speak on what they described as Nigeria's revolutionary journey.
We are committed to providing technical assistance in establishing the necessary...
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon. What was that? Who is we? I know we want diversity, but have we diversified? Who is we that this woman is speaking to? Who is the we?
Journey.
We are committed to providing technical assistance in establishing...
Sorry. She's a UNICEF representative. So I thought she was a Nigerian functionary, a UNICEF representative.
Requirements for the successful compilation and processing of data.
For the president, the system is the basic building block of an identity ecosystem.
The system will also improve the ability of the federal agencies to generate vital statistics on important population events and migration.
You see, just to add this, the fact that UNICEF is involved then tells you that it's an international effort, and the fact that it's an international effort tells you that there's a prospect of them getting it right, and that is very important. We need a near enough as accurate as possible population count of the amount of Nigerians there are, in order then for the budget for the government rather, in order then for the government to budget and facilitate for that. How can you possibly plan or project or speculate anything when you don't have data? So this is probably one of the most, if not the most vital data collation. So hopefully they do it right and get it right once and for all. Let us know our actual true figures. Let's know at least that. So yeah.
Further enabling the government to design well-tailored, effective, and efficient policy capable of meeting the needs of Nigerian people.
He also touched on the work of the Population Commission to deliver the first digital population and housing census for the country.
Collecting accurate and reliable information on the size, distribution, composition, and characteristics of the population is an essential governance activity, which is also consistent with our Renew Hope agenda. The Commission will therefore be supported in the conduct of the next census.
The Population Commission may wish to rely on the support of the President to conclude plans for the exercise, though there is no set date yet, after it was postponed earlier in the year. From the Presidential Villa, Lanre Lasese, Channels Television News.
Okay, Larry Lasisi, Channels Television News. So that's that one. That population count are very important. So that population count very important. But how important is this? So let's get this one out of the way as well. And also let me let on the panelists that are with us so far. Adale Koko in the house. Good to see Adale Koko. Thomas, ever trusted. So that's Thomas right there. Bishop to give us that insight that is unique and peculiar to him. Solly joins us from Amsterdam, and one of your favorite voices, Enigmatic as well. So let's listen to what close date? Oh no, that's not the one. So let's go on to this one. Let's listen now to the release of Emefiele, or Emefiole as they like to call him.
In Abuja, where a judge has just granted former CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele story. You're watching live feeds from the Federal High Court in Abuja, where a judge has just granted former CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele bail. This comes after the EFCC bowed to the orders of the court to produce the former governor of the central bank for the hearing of his bail application. Well, we have our correspondent Godfrey Shomage there. Godfrey, can you tell us what's happening where you are?
Yes, you can see the live feeds of the court premises. That's from Court 8, where Justice Ulukayode has given a judgment, his decision with regards to the continued detention of Emefiele. This is the 151st day that Emefiele has been in custody, and that was well stated by his counsel, Matthew Booker. He's coming out right now. He's about to address the media with regards to what transpired in court. Of course, he has been granted bail on very liberal terms. The court stressed that his decision. Okay, so let's look up with the lawyer right now, the counsel. His name is Matthew Booker. Booker, Burkaa.
Well, first of all, we would thank God for today. that what happened in court was the victory of the rule of law and due process. We thank the agencies of government, the DSS, the EFCC, and the Ministry of Justice, and the federal government generally for complying with the order of court that was made on the 2nd and reiterated on the 8th to produce the Mr. Emefiele in court. Now, he was produced in court, and if you recall, part of the order was that he was to be produced for the purpose of being admitted to bail. The court has admitted him to bail, and the terms have been perfected, and he's free to go home and return for arraignment any day. The court will take his arraignment. Tentatively now, 15th of November. Yes, next week, Wednesday. Those are the representation as it relates to that criminal charge is a different issue. Our concern here is that we've dealt with the fundamental right issues. The court has given us an added obligation, and we're going to ensure that that is carried out. What the court did was to ensure was to state that all of us are players in the administration of criminal justice system, and we have a key role to play in ensuring that everything moves smoothly. So we thank the court for what has happened, and on the 15th of November, that's a different ballgame. He'll be in court. He has given us that assurance, and we know that he's going to be. That's fine.
Are you ready to take up the challenge of producing him on the arraignment?
It's not a matter of taking a challenge to produce him. The issue is that the court has granted bail, and the court has said he should be in court on the 15th. He is going to be in court on the 15th. Our duty is to ensure that he's in court, to advise him. That's all. That's all. No, I've given them.
All right. Okay. So we've just heard the counsel to Godwin Emefiele, Mr. Matthew.
All right. So I think that point made there. I think I hot mic'd myself, screaming and shouting. I've been in anticipation of somebody doing that, but it ended up being me. But that's fine. That's part of the what's it of a live feed. No, let me not say that. I was reading one story earlier on about some American parliamentarian that lost her seat because she had her webcam on and she was doing funky stuff with her husband, which was captured on the live feed, and she lost her seat because of that. So these are some of the things that happened. Thankfully, it was only just me shouting and screaming. Let's go on from that to Showore's response to the release of Emefiele. Tinubu government deliberately did not charge ex-Central Bank Governor Emefiele for serious offense, killed case after extorting him. So this is Showore's take on what happened. The candidate of the African Action Congress AAC in the 2023 presidential election, Omoyele Sowore, has reacted to the release of the let's do that again. The candidate of the African Action Congress AAC in the 2023 presidential election, Omoyele Sowore, has reacted to the release of the embattled former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, on bail by a Federal Capital Territory High Court. Sahara reporters earlier reported that Justice Olukayode Adeniyi of the Federal Capital Territory High Court granted Emefiele bail on Wednesday and ordered that he should be immediately released to his lawyers. Justice Adeniyi, however, charged Emefiele's lawyers with the responsibility of producing him in court for his arraignment next week or any other day. He also ordered Emefiele to deposit his passport and travel documents before the chief registrar of the court pending his arraignment. Justice Adeniyi further pointed out that Emefiele should not be detained in perpetuity without trial. Reacting to Emefiele's release on his Twitter handle, Sowore said that President Bola Tinubu's government deliberately never charged the former CBN governor for any serious offense. Case closed. They have extorted him enough and extinguished the case. They never deliberately charged at Godwin Emefiele for any serious offense anyway, he wrote. So I'm not quite sure that I agree with Sowore, because of course the guy is still in court and is still essentially within the wider net of the law and justice system. So they've not cast him adrift to set him free. He's still bound by law. So I'm not quite sure exactly what Sowore is speaking to there. I'm not quite sure exactly what Sowore is speaking to there. But let's go on to this space. Afenifere condemns Supreme Court verdict on presidential poll, says electoral reforms are wasted. So, of course, predictably so. Afenifere, the Pan-Yoruba social political group, has condemned the Supreme Court verdict affirming President Bola Tinubu's victory in the February 2015 election. On October the 26th, the 7-member panel of the Apex Court, in a unanimous decision, dismissed the petition of P. Toby of the Labour Party and Atiku Abubakar of the PDP challenging Tinubu's victory. Afenifere, in a communique issued by Ayo Adebanjo, leader of the group, on Tuesday, said the electoral reforms achieved through agitation of Nigerians and the billions of naira spent in the conduct of the 2023 election have been wasted by the judgment of the Apex Court. Afenifere viewed with dismay the recent judgment of the Supreme Court, which ratified the brigandage with respect to particularly the presidential election. The communique reads, unfortunately, by the Supreme Court's decision, the electoral reforms achieved through the agitations of Nigerians for quality control through technology devices and the billions of naira spent on infrastructures in that regard is now wasted. Afenifere observed the alarming resurgence of insecurity occasioned by the activities of armed cattle herders, terrorizing farmers, killing and maiming the people, and doing whatever it is they do to women, for which some of the host communities are no longer capable living with the killer guest. So that's the Afenifere response to the so predictably so. I mean, there is nothing new or spectacular there. There's somewhat of a predictability to the stance that Afenifere takes. Yes. So now let me bring you this one. This is one of those human interest light-hearted ones. So let's go to this one. Nigerian man killed in test on bulletproof charm. You know, okay, let's just yes. A 43-year-old man has been shot dead in Nigeria's Bauchi state whilst testing a bulletproof charm, according to police spokesman Ahmed Wakili or Wakil. The traditional healer who fired the shot with a locally made gun has been arrested, along with 2 others, whilst additional suspects remain at large. The victim has been identified as Mohamedou Ali, a villager from the area. Police responded swiftly upon learning of the incident and rushed Mr. Ali to the hospital, but he was declared dead on arrival. Superintendent Wakil cautioned the public against becoming unwitting participants in such dangerous experiments. Investigations are ongoing, and the suspects will face charges in court once the process is completed. Bulletproof charms with alleged magical properties are commonly used in Nigeria. with many people seeking assistance from traditional healers for various concerns. However, there have been multiple instances of fatalities resulting from tests of these charms and medicines. So Gbekude is Gbekuwa in this instance. Gbekude is Gbekuwa. Gbekude is Gbekuwa. Court releases Emefiele to 3 sons. So I think we've already digested that one. So this now next one, I was going to save it for Dupsy, but let's have it here. So this is a heartwarming story. I read this and I just thought I had to bring it to you. This is a heartwarming story. Young man who, and this goes to all of those things that are people like Madonna and all of this. Who's that guy that is married? Who's that woman rather that is married to Brad Pitt? It goes to that narrative of the things that this sort of people do. But this is a more authentic, organic one. Young man found baby girl dumped by roadside in Enugu, June 2022. Shares heartwarming photos of him and the girl. So to your left is when the guy found the baby, and this is what the little girl looks like now. So let's see now what's happened. Nigerian man Ben Kingsley Nwashala, who rescued a 2-year-old girl abandoned by the roadside in Agbani area of Enugu State in June 2022, has shared a heartwarming photo of him and the girl and the child. At the time he made the news, Nwashala disclosed that the child was delivered by a mentally unstable woman who stayed at the market in Agbani. In a post shared on his Twitter handle today, November the 8th, Nwashala, who is now responsible for the little girl, shared a photo of her in her school uniform. And there it is right there. So an emergency father suddenly, but well done, Ben. If I knew how to contact this guy, I would send him some money. I would. And I'll probably find out how to contact him and send him some money. I had to leave work early to attend the school open day. I never knew there's a thing like open day until now. So, and there it is. Look how lovely the girl is, and look how proud the guy looks. So well done, Ben. So well done, Ben. Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's leave it there. I was going to play you a clip of Babachel Lawal, but let's leave that till later. Let's leave that till later. Let's play the Kegite music, get the session going, and then we'll take it from there. But first, of course, I know how much you look forward to it. First, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ.
àgbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. I cannot imagine a prayer more important than that. So Ikuko Niru Agweshe. So pardon me. Still plenty of space on the screens, as you can see. Anybody that wants to join, hop on. So anybody that wants to join, hop on as you listen to the delightful tones of our enigmatic Hundi. So we kick it off with enigmatic, and we meander our way through the panel as assembled so far. So enigmatic, good to see you. Enigmatic on D. Look at that.
One man, if he's not available,
all right. You kick it off then, Solly, since you are showing willing. Kick it off. Tell me what you're looking at in the news first. Is there anything in the news cycle that caught your attention today?
Yes, I sent it to you, but you didn't take me serious.
What did you send to me? I didn't see anything from you now. Sorry,
I sent you that somebody said that is Igbos that made America.
No, we played that yesterday. We played that. That was just a light-hearted something, wasn't it? We played that yesterday.
It was so funny. The man beside him was just looking away.
Yes. It was. I think we still have it anyway. For the benefit of people who may not have seen it yesterday, this is what Solly is talking about.
You ask anybody, the name America is an Igbo name. America is an Igbo name. The real meaning is Emerigomunka. Ask anybody, the founder of America is a black. No matter what is taking place today. And that will take us back. You, the English people, said civilization started in Africa. Yes, it started here.
So there it is, Christopher Columbus from Unewi. Christopher Columbus, or is it Columbus, or whatever it is, from Unewi.
So another thing I saw is they said Tinubu signed this preliminary budget stuff. I don't know if the
supplementary budget.
Yeah. I don't know if the yacht was included or not. They didn't really talk about it.
No, I think that was struck off at the parliamentary phase.
Okay, but what I really want to talk about is this Naira. As in, you guys don't really understand. Me, I trade, so and it's mostly currency pairs. It doesn't work like that. Dollar actually lost a lot of value because anytime they print money and anytime they are sending money to either Ukraine or Israel, I always send it.
One man, can you hear me?
Yeah. Who's that?
Yes. Sorry to bring you back to the yacht. One man, when they buy yacht for Tinubu, is he owned by Tinubu or is owned by Nigeria?
You know that yacht, just to clarify it, that yacht was not a Tinubu project. That yacht was inserted during the Buhari administration, and they have been paying for it all the way through. $5 billion is not going to buy you a yacht. That's about $5-6 million. So that's not going to buy you a yacht. That is an instrumental payment on an agreement already in place. So it wasn't. It's just a nonsense anyway. But I think.
But one man, when Tinubu is leaving the power, is he going to take the yacht?
No.
Now. So
it's going to be for Nigeria, isn't it?
Yes.
No, that wasn't.
Yeah.
That wasn't the point being made. Though it wasn't as though the yacht was going to belong to Tinubu or not. The point being made was that in this period of belt tightening, a luxury item like a yacht should not be the priority of the country. So it wasn't essentially that Tinubu was going to buy it or who it was going to belong to, but the timing of it and the necessity of it was what people were querying.
Yeah, go on, Solly. Yeah.
All right, back to you, Solly.
So when America is borrowing all these countries' money, giving all these countries money, they are printing it. It will not really affect. It will affect America only in terms of inflation, but every country is owing debt, and they are owing debt in American dollars, which means if Nigeria was owing $1 million, when dollar was 500 naira. Now, dollar is 1,000 naira. We have to now pay double of what we owe. This is happening all over the world. So there will be inflation. So America is just printing money anyhow. They don't care. Everybody is doing it. They are just doing whatever they are doing, and it's affecting over 150 nations. This is why there is BRICS.
You know, that's always been the American way. America has never paid its way through this world that we live in. All they do is they print their currency and then invoice the value of it to the rest of the world. And then you see your interest rate going up in your individual countries. I'm wondering if they are mismanaging your economy. No, you are paying for the latest round of currencies being printed by the Americans.
So
this is where things like crypto and things like that come in, by the way.
It's not even only crypto, it's things like BRICS, which is why Nigeria, if Nigeria's Naira wants to appreciate, we desperately need to enter BRICS. This American thing that they are doing is nobody will develop. There's nobody that will develop. It's only America that will develop. It's just a terrible thing, and I don't know why everybody chose to accept it. You know,
you're accepting it by force now. The American currency is backed by the gunboat, by the American military might.
It's not only backed by the military might, it's also backed by infrastructure. They have their infrastructure to back it up. Most of these first world countries.
No. Sorry to hold you to that space. What I mean is, the whole of the world denominates in the dollar. And the reason why the whole of the world denominates in the dollar is because the United States is the most powerful militarily country in the world. So when the whole world denominates in the dollar, they don't have to they can continue to print money and use it to build their country and continue to invoice it to the rest of the world just because of the military might. That's what I think anyway.
Yes, but they don't portray it like that.
Sorry, give me 1 minute, 1 second. From one man, I'm novice. This question could be looking stupid though. But other currency, when you change it to other currency, they are stronger than US dollar. But why is US dollar stronger than pounds, Dutchman, euros? I don't know.
The US dollar is not stronger than the pound. That's one. But even all those currencies, like the pound, for instance, if it's stronger than the US dollar, but it's also backed by the US dollar. So the domestic economy of the pound is what makes it strong. But what underpins the pound is still the dollar.
Oh, now I understand. Thank you.
That's where the battleground is. That's where the global battleground. That's where it is. So that's why people are pushing so hard to break this American hegemony. And I think in this phase, there's a good chance that it might be broken.
Yes, so they gave everybody handicap. They use their
everybody. Thank you very much. That's the phrase. Won't be everybody in the handicap.
Yes, but they cannot fight everybody. That's the issue. But knowing these Americans, they will try. They are very arrogant.
Yeah, but they fight strategically. That's the thing. Look, they control the Saudis. I'm sure you know that. So they control the Saudis, who control the oil space. That tells you that they control the oil. And the Saudis will never really move against them because they get away with a lot of excesses under the cover of the Americans. They control the Israeli space, which controls the banking. They control all the key portals that links. Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to test if my stuff is working.
We came to you, but I think you may have been busy at that time.
No, I was even saying hello. I don't know, maybe Wi-Fi wherever I am. So I'm in a different location. That's why.
Yeah, we're talking about how to break your hegemony. We're fed up of paying for your lifestyle. We're fed up. We're fed up. Interest rate is sky high globally, and you people continue to print money.
Oh, you guys are trying to gang up against America?
Soon and very soon.
Okay. We go popo your head as we popo Ajearo now.
But at the end of the day, even the Saudi are looking for an escape route. Everybody's looking for an escape route because you may be enjoying their umbrella under the rain, but it's just for a short period of time until they are unhappy and they have
The Saudis are not looking for an escape route, or they are looking for a better deal. That's what they're looking for. The Saudi cannot afford to come out of the umbrella of American protection. The Iranians, they will consume them within 1 week. If they come out, within 1 week they will consume them if they come off the American thing.
And Iranians are nice people. I don't know why they just have that beef. But
Who
anyway,
told you that? When did they become nice? Ayatollah, all these Ayatollah people.
No, all the Iranians I've met in my life, they've always been nice. They are one of the nicest Arabs I've ever met in my life.
Do you know that Iran is probably the largest plastic surgery space in the world? I came across that data some time ago and it really stunned me.
They even produce supercars. They produce a lot of things. They just have economic sanctions. They are very good. But yeah, so Nigeria has, if Nigeria wants their naira to appreciate, we still import a lot of things in dollars. We have debt that we need to pay every year. So any loan that we take right now, any single, even if we take $100 loan, is going to depreciate the naira. That is why what Tinubu has been looking for is investment. The only thing he has to look for is investment, which is the reason why I think that they are building up Lagos and Abuja very well, so that it will be an open door for investors to come in, because we really need a lot of money to come into Nigeria. We need to improve our infrastructure, because our infrastructure gives us...
but that is what brings in the investment now, Solly. So is the chicken or the egg, isn't it? The scenario. You need you need that infrastructure to attract the investment, and you need the investment to build the infrastructure. So that is what Tinubu has to, resolve.
What me I feel like the best thing they should do is all these nations that have dealings with Nigeria, we really need to need to try and corner them so that they will invest something, especially this Europe. Europe does not like investing anything in Africa. We need to corner these people. We need to force them to invest something. Then look at this oil that we're still importing. We thought that Dangote's refinery will help us with this issue, but the guy is not ready yet. It was just a fugazi. So we're still importing a lot of millions and billions.
Yeah, but we're closer to stopping that importation than we ever were.
Exactly.
Because however long it takes, Dangote is closer than ever before to completing its project. And as soon as that project takes off, then it leapfrogs us into a different space.
So if we can have investment, if you can reduce the amount of money that we spend on importation, then we can have stability on the naira coming down and appreciating. For now, they are just putting temporary measures. It's going to come down, but eventually,
but the skittish chasm that let me where is it?
Naira only appreciated because dollar crashed. It wasn't because of anything really strategic. Dollar crashed for every currency.
Yes, but what I was yes, this is where I wanted to be. So what I was reading out earlier, in a day's trade, there was a chasm of close to how much again? The day started off at yes, here it is. This is an intraday high and low. So the spike on that day, I think this is today's figures. The highest, and this is trading at the CBM, by the way, and they're operating a willing buyer, willing seller sort of a system. So I want X amount. It's a bidding system, isn't it? I want to buy the dollars at 10 naira. You say you buy it at 12, and whoever. So that's the system. So it traded as high as 1,000 naira 97, and as low as 747, and that is a chasm of that is a gulf of 352. So how do you explain that? That's just wild, isn't it? And in between those two figures, is a fortune right there for whoever knows how to play that space.
Yes, however, eventually what goes up must come down. Naira was going to 1,300. It can't no currency can keep on going up, and eventually it always has to have a pullback at some point in time. That pullback is what we experienced just because of dollar crashed and because of the implementation that they made. So both of them joined together to bring the price down very, very low to that level. If Dangote starts this production and we are now hopefully we'll be paying in naira, and we now even if we are paying in dollars, as long as the money stays in the country, it will still both be beneficial. And if we join BRICS will allow us to be able to trade in naira currency instead of trading in foreign currency. So we will not be looking for all this foreign currency to be able to import things. We can still be importing as much as
BRICS say they don't want you now. Are you begging them to be? Are you begging them to be your friends?
We never applied for BRICS. Shettima only went there to go and watch and investigate and came back with reports. Then this 2024, we're officially going to apply for BRICS. They never rejected us. We never applied. So
do you know why we never applied?
Why didn't we apply?
We don't want to offend America.
Yes.
So America is your master. So all this your talk where they talk against America. America is your master forever.
But we are going to bring America down, whether you like it or not.
Your bloodline is in the hand of America.
You are forgotten.
They will wire
You see, Ajearo, why you just say the truth?
You are forgetting that
why you just said it's a West African country. We should colonize in West African country. That's
what do you say, Gloli?
We are Nigerians. We know they respect white man. All of us
For Holland, where you dey? Nah, black man they there, right? Now black man country.
No, I don't understand what you are saying.
I say for Holland. I think you are in Holland, right? Or where you are?
Yes.
So it's a black man country, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't hear you.
No, but what I mean is that no Nigerian.
The people best poised to bring down the American system is the Nigerians. We are going to do it.
Yes, we have the gra.
We have the gra.
With this anti-American, I was in the background just minding my business. But once you come against America, I have to defend. Yeah, it's not about the Ajearo. You have no chance.
Now.
But
just fall in your place and do the needful. But this anti-American on this platform is unbecoming. I mean, you cannot just hit on the country. I know you're in the UK, and I know you've gone somewhere smiling as well. I know how it feels about the country as well. Yeah, but you cannot keep doing this on this platform. So come on,
man. I mean, solid.
We are not bashing America. It's just the
truth.
Europeans are always jealous.
I don't know why. I don't know why they're always that way. They're always hating on.
They're jealous of American greatness.
Solid. I mean, one man.
Bully. Superpower.
Yes. So sorry. I think Enigmatic wants to come in. Enigmatic.
Without America, Europe will not be in existence today. Yes, America is the backbone of Europe.
Putin will have dealt with them. They are scared of that guy, so you need America to protect you from Putin and all those guys.
Putin will have taken over the whole of Europe, if not for America.
So even talking about having all this anti-American position, we'll be back home in Nigeria sometime. But thank America for you being there.
Would Europe not be better off under Putin than the Americans do?
Wow, really?
Yes. One man, are you acting Babasana now? What are you saying, one man? Awada, are you acting Awada Kerikeri?
No. Now the way the Americans have been exploiting the world is is too. It's
No, they are protecting the world. Somebody has to be in. One man,
no.
hold on.
No.
Hold on.
I will
Sorry, wait.
not agree.
Nisuru,
please.
Hold on. Sorry. Let him land. Let him make a point now. Don't do that.
They bombed.
Sorry, what are you doing now? Let him.
Here's the
let
reality.
Him land that point, then push back.
Here's the reality. Somebody has to be in charge. You cannot have a world where it's just free flowing and everybody. No, somebody has to be in charge. That's the reality. And America so far has done a good job. Ask yourself, if America was not in charge, what would the world look like? And if anybody else, Russia, China, were in charge, can they handle the same pressure? Can they manage the world economy, security force? Can they manage it better than America? The answer is no. America is still doing a far better job. I know we use the policing the world, whatever rhetoric, but so far they're doing a good job being the number one. Somebody has to be in charge. And until you can give me a nation that is stable enough to take over from America, let's keep it the way it is.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a nation. It can be a body. But
a body. How's that? No. You can't have a body because they have different agendas, different interests. It has to be singular. It has to be one.
Well, there it is. So the balancing of those interests will then bring out the best.
And how is your UN working so far with all these different?
It's been stifled by the Americans, as everything is.
My point exactly. Somebody has to be in charge. It has to be one.
No, the only
you can't have multiple. Okay, go on.
No, the only person benefiting is America. America went to go and bomb a pipeline without anybody. They didn't even ask for permission. They just came to somebody's backyard, bombed the pipeline. Did not.
Why would they ask for permission? Why? Who are you? You're a rat.
Can you let me finish? Can you let? Don't defend them. Don't defend them. Let me finish. They bombed it. Gas prices, energy cost has gone so high. People cannot afford it. Their salary cannot afford it. People are getting poorer. The same America that said don't trade with Russia. America is still trading with Russia right now. Which kind of evil person is that? Wait. Let me finish now. You said that I should not benefit. You say I should not trade. You scattered the whole deal. You did not give me second option. You did not give me second solution. But you are doing exactly what you told me not to do. Which kind of protector is that? They take advantage of Europe. They are sucking these white people dry because all Europeans think about is white man. They love only white people. So America used to mumu them anyhow. So who is benefiting? The only person that is benefiting is America. America is taking advantage of these Europeans.
Leadership. That is what American
they are just taking advantage of this.
Hold on. Exploitation. That's what it represents.
European are follow now. They know America is their leader.
How long will you survive if America says, you know what, forget it?
They can't survive now without America.
You cannot survive. You know that.
So hold on. Are you talking militarily or financially?
They go hand in hand. If you don't have that security buffer from the east, and you don't have America's guarantees for protection, so how can you talk about economy when you don't have any security to protect you from all this hyenas? So it goes hand in hand. So that's what I'm asking. If you don't want America controlling the world the way you put it solely, then give me a different option. Or like, is it China? Is it Russia? Is it some new world?
China has never in their lifetime, in their history, taken over any country.
So you would trust your own. Wait. So you would trust your own. Like, no. Hold on. Let me ask you. So you would trust the of Europe? Oh, you put it over to China compared to what we have with America right now. You would do that.
China is not planning to take over any country. A country has never done that in their life.
Are you serious?
China has a non-interventionist policy.
Exactly.
That is bullshit. That is a lie. They always say that on TV, but it's not true.
Prove us
that is bullshit. So okay. In Zambia, let me go.
Language, language.
Okay, sorry. In Zambia, when they went over there, we're not going to interfere in your politics. We just say for business. They get to determine who runs now. They first come in with that idea. Okay, we don't want to go. We have for business only. Everybody knows. Hold on. Everybody knows that China will come in initially, telling you that they don't interfere in your politics, but eventually, at some point, they will interfere.
Bring proof
through the back door. They will. Zambia, look it up. They do that.
Bring proof. Bring proof.
What do you mean?
It's just
look
giving
it
you
up.
one now. They own Zambia. Do you not know the Chinese
Exactly
own
my
Zambia?
point. So don't tell me that, they will interfere eventually.
Economically,
You have time.
But
When you have time, go read up on
that
Zambia
is
and look at what's
business.
going on there.
That is business. Even
Can I say something?
America
They run your
controls some
country. What do you mean it's
David,
business? They control your politics. What do you mean it's business? They control your politics. So what do you mean? What do you? I'm just giving an example.
Zambians are mumu now.
Okay. See what you do now. Okay, good luck with your child. Come on, man. America first. Come on.
All right, move us away from the American bashing. Is there anything else you saw that, or before I move on to somebody else?
No. I just wanted to talk about it. So that naira rate, Tinubu definitely is going to increase the value of naira because he's going to use that one to campaign for a second election. I expect naira to go down to 600 to 700. However, it's not just going to happen overnight. Maybe by the end of 2024, we can start seeing, or mid 2024, we can start seeing it being effective. Anything from now on is just speculation. So we need all those investments. We need to join BRICS. There are still some little things we need to do first. So that's the only topic I can speak on right now.
All right, brilliant. But I'm not sure that BRICS is the answer to because it's just moving from one frying pan to another
No,
fire.
but it reduces our dependency on foreign exchange.
All right, let me.
I'm ready now, one man. So
can you step me out? How do I? Okay, so I came in because of the American bashing, so I have to defend the country, but I'm done.
All right, brilliant, Babati. Hop in again whenever you take the mood takes you. So let's go on then. Enigmatic Hondi. So Enigmatic, talk us through the news cycle today. What piqued your interest?
Yeah, I'll be brief today. Just came in real quick because I'm in a controlled environment, so that's why my phone is acting up a little bit. But beyond that, let me just say first, what is actually what I'm concerned about now, apart from the naira or whatever, we should understand that for now, the fluctuation, of the naira against the dollar, is as a result of various factors, which, if we are very prudent with the truth, we will understand the fact that it has to do with a lot of global economic conditions that is going on currently. And of course, the domestic economic policy that they are still trying to, which has to do with issues with the fiscal deficit, and of course, the inconsistent or probably inadequate policies from the past administration, with this new administration trying to have their policy trust, and then trying to have, and then of course, we're talking about the external debt and the result of Nigeria too. And then one of the most germane ones is actually the market speculation and the sentiment, because this actually, especially the market speculation and the sentiment around the naira now, it gives the propensity to cause this, to influence the value of the dollar if you say it against the naira now. So, for instance, the investors, basically, or those speculators and the traders, when they have this anticipation or they have this perception of the risk within the dollar versus the naira, this might actually trigger them to adjust their positions or probably, lead to certain currency fluctuations. So, to mitigate the fluctuations or probably stabilize the naira for now, we come with a combination of certain of the fiscal and monetary policies as they are doing currently, but adequate, foreign reserve management, and then the reforms to certain economic diversification could be very, very crucial to this. And I think that's why you see them trying to diversify to agri, to tech, to other areas, beyond oil and gas. And it's quite germane also for the government to find a way to implement measures that will address, the inflation and boost probably investors' confidence, and enhance the country's economic stability. That that will be the third order for this administration. But with their crack economic team in place, they should be able to get things going. I give them maybe mid next year, things should be getting better. I mean, it's a global phenomenon. The inflationary pressures is not just an exclusive preserve of Nigeria, but it's within the global markets generally, and which actually has impact within the exchange rate. And of course, rising inflation, of course, even in the USA, in Nigeria, and even in the Europe generally, it's a combination of all this, purchasing power. I mean, this global inflation, which which is causing a lot of anxieties and a decrease in purchasing power, and subsequently, it will weaken the naira, and in Ghana, in some other countries, Ghana, all of them. So basically, it's a global phenomenon, and that's about a quick one about the currency. And then my thing, I'm trying to speak to what is happening now in Imo State specifically.
All right. Before you go into it, is Hope Uzodinma going to be returned? So starting from that question and then going to where you are intending to.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Hope Uzodinma will be returned. The politics that they are playing in Imo State is a politics of bitterness, and that of a politics of immaturity. That they play at the national level, and that's what they are trying to repeat. I was expecting a pact, right? I was expecting maybe Labour Party will collapse, right, and merge with PDP or vice versa. But none of them, they are not doing that. The Labour Party guy is not strong. The PDP guy is quite weaker. If you look at the primaries that actually thrust the guy forward to this level, it's just like the same thing that happened in Kogi State. So we all know that Dino Melaye, we saw the acrimony and the acrimonious situation of the primaries. So this guy actually had a lot of things, a lot of few prominent folks within PDP not actually backing him. And then the guy in Labour Party, is depending on the euphoria and the obedience and all those and but that is not going to work for.
All right. Let me hold you there for a moment because I was actually going to ask that question. Do you think this Imo State election, do you think this will be a test on where the obedience space is now? Do you think it will be after all of the shouting, after all the Supreme Court judgment, after Peter Obi's press conference and all of that? Do you think not the expectation that the Labour candidate will win, but the numbers that it brings in? Do you think it will give us somewhat of a caption of where Peter Obi is?
No, the Labour Party's obedient faction now of the Labour Party, they are just a bunch of ramshackle, wobbly, insobsequential political jerry boards, if I have to say that. Nobody takes them serious. You can't be taking them serious. They always believe you can manipulate your ways, to get in power. They should have learned in the general election. It took the prominent political parties, especially the APC, 1 week or 2 weeks, right, to decode their game, and they couldn't return any of their people. Even the ones that were returned in the national assemblies, they've been losing here and there now. So I believe that will answer your question. But beyond that, I will tell you whatever test that Obedient had, right, was 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks after the presidential election. So we saw the test, and they couldn't stand the test of the time of Nigeria's politics. So what you are seeing now shouldn't be a surprise for political watchers in Imo State. Ajearo today, I think he was having some meeting with the Labour Party man and everything, and that was why I was trying to start my conversation from there. They need to watch it. Beyond politics, what Ajearo is doing in Imo State is not the right thing. And people who can read between the lines should try to be cautious and call this guy to order. Because why I'm saying this is because they may probably think this is just politics, or this is just because we hate Uzodinma or we hate APC. It is just because it is APC and Uzodinma. The Labour Party guy is probably one of the worst of the three candidates. You should go and see what he did. This is the guy that actually, as we speak right now, is siphoned, and then he was awarded a national contract. People can check it. He was awarded a national contract by OBJ. As we speak, no, he had not returned the funds, and he did not implement the contract. As we speak, billions of naira involved. But they always want to prefer their own thief than the other thief, and they should like their thief and not trying to erode the confidence, right, and try to burn down Imo State just because of Ajearo. And I will say this: we've had the fortune of having NLC presidents in the past, one man. We had Adam Oshiomhole, we had Ayuba Waba that just left, we had Pascal Bashfiao, and a lot of those folks. There was never a time that they tried, right, to usurp the power or probably to leverage the power of their office to sabotage their state or their region. This is the first time we are seeing a man from the southeast, from Imo State, trying to sabotage the state, tries to sabotage the economic power of the southeast. You know, when they started with Nnamdi Kanu, people were saying it. They thought it was politics or because he hated Buhari, right? Look at the situation now. If people are not seeing what Ajearo is doing, he's trying to crumble the economy of Imo State just because of an election. Now, I don't know how true it is. I read today that over 50 billion naira have been lost because, or probably projected to be lost within few days. You are basically calling for a cessation of, shutdown of airports, shutdown of offices, shutdown of businesses, shutdown of almost everything. The involvement of labor union, advocating for a complete shutdown of essential activities such as those like airports and offices, poses a significant risk, to both the state and the labor force. And the Southeast especially still struggling with their finance, with their economy. So the union is supposed to protect the rights, right, and improve the working conditions of labor, not otherwise, not trying to a total shutdown to disrupt the local economy, causing financial losses and service disruptions and inconveniences for the public.
I thought that strike was I thought it was self-serving. And they are also calling for a nationwide strike, which I can't see how you are able to justify that. So what happened to Ajearo? That happened in Imo State. So if you have, why should Kano State be punished for something that the Imolites did? It doesn't make any sense.
Nobody will pay him. Nobody is gonna pay him attention beyond what people are saying now is that just restrict your craziness to your Imo State or beyond Imo State to your region, Southeast. Don't bring it beyond that, because they are not seeing what Ajearo is doing. And this is the reason why people who can read between the lines, because what they will be crying and whining for now is that they hate Igbo. They don't like Igbo, but it is the same man who is from the Southeast who is trying to bring everything down.
I don't think it's an Igbo narrative. I think it's more a narrative of
this is what some people as I'm speaking now, one man, some people will crawl out now from their cave because of what I'm saying now, but they won't see beyond what I'm speaking about. I'm speaking about a man who should be the national president of the labor union of labor workers, of workers in Nigeria. Do you know the resultant disruption of transportation and services will provoke public frustration and even harming the perception of even the union among right-thinking Nigerians, especially when Nigerians they are the ones who are crying every day that Nigerians, they are groaning, they are suffering, and then because of local politics. How do you want to balance that, your narrative or your argument? And this is what I'm talking about. This is their man.
So enigmatic. So enigmatic. You are justifying the beating, the molestation, the harassment, the torture that the state government sponsored against Ajearo. You are excusing that, and now that the Labour are standing up against a man who can be described as vagabond in power, a terrorist, terrorizing workers in the state, you are excusing him, but going after Ajearo and the workers that are taking action against brutalization of workers. So, I mean, you have to balance it. You are too one-sided with your argument. You are saying instead of, working for the interests and making sure for the economic interests of the state, is taking action, to destroy the economy of the state and this and that. It is not fair. The president of the workers in the country, if Nigerian state is a state that respects workers, should be protected at all times. It should be protected by all at all times.
Okay,
because it represents the worker. But rather, what did we see?
Okay.
You send criminals to beat him up, to inflict injury on him, and you guys are happy with that. Why are we doing like this, for God's sake?
Okay. I've not said anything that that has suggested that I'm blaming Ajearo or I am happy. What I'm saying is, if a Yoruba man had been in the shoes of Ajearo and calling, right, for total cessation of Imo State, or flip the coin now, somebody from the north doing the same thing, it would have been a different narrative. But why I'm actually happy is that they are not going to pass the buck. It is a man from that region that is calling, basically, right, for a state to be shut down because of his political misunderstanding with a politician. You call him a vagabond. It goes beyond being a vagabond. We already know Hope Uzodinma is a typical political thug. What are you expecting? But how is Ajearo different? Ajearo was seen today with Labour Party having some meetings and stuff like that. I'm not trying to justify what Hope Uzodinma has done or what Ajearo put himself into. I'm talking about the economy strains. Look, the active engagement of labor union, president or the executives in local political matters, particularly in advocating for comprehensive cessation, of vital activities like that, is it yields a plethora of perilous consequences for both the community and the workforce. That's what I'm talking about. It goes beyond Ajearo now. Hold on, sir. If Ajearo actually want to go if Hope Uzodinma wants to go all out to be the real vagabond that he is, that we know that he is, the real beast that he is, and they completely shut down Imo State, and Imo State, is completely raised down, to whose credit is that? Are they racing down somewhere outside of Southeast, especially when Southeast is still having some issues because of politics? So look, I'm not trying to justify anybody now. I'm speaking to the optics of the antecedent of Ajearo, and that was the reason I started, going to the history lane, that we've had Oshomole when he was the president of NLC. He had issues with people in the state. The same as Ayuba Waba from Kaduna State. I think Ayuba was having back and forth at a point with El Rufai, and then even the Pascal Bafayo of those days. But they've never inserted themselves to the local politics to the point that they will have to call for airport to shut down, for offices to shut down.
Let me tell you, enigmatic. What's the name of the person you just mentioned now? Those two labor leaders. You mentioned
Ajearo.
No, not Ajearo. This Edo State labor leader that is
Ayuba Waba, Pascal Bafiao, and Oshomole.
Pascal Bafiao. Look, these people participated in politics. They all supported Abiola. We saw them.
You are not getting the point, Baba. You are not really getting my point.
Look, hold on. Look, all of you here on this platform that are anti-Ajearo, you guys are always, you guys have mentioned several times here that, why should it be participating? Why should it be supporting the Labour Party? It should stay clear. Those two former Labour leaders that you mentioned, they align with SDP.
But you are not actually getting it. What I'm saying, they
align with SDP, with Abiola. They supported Abiola, and they didn't hide it.
Hold on, Ajearo's predecessor.
They declared their support for Abiola. We saw it.
Hold on, Baba. Ajearo's predecessor, right? Ayuba Waba. We all knew for almost 8 years or how many years of Buhari's administration, he never even called for a strike action for once. We knew that he was a political animal in labor union. He was a political figure in a labor union garment, right? But if you see the way he carried himself, and he was able to navigate the murky waters of this political of the politician or the political terrain. He never caused a situation whereby we have to be going. Ajearo has played himself to let people understand that this is where he belongs. And what I'm saying now, I'm not talking about if he was beaten or not beaten. I'm talking about the fragile nature of that region that is trying to instigate and foment trouble right now. Because you are not instigating.
No. The person that you should blame is the governor.
You are not listening to me. I'm not blaming Hope Uzodinma. I'm not blaming Ajearo. I'm talking about the reality now. I care less about those two dogmatic buffoons. It is their region. It is their state. If they lie, they burn it down. The whole country will walk. We keep walking as if they've not.
But you have been all your narrative has been against Ajearo.
But you are not letting me. You are not letting me raise my point, because what I'm talking about is I'm talking about the larger effect of what those two guys are doing. Because at the end of the day, when two elephants fight, the grass suffers. So what I'm talking about now is, look, all the things they are doing to themselves. Does it stop Buhari from doing whatever he wants to do? They conducted the election. There's a new president. Politicians have come in. Politicians have gone. People are moving on. If you like, kill yourself, ESN, IPOB and everything. If Ajearo is bringing another set of craziness now with all Uzodinma's craziness, Nigeria will move on as if nothing is happening. So that's why there are some leaders in that state who could have called them and say, look, Ajearo, you are from Imo State. Uzodinma, you are from Imo State. You guys are brothers. You are brothers probably on different political aisle. But you are supposed, Ajearo, your position, your office, you are supposed to be ambivalent, right? Even politically, you may have your leanings, but there are ways you will do it. Already, it's like you are fighting. It's like you are trying to fight with somebody like Yaya Bello, and you are expecting some commonsensical principles to prevail. So you are dealing with an animal. For the sake of your state, for the sake of your region, right? Find a way to walk that tightrope carefully. So that's what I'm talking about. That was the reason I was talking about all these folks before then. We knew that Oshomole, had interest in politics, and he was politically aligning with some politicians and with the political party, same as the predecessor, same as Pascal Bafiao that mentioned. And we know that Ajearo is a politician in labor unions garment. But he needs to find a way to balance it, to hide it, right? And then not to throw Imo State into rockers. Because come rain, come sunshine.
You are still blaming him. He didn't do anything to throw Imo State into turmoil.
I'm not. If that is your interpretation of what I'm saying.
Yeah, he didn't do anything. He went there.
Is your interpretation.
Did you listen to what Enigmatic said?
I listened to him, but he's still pushing.
What I'm saying is there are some times you will say you have to kneel down or probably prostrate for a madman, for a crazy man, right? Just for peace to reign.
It's not possible. It's a labor leader doesn't prostrate for governor. He went for the interest of the workers.
You are still not getting my point. Now,
hold on, Enigmatic. He did not go there for the interest of the workers. He went there to play the politics of it.
That's it.
But that is not true.
Of course, it's
not true.
Of course, it's true.
It's you people that are reading it, that are saying it. He went for the workers.
He did not go for the workers. He went for the politics. He went for the politics.
He went for the workers. It's not for the politics. He went for the workers. Those people that are shown on the TV as the president of labor union or this thing, they are not. They are the preferred. They are the preferred candidate of.
I can take questions if you want to make me the accidental whatever. I can do that. But let me make this point real quick and let me land it. You know what I'm saying that Baba is not getting is in precarious situation now. In certain precarious situation, you have to leverage. Let me say, creative manners, creative ideas. Right, to find your way out to navigate the murky waters of that the intricacies of that challenge. For instance, Ajearo is pretending to be a labor union, but the politicians are not seeing him to be a labor union guy. They see him as one of them. So it's like they are giving him they are giving him the type of treatment they would have given a fellow politician, because the moment he has shown his hand to them that this is what he wants to do. There's no way you want to. There's an election in Kogi State. Kogi State is probably one of the poorly run states in the federation. There's an election in fact, there's an election in Bayelsa State. Between Bayelsa State and Kogi State, I don't know which one had the most useless, right? Or the most shambolic vagabond of governors between the two of them, between Kogi State and Bayelsa State. I don't even know if Kogi State, if Yaya Bello, if he pays salary, if he does anything welfare package for civil servants. But those are people. Those are two states. But now, because you are from Imo State, you are inserting yourself into Imo's politics. It's just like whatever problem that is happening in Lagos State now. If Tinubu is detaching himself to be the president of all Nigerians, trying to insert himself to the local politics of Lagos State, and then by virtue of that, causing unrest or probably causing panic, right? People will call him out that you are not a Lagos State president, you are president of the nation. So Ajearo is not the Labour Party's president in Imo State. Is the Nigeria Labour Congress president in Nigeria. And what I'm saying now is that the immediate effect of your actions or inactions is not good. Nobody is feeling it in Oyo State now. Nobody is going to feel it in Ekiti State. Nobody is going to feel it in Borno State or in Kaduna State, right? And if Hope Uzodinma, right, as we all know, is a typical politician, he has an election to win. He's a sitting governor, incumbent governor, that even without any provocation, they will do everything, right, to ensure they retain their office. So this is it's like you are a man who is in a tiger mode now. You are trying to challenge him. He will throw everything out to wage a big war with you. He's a politician. then I'm saying for the sake of that Imo State that you are pretending or you claim to actually care about, why don't you find a way to leave the Labour Party candidate to Uzodinma and let them get, fight their fight, and then, withdraw. And whatever you want to do after the election, you can still do it. But Uzodinma is in a red bloody mode now, that he will do anything that anybody that tries to stop him or probably create an encumbrance for him. He doesn't care if you are Ajearo, if you are an NLC president, if you are TDC.
A lot of care has to be. In fact, there are 3 elections taking place, by the way, but everybody will think it's only Imo State because the tension coming out of that space is just so palpable. If care is not taken, it's going to be hopefully there's no.
It's going to be a bloody. It's going to be. And then who are they going to blame? At the end of the day, they'll be blaming 2 Imo people. They are not going to blame one man. They are not going to blame Buhari, INEC chairman or anybody. This is what
INEC has come out to say that anywhere that there's violence, they are not going to accept the results.
Yeah. So, and if this, and he actually came out, the NLC came out to say if election is postponed or there is no election in Imo State, heaven is not going to fall. So they have an agenda. The agenda is probably not to make election hold in Imo State. But the what they are not seeing is what I'm seeing. Probably people are not seeing it, right? What I'm seeing now is, for instance, if we have issues in Oyo State, the governor of Oyo State is having issue with NLC president, who is an Oyo man. I believe prominent people in Oyo State will call the 2 of them. You people are you people are brothers. You cannot burn Oyo down because of your silliness. Whatever you guys have, right, against each other, Oyo is bigger than you. I'm using Oyo as an example now. This is why I want people to reason back, because people are taking sides. Obedience that do not like Uzodinma, right? And PDP that do not like Uzodinma, they are behind Ajearo, forgetting that Ajearo, right, is trying to burn his state down in collaboration with his other brother Uzodinma, the 2 of them collaborating together to burn their state down, and by extension to burn their region down. Are they burning southwest down? Are they burning northwest down? Are they burning any other part? So this is what people should look at and find a way to call them together and say, look, it's better to Jojo than war. Ajearo is trying to hold his position as NLC president, shut everything down. People who are selling pure water, who are
do you think he's trying to do you think he's trying to hold his position, or do you think he's trying to assuage his ego? Is it not his ego really that we're seeing playing out here?
It's part of the whole narrative, woman. Ego, position, right, and trying to basically let people know that he's very close to the Labour Party guy, right? I believe Labour Party is an extension or appendage of NLC, but you can play you can walk and chew at the same time without causing distraction. But you are not playing this game with gentlemen. You are not playing this game with immature politicians. You are not playing with Lilliputians. You are playing with politicians who have been in the game. Go and look at the likes of Imo State has been Ararume, all of them. They have big boys in that state that will not take all this nonsense from you. You are Ajearo or nothing, right? So what I'm talking about is, if push come to shove or whatever it is, right? Uzodinma will do what he has to do, damning the consequences, and who suffers? Imo State is gonna suffer, and ordinary Imo people, and by extension, it's gonna cascade into the whole southeast. So who is gonna be blamed at the end of the day? They will be looking at Ajearo versus Uzodinma, brother versus brother, fighting because of what?
All right, brilliant. No, hold on, Charles. Enigmatic. Somebody sent in this article on the screen, especially for you to address. But I don't want to present it just yet because a lot of people waiting, and I want them to have a moment to say something as well. So if you're able to hang around, then I'll bring it round to you quickly. Yes, let's hear from you, Charles. What do you have to say, Charlie boy?
Yes, I disagree with Edemaki said. Uzodinma is not liked by the Imos. He's not liked by the Imo people. He's a criminal. He's a thug. We should stop supporting criminals in this country.
I didn't say it was liked. Every politician has a thug.
I'm not saying
every politician has a criminal.
criminals.
All of them. But Ajearo should be different. Ajearo should act different. If you listen to me carefully, you understand that I do not have regard for any Nigerian politician. Any Nigerian politician, right, will do anything, will dismantle a whole state to win an election. It is you who should reasonably think about the state. Ajearo should think about the state and leave Uzodinma out to silliness. Who doesn't know these politicians are thugs? The only people who still dignify politicians to be angels are probably obedient. Nobody within the political terrain of Nigeria is an angel, is a saint. They will do anything for power, especially when you have the power as an incumbent. Look at what Jaya Bello did in his second term. He was raining bullets from the shopper. And look at what he's doing now to his poor positions in Kogi State. Do you know 3 days ago or 4 days ago, they killed policemen? They almost killed Muritala Ajaka, the SDP guy. That is politician for you. So are politician bishops? Are they popes? You have somebody in government house who is gunning for second term, and you are telling me he's not gonna attempt to wipe anybody out on his way to get his second term. Are you kidding me? And Ajearo is not trying to understand the fact that he needs to think about Imo State and his region. So if you think probably people are talking about Uzodinma or no Uzodinma, nobody cares about Uzodinma. I'm talking about businesses in Imo State and the fragile nature of that region. That you can't allow two brothers. Don't they have elder statement in that state? They have elder statement in that state. Call the two of them. We don't care about you guys' politics, but we cannot surrender Imo State to you guys. Jojo is better than War. This one is not shifting his ground. This one is not shifting his ground in the same state, the same brothers in the same state. Because you guys are taking sides. That's what I'm talking about.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Enigmatic. Thank you, Charles. Let me move the conversation around. Just to sound people out, let me bring Emeka on board. Good to see you, Emekus. So, Emeka, somewhat of a slow news cycle today. The highlight really being the release of Emefiele or Emefiele, however you're pronouncing his name. So he's been released. What does that mean? Because everybody was expecting him to be held for the duration in that Dasuke manner. So that was what the expectation was. But he has been released. So what does that mean? And what else caught your attention in the news cycle, Emeka? And the Imo State politics, it seems to be hotting up.
Yeah, I think what caught my attention more is the Imo State politics, and I believe Enigmatics has been doing justice to explain more. I think where he didn't attack the issue is to say that Atani and Ajearo are partners in crime. So I know Baba Ajani Koko was trying to say he went there for the workers. That's not true. He went there to play politics. And you're playing politics with political thugs. Now you are not trying to drag Nigeria into it, which is very selfish, which is very satanic. Satanic. Let me borrow that satanic word.
Yeah, satanic. The evil. You forgot the evil. The evil satanic.
Let me borrow that word. Satanic.
The evil satanic. Oh
yeah,
God.
So it is sad that you want to plunge the nation because of your political affiliations and inclination. This is what evil people do. Why do you want Nigerians to pay for your stupidity? You are going into politics is war. Politics is not just a dirty game. Is a civil war, and in Nigeria where we have weak law enforcement, it is a place where people go. Is a do or die affair. So once you get your hands into that, then you call in for anything else. You understand? The beating they give to you is even a child's play. They could have literally taken your life. So why would you want to get yourself involved in that? And then when you got the result from your silliness, you now want Nigerian workers and Nigeria to pay the price. And even the Imo State Labour Congress chapter Imo State is saying no, we are not signing off for this because they know what's going on. Because attorney has probably given you some cake to eat and you are dancing to his tune. The attorney who is going around complaining, once if he wins the election, he will do worse than Hope Uzodinma. Politicians are the same. But the obedient sector will not want to agree. They are busy calling Obi. Even they've started denying Jesus for Obi. When Obi was basically saying, the Labour Party legislators, we brought the guys for official use after he was castigating the whole issue. And some people are busy denying it. Politicians are the same. Obi will lie for a pot of porridge. Obi will do anything to get power. Is the vice president not making treasonable remarks? We need to be careful. Ajearo is playing a political game. Ajearo is not a politician. That's what we need to say. We need to call it spade.
What are you making of his nationwide strike to strike at the and his club calling for a global blockade of Uzodinma by the aviation?
Now you see what is sad about this is that because the Imo State Labour Congress chapter is not in line with and in tune with his silliness, he's now going after the nation, including the TSU Trade Unions Congress into this matter. Why should other sector of the country or other states pay the price for what is going in Imo? No, they didn't beat you in Kano State. Neither did they beat you in Lagos State. Neither did they slap your teeth in Abuja. What happened was in Imo State. Why can't you discuss with the Imo State chapter? Then you can close shop there if you want to do that. But why should Abuja shut down for you? Why should Kaduna shut down for you? Why should Lagos State shut down for you for an event that happened in Imo State? Or why can't you also petition the Inspector General of Police that this is your occurrence? And again, guess what? One of the reasons why one of their prayers is that they want the Commissioner of Police in Imo State to be removed. The IGP has removed him, has redeployed him. So what is going on? They want everybody to bow down to him. So if Ajearo is sick, Nigeria will close shop. If Ajearo walks if Ajearo is on the pedestrian bridge or something, the wind blows him, Nigeria will close shop for him. That's wrong. I don't know. At some point, as I was thinking, can the president break the back of this Labour Congress people? I think Margaret Thatcher did it and she won. Can the president dilute their power? Can the president come into let me land my point. Yeah, go ahead.
So just to remind you, I think this evening I saw it recently, maybe somewhere. The INEC boss was addressing that he was not going to change the INEC guy.
Yes, they also were sorry. Thank you for bringing that point up. They wanted the INEC direct to leave
with Labour and the governor, not INEC. So take INEC out of your problem. So they already know all this game he's playing.
Why are they requesting that the INEC commissioner should leave? What's his? And Ajearo is still insisting that Ajearo is not a political figure.
He's a politician, you know. I didn't want to interject when Baba Ajearo was speaking. They are requesting for the REC to be redeployed because they feel he's compromised. They requested for the Commissioner of Police in Imo State to be redeployed. He has been redeployed because they feel he's compromised. What people do they want to win the election. So all their plans, so they are trying to look for a way to hijack power from Hope Uzodinma. And Hope Uzodinma knows. I'm not in support of what Hope Uzodinma is doing, but I like what Enigmatic has said beautifully. You're playing with fire here. This is a man who does not want to lose his seat of power. He's even a sitting governor who also have immunity clause on him. He can kill and nobody will touch him. He can do and undo, nobody will touch him. Nobody will do anything to him because he still has immunity clause. So why do you want to go against him? Why do you want to go against someone who is more powerful than you? Who is the number one individual in that state? I hear people say Imolites don't like him. They don't need to like him. He wants to win an election. Politicians don't need to be liked. What they want to do is to win an election. I also heard Egnomati giving examples of what's his name, the Kogi governor. That's how thuggish they are. So you need to be careful, except you know what you are doing. And Ajearo, I will tell you, Ajearo knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He did it with Peter Obi when they were campaigning. There are pictures and videos of him everywhere. Now he's doing it in Imo State. If he's successful, he will replicate the template in other states. That is now how they want to inject political activism into the politics of Nigeria. So, in my viewpoint, though I do not support I do not support the activities and the actions of Hope Uzodinma, I think he is plunging his state into some form of anarchy. But I don't want Ajearo to succeed. Why I don't want Ajearo to succeed? If he succeeds, then NLC is now a political party. They will go tooth and nail to see how to evolve activism into politics and try to hold Nigeria to their throat. We don't want that. We want Nigeria Labour Congress to be apolitical. Do what you are supposed to do, even though they're a useless bunch. They are very, very compromised. But stick to what you know best. If you want to be a politician, remove your toga and go and register with a political party and contest for any electoral office. But stop playing games. Stop playing games and stop playing dirty games with dirty politicians. You will get killed. That's just it. If his family members love him, they need to call him to order. You are going to get killed. Who knows? And as a matter of fact, let's be very honest. Hope Uzodinma might kill him because he's desperate. If he sees he's losing power, he will kill him.
No, I don't think he will do that to Ajearo because it's too
I said Hope Uzodinma will kill him if he sees that their activities are going to compromise his chances of winning. He will kill him. I'm not mincing what
you don't really know Uzodinma, man. You don't know that man, and that's why you don't know that man. No.
And you don't joke. That guy, if he sees that, these people with what their game plan is, I will not win the election, he will kill him. He will kill him straight. The next thing, he might not do it directly, but you just see that Ajearo is dead. And let him burn down the state. Let's go there. These people are very desperate animals. Don't get yourself dirty with this. You have to avoid. This guy is a thug, and you want to go and be fighting. You want to go and be fighting with a thug. You must be either powerful or you are crazy. Choose one. So that's my take. Then with Emefiele, I don't know why. I know they've collected money from him, but what Emefiele has done is economic saboteur. I don't think the money or extortion that they've gotten from him is enough to let that man go on bail. I know it is his fundamental human right, but I want him to still go to prison for what he has done. Why? As an example to other criminals, economic criminals in the country, and two, for the pains he caused Nigeria. Three, for the abuses and even the current economic situation we are going through in that country is as a direct, not indirect, a direct decisions that he made based on his selfishness. So Emefiele is not somebody that they will just, we have plea bargains with. No, plea bargain is not enough for Emefiele. You do plea bargains with people who, you just like maybe the accountant general who stole money. Okay, bring the money. How much can you bring? Okay, go. Plea bargain is not enough for Emefiele. Emefiele should go into jail. He needs to be in jail. That's what he did. I'm not happy that he's been granted bail. Okay, let's see what is going to happen. I'm really surprised that the DSS let him off with the plea bargain. And I'm wondering, okay, if the EFCC want to do the same thing, he doesn't deserve a plea bargain.
All right, brilliant. And to the constant ebb and flow in the naira, we're finding that we're having to discuss that all the time. We were just celebrating that it's starting to strengthen over the last couple of days, and up it pops again, about 1,200 to the dollar, nearly 1,400 to the pound. So, I mean, what do you anticipate is going on there? because there are shadowy figures in the background pulling the levers. But where is this thing? Where is this thing going to land? And where? Yeah.
You see, I appreciate what the government is currently doing. You know, they've taken their hands off defending the naira, right? It's not their business anymore. Yes, they can. All they can do is, oh, we have some backlog of debts that we need to pay off. We need to go source for this fund. Let's pay them off. That can bring. That was what happened. They paid off the forward contract that they had with the 10 billion that the loan that they got from the World Bank. Now, what they're looking for, okay, there say airlines are still pending. There's still some pending debt that needs to be paid off. Once that is off, and I'm also hearing Dangote and his shady deals. You know, I think you spoke about it yesterday or the day before. You know, and they are telling him you need to bring back those funds that you and the Emefiele, oh my goodness, you need to bring back those funds that you and the Emefiele were dealing with and the rest. So the naira would, by next year 2024, we'll begin to see good signs. The naira will begin to gain strength. The naira will begin to appreciate against the dollar, and hopefully, and not just hopefully, certainly by the second to third quarter of 2024, we would actually know the true value of the naira. By that time, we'll get an influx of foreign currencies would come in, stabilize. You know, the government has finally hands off. They are not defending the naira. So whatever the market decides, that's what the market will decide. I, for one, I think the dollar itself at the value which the market is saying it is, let it be the way it should be. You know, like I was talking to some person on a different platform. I was asking, why are you interested in other people's currency? And I will ask that question again. Why are Nigerians interested in other people's currency? So if we who are in the diasporas are interested, it's because we want to convert these funds to or want to send it back home. That's why we are looking at the exchange rate. But for Nigerians who are in Nigeria, all we need to do is the long-term plan is to begin to produce or shift your preference to local substitutes or be more creative and do this. You see people drinking. Yesterday there was a party by Mattel. We bringing Davido. Mattel is a French company, for Christ's sake, coming in. That is we purchasing. We are chasing a lifestyle. You understand this classism or you know, it's crazy in my opinion. So why are people spending money to buy this expensive liquor that would deplete our foreign reserve? And those are the kind of things that we need to begin to question ourselves about. Why are you wearing an expensive foreign clothes? Why are you purchasing foreign liquor? Why are you importing foreign breads? What is this nonsense about? So why are you interested in other people's commodities when we have local substitutes that we can deal with? So Nigerians need to change their demand and their preference for foreign goods and foreign products that adds no value to you. You know, why are you buying foreign hair outside? You know, why? What's the essence for it? And then yet you are still shouting, oh, the dollar is going up.
All right, thank you, Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. Emeka, I'll still loop it round to you. But Ajale Koko, I see you there. Bishop, I'm coming to you in a moment. Dewale, Prince Daddy, all of you. But we seem to have a new voice joining us for the first time. So let's give him priority. Let's hear from Sam Samola. So Sam, are you there? Sam, on mute. Sam Ola. Sam. Are you there, Sam? Oh, all right. I don't think Sam, maybe he doesn't know how the system works or it's not ready. I didn't mute you. All right. It may not be ready yet. So as we wait for Sam, let's go on to Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, you're up next.
Thank you, woman. And greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me speak on the nationwide strike. being proposed by NLC and TUC. I think it's a step in the right direction. It's a step in the right direction because it is time for Nigeria to let this politician know, Nigerian worker rather, to let the politician know that they have taken them for a ride for a long time, denying them adequate minimum wage. A lot of states have not paid their minimum wage today, as approved by the law of the land. The law, we're talking about the law. These people put their hand in the book, they're going to sign this thing. They're going to pay them minimum wage, but they didn't pay it. And for politicians now to think, now to see themselves that they can do whatever they like and go to the extent of sponsoring talks to beat the president of workers, I think they have crossed the line, particularly the state governor of Imo State. He crossed the line to sponsor truck to beat the president of workers. And the police were involved too, because police are always used whenever they want to play their dangerous game. They use this police, they use these dogs, and they unleash terror on the people of Nigeria, terror on Nigerian people. So this nationwide strike, no, it's not even nationwide. Don't let me say what is wrong. It's not nationwide strike. A way of boycotting Imo State.
No, it is a nationwide strike. They've called for, I read it out, they've called for a nationwide strike, and then they've called for a nationwide blockade of Hope Uzodinma, and then they've gone on to liaise internationally to try and have a global blockade of Hope Uzodinma, especially by the aviation sector.
I think the strike is is to boycott anything that is Imo State bound from and outside Imo State, right? Hello?
No, I'm double checking as you speak.
Yes.
All right. Let me just give you a few paragraphs. It says, aviation unions in Nigeria on Wednesday directed their workers to withdraw services to all public and private Owerri flights with effect from midnight. So yes, yeah. So that's it.
What did you say, one man?
He says aviation unions in Nigeria on Wednesday directed their workers to withdraw services to all public and private Owerri flights, both inwards and outwards, with effect from midnight. So a nationwide ban, but focusing on traffic to Owerri.
So, oh yes, and that will show, this action will show to other governors. It will serve a deterrent to other governors that respect the workers in your state, respect the leaders.
But how is that targeted at Hope Uzodinma though?
Oh yes, this strike will be fed nationwide, and people of Imo State, people that want to travel to Imo by flight or maybe by shipping of whatsoever, cargo whatsoever to Imo or out of Imo, they're going to feel it. And then that will put pressure on the governor. Because when there is no inflow and outflow of, product, goods, services, and passenger flight, it's going to be felt. I mean, that is a loss of revenue for that state. In people, I mean, investors will start to look at that state. That this is not a state to invest in. This is a state that, a crisis-ravaged state, and that will discourage investors. It will discourage people from going to do business there. So, and it will serve as deterrent to other governors that, look, if you there mess up with the workers or the president of workers, Nigerians workers are ready to fight back. And this action will show to the political class that it is time for them to stop these shenanigans against Nigerian workers. So it's an action that people in the political class will feel, and he will feel it too. Now they are talking about, we are talking about, what do you talk this thing? I think there's going to be election in that state this weekend, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it? Yes. I don't know if they already taking all the material there, but if they have to fly all those material there, that means if they have not taken it there, if they have to do it, maybe.
So he wants to disrupt the elections, and you are saying it's not
a way. It is not a way of disrupting. It's a way of showing dissatisfaction to the way that the president of
yes, but it's saying effective. No, it's saying effective from midnight, which is to say with immediate effect, and that would then capture that election on the 11th. Which is to tell us that it's targeting the election to happen in Imo State.
Well, if it's targeting the election, let it be. This is what this action is invited by the barbaric.
Ajearo Koko, do you have a screen in front of you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The image you are seeing here is Joe Ajearo and Athan Achonu, Labour Party Guba candidate in Imo State. So you can see the conviviality of that image that you're seeing. So he very much aligned with the Labour Party candidate in Imo State.
There's nothing wrong in what he's doing. Hold on, one man.
But then he's leveraging his position as the leader of the labor union to advantage a partisan position.
This is not the first time to see labor union aligning with political party, and I just told you that we have seen it before in Nigeria. Even in this present, what do you call it? The last election, the presidential election, some Labour Party, some maybe TUC or what do they call them? They call on their members to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And I told you that even in the aborted Third Republic, all the labor union, all of them aligned with SDP. Moshood Abiola, who won the election, that the result was annulled. They declare openly the NUPENG, the Pengason, the NLC, all of them declare their support for Tinubu. What are we talking about? What is this What is this campaign that you people have been carrying all this while? That he's playing politics, he's supporting a politician. What is wrong? Don't you see it practiced in United States or in the Great Britain where you live? What is wrong in a labor union aligning with the political party when it comes to election time?
So then you concede then that the strike is political, not to do with the workers.
It is for the interest of the worker. If that political party is a party that will implement what the workers are asking for, if that political party will represent the interest of the worker, why not? Why should workers vote? Why should workers align with a political party that is against their interests? I don't know the argument that you people have been putting on for days now. I mean, Labour must align with a political party when it comes to election period, particularly a political party that champion their interests, that will implement their interests, that will fight, defend, promote their interests. So it is not an offense. It is not against the law. I don't know why you people have been saying this all this while. So he has not done anything wrong. He is supporting Labour Party. Labour Party is a party that carry the interests of the workers by their manifesto.
Can I interject for
by
a
their
minute?
manifesto. Their manifesto is workers' interests. Period.
Can I interject?
You went there to go and vote for APC that doesn't. Uzodinma that is trying all the means, all the best it could to destroy, to kill their interest in that state.
Can I interject for a minute?
Oh yeah, okay, go ahead.
Good. I think we're just laboring this topic. Nobody says Ajearo cannot join a political party. That's a given. What is being said is that Ajearo should not pretend that he was there to fight for the citizens or the laborers. He was there exclusively for political politicking at the forthcoming election. And all he wanted to do is to promote his own party and to discredit the other parties, including Uzodinma's party, using the platform of Nigeria Labour Congress. Listen, I'm not saying they cannot be, but you cannot force every labor in Nigeria, everybody in the labor force, to go to NLC. People in the labor force, some of them can go to SDP, they can go to PYP, they can go to YPP, they can go to whatever party. There is no rule that says because you are a labor in Nigeria, that you are a workforce in Nigeria, you must belong to SDP. So using the platform of Nigerian Labour Congress to come and promote the interest of one particular candidate, that in itself is an anathema. So let's get that fast. Nobody say he cannot. So if he's wearing the toga, the uniform of politicking, is going for campaign, and whatever happens in the campaign field is what he has seen. But now pretending and making it look like it's the assault was on Nigerian Labour Congress. Emma Finuwa now. I don't know, stop. No, Emma Finuwa Moje.
Bishop, where did you hear Ajearo forcing Nigerian workers to vote for Nigerian Labour Congress?
That's what you just said a few minutes ago. That's what you just promoted a few minutes ago. Yeah.
I said, look, Labour as an organization does not function as a one-man show. I'm not talking about this show. It's not a one-man affair. It's an affair that is directed by the Congress of that labor union. So if the labor union, as a group of people, decided that they are going Labour Party, and the president is championing their interest, what has he done wrong? Who among the labor leaders have you seen speaking against him that, what do you call it? supporting Labour Party is not it's not it's not their blessing. Who have you heard from among the Labour leaders that said Ajearo is doing anything wrong supporting Labour Party? It is their party. It is the party that can champion their interests. It is the party that can promote, that can defend their interests. Why not? Why not? And you guys been saying he went there to campaign. Hell no, he didn't go there to campaign. He went there to fight for the interests of workers. And they were gathering at the state secretariat of the party. I mean, of the what do you call state secretariat of the labor, where the killers of the governors, both in uniform and not in uniform, came for them and then unleashed terror on them. So I don't get this argument that Ajearo cannot play politics. He can play politics with supporting any political party that he likes, and supporting Labour Party, he has not done anything wrong against the law.
All right. Thank you, Ajani Koko. Let's move on from there. I think we've over-labored that topic somewhat. Is there anything else you noticed? Do you want to comment on the Emefiele space? It was held for 5 months, now been released by the government or by the courts, we should say. So certainly, you cannot accuse them of not abiding by the law. So Emefiele released. What says you?
Look, I totally stand by what she would have said. You may wish to recall, I said it here, that nothing will be done to Emefiele. I said it's just Tinubu is just doing shakara. They cannot do anything to Emefiele. I've said it, and this is what is happening. Nothing going to happen to Emefiele. At the end of the day, they're going to settle it. Emefiele is not the only one that is involved in this mismanagement of Nigerian monetary monetary policy. Other people are involved as well. We know he's the head of the central bank. Yes, he is the target. They will surely go for him because he's the head. They have to hold him accountable. But if they really want to investigate the all the corrupt practices that went through the central bank, all the billionaires in Nigeria will be picked up, and all of them will be jailed alongside Emefiele. But will that happen in Nigeria? It's not going to happen, and we are seeing it. They are talk behind the scene. They are settled among themselves, and definitely they will go through the legal battle, and Emefiele will could possibly get his freedom through the judiciary, or just get a little sanction.
Would you say he has already gotten his freedom? You know that they're still prosecuting Femi Fani-Kayode for allegations since Obasanjo's regime. So once they've granted them bail, it's just a matter of turning up in court every 2-3 years, isn't it?
Yes, and whether you like it or not, one day they will get their freedom. So Emefiele, one thing I want to get clear is, I think you mentioned in that report that the president order is release or something.
No, that was just the headline. That was just to call them in, sort of yes, but
I was wondering why you press why
yes.
how would that happen? I mean, president is not judiciary now. What happened? So this is what is going to happen. One month we are not going to see nothing is going to happen to Emefiele. They will sit down. They will talk about it. They will do some chakara with some legal battle, and they will enter into a kind of plea bargaining, and That is the worst that can happen. They will play bargain, and they will sanction him for like a nothing, and they will let him go. I don't think so. I don't think anything will happen to Emefiele.
Can I say something real quick, one man, about Emefiele?
Yeah, come in.
Okay, Emefiele. People who were thinking Emefiele is gonna be there in perpetuity or probably be kept there indefinitely. I believe they are not really understanding the political calculations and the political undertones that is involved with Emefiele's issues, and then of course the enormity of his offense, if you have to say that. Because if you actually have to pull Emefiele, of course you have to pull Buhari, and there's no way Buhari will be taken in because of Emefiele. But what actually the purpose of Emefiele has been, the purpose for which he was kept in the gulag has been achieved. And then if you notice that I've been sending you some things, one man behind the scene, you would have seen that I think I sent you something maybe on Thursday or Wednesday last week. Maybe it was you or Thomas, that Emefiele will be released before this weekend. Emefiele, he did his job. He has cooperated with them. He has pointed the ways to them. That's why you are seeing Dangote trying to return $4.3 billion now. And then a couple of folks within the Buhari's cabal, within Buhari's people, it was 12 billion or 14 billion that they were trying to retrieve from Emefiele. They were able to retrieve 12 billion so far, not directly from him, but where he was able to point them to, right? So he was able to do that. And then the Emefiele's bank licensing and all the deputy governors of Emefiele, all of them, they had they had their bank license, everything revoked, and they had a lot of funds.
Was it that Polaris Bank that he was trying to?
It's not even only Emefiele. I say all of them, the 6 of them, including there's one lady among them. That lady is even one of the most notorious, Umar Adiza, whatever is her name. She is one of the most notorious of the deputy governors. So they were able to recover a lot of things silently, and they were able. I told you when Emefiele came. I said it a long time ago that what they will do is what they will go through. They will go the FBI route, right? Get you to actually spill the beans and then point the ways to them, and then you'll be able to leave. So, at a point, Emefiele's brothers and families, they kept quiet. They stopped actually agitating or instigating folks again. Because at that point, they've opened the books to Emefiele. All the deals that they did in CBN and everything. At that point, he had to cooperate, either he likes it or not. Because at the end of the day, he was very clear to him that he was being the scapegoat, right? He was being the errand boy for these folks. And you see all these people from the other aisle, from the north, basically, they instead of them to go freely. So all they needed to do was point them to where the monies were and how they can recover them. And that's why you see all the forex, round tripping and all the shenanigans that happened. That you were able to see the trust. They gave him a 14 billion, return ticket, and he was able to pull out 12 billion so far. So the remaining 1.2 billion is what they are dragging Dangote for now, because already Dangote had agreed to return 4.3 billion out of that. So it remains 1.5 billion.
Where is that published?
I think I sent it to you already.
Okay.
I'll probably check it again and send it to you. But these are the Obazi man. That was the reason they brought in that.
That was a master stroke. Bringing in that Obazi was a master stroke.
So Obazi was able to have. They started from the scratch. That was when they started from the auditing of CBN, and then at a point, Emefiele had to actually walk the tightrope to point to them. And then when it was even classified, it was even very clear that even some people ran to Buhari, and Buhari told them to go and fix their problem, that he doesn't know what they are talking about. So one of the most notorious BDC guy in Lagos, Gidado, and I sent you that. You can't say you didn't see that. The Gidado guy, that was Emefiele's point man among the bankers. So at the end of the day, they had almost 15 bank executives who were actually even having Emefiele. So there was no way Emefiele could have gone out right? Without having to, because at the end of the day, he was very sure that he was going to be thrown under the bus, and he was already getting thrown under the bus. So they were already spilling the beans. So he just had to do what he had to do. Bauer was released before him because Bauer did his own part. Bauer spilled a lot of beans. A lot of them, they did a lot.
But
and
how come Abubakar Malami has not been picked up?
You can't say that's what I'm talking to you, one man.
Are you saying it's settling quietly? Is it settling quietly?
They are all even the Attorney General, the Accountant General of the Federation, the 120 or 190 billion that he took the other time. You know, Buhari's people, they were trying to, I think they got like 70 back, but eventually they got the remaining 110 billion back sometime last 2 weeks. So that is what Obazi is doing. And do not forget when they commissioned Obazi with some folk, with the Metropolitan Police guys and some FBI guys, that they already opened. They know where they kept the money. So it's like they instead of following, they followed the funds. You know, when you want to go after these narcotic folks or probably those drug lords, instead of you going toe to toe with them, trying to roughen them, all you need to do is go to the funds. When you get their funds, then you get them. So that's the tactic that we actually use for Emefiele. So Emefiele is still going to be there. Do you think Emefiele will get a leeway to have a bail? Why has she already not had a bail all this while? So Emefiele is able to have a bail now, and then there's almost the other part of it now is that they are focusing on some other on certain assets of some of them in the US now. The FBI and those Metropolitan Police are working on that. So these are clarified stuff that I'm telling you, and I've sent you some of this in the past. But at a point,
I'm just checking. I'm not sure that you did. I was just looking through what you did send me. Because these are the sort of things that we should be discussing. What you sent me was Hope Uzodinma, and then that clip of the obedience crying after the judgment, and
probably that was there too. Because sometimes when I send this to you, I send it to Thomas.
To Thomas. Yeah, you probably send it to Thomas. Yeah, Thomas, you should be forwarding these things to me when Enigmatic send them.
But in sometime early October of the second week of October, I sent you a long list of what they were actually doing. It was a very big readout, and I told you to read out that time on the platform. But you said I think you pushed it forward, and I think you forgot. That was when Obazi actually came out with a list of them, Tony Lumelus, the Jimo Ibrahim, and all of them that are holding federal government's funds, and they are going after all of them. So that's just the point.
But can Tinubu go after Tony Lumelu though? It's his party man, isn't he? Last man standing.
Tinubu no send all of them. Tinubu no send anybody. He said, of course, that doesn't mean they will be friends, but you are owing some funds. Go and do 41.2 billion or 43 billion, right? That he got from a bank or wherever, but he has not paid up as we speak, even the interest and the nothing. So and a lot of them like that. For instance, Jimo Ibrahim is owing to the almost 200 billion or almost 300 billion naira. So they have it, and they're getting to all of them gradually. That was the reason you see Jimo Ibrahim maybe 3 weeks ago. Even Ojuzo Carlo himself is involved. A lot of them are involved. So they are going systematically. I think it was Kulata that said there is a way you can do this thing without even. So they are taking a systematic approach. Instead of the usual, instead of the usual media trial of the previous EFCC. So that's why you see even they bring this Coyote guy. So they are going behind the scene. That's the Metropolitan is involved, the FBI is involved, and then this Obazi. Obazi was supposed to have been doing this job for Buhari, but when he was getting close to the Malami, then when he was getting close to that P&I deal and the Ned Nwoko angle of Paris funds, $450 million, they kicked him out. So, the Kabak kicked him out. So Tinubu had to bring him back. So he started from where he started. And then immediately when he came, the bank MDs, they knew him already within the circles. So they were so shivery. So they knew what was going to happen. So the cooperation started almost immediately. And at that point, he really had to signal to his people to pipe low, because already it's like when they open the book to you, when they got Hush Puppy, when they opened the books to him, he couldn't change it. He couldn't do it. He just have to find a way to, to rat out a
You
couple of.
see a lot of the difficulties of this are those monies are already been internationalized. They are complete a good 80% of them. You see all of these estates that these people are building all over Abuja and everywhere else. That's just from the loose change of what they stole. A good bulk of that money is already out of the country. So that is why your heart just sinks that are almost irrecoverable, a lot of these funds.
Yeah, they are getting all these funds back because from what is his name now? This guy, this prominent guy
Emefiele.
from no, from the north. Emefiele is like the poster boy for the cabal, right? And he knows where they buried all those skeletons. So all they needed was to have a good collaboration, with these global anti-fraud agencies. That was the reason you have the Metropolitan Police working with Obazi, and you have the FBI working with Obazi. So, and our politicians, the only thing they are scared of, they are so scared of their freedom. They don't want to live a day behind the counter. So they will do everything to cooperate, especially when they are not dealing with people from Nigeria, when it has international dimension to it. So they have no choice but to cooperate because FBI is opening their books, showing them their properties in the US and globally, same as Metropolitan Police. And this guy was really having the noose on the necks of those back MDs. So they were opening the books and they were actually writing them out. And then the fallout we see from Buar and Dangote now is actually the overflow of that situation. So it's a very tactical way.
The emirs have called them to order. The Boa the Northern Elders Forum, they've called them to order that they should get back indoors and come and settle matters.
Yeah, even when you saw the meeting that Cardoso had, was it last week or last 2 weeks with Emir Sanusi, right? That he had to visit Sanusi in Kano.
Yes, no, it wasn't not Sanusi that visited him.
No, it was the other way around.
We
visited him in his private place, I think in Lagos. So he was basically unconnected with a couple of those things, and then this guy had been advocating that they should go after the oligarchs, especially within Buhari's cabal. And at the point he said there was a little guy who actually was a Richard car seller who turned around to buy a private.
That's Sheabu,
yeah, the one they call that young guy that he will turn around to buy a private jet. So all those, they have all this stuff already. It's just like when you are in, for instance, in the US, when the FBI knocks on your door, it's over. All you need to do is just spill the beans and open and just cooperate, because before they knock on your door, they have 95% of they've completed 95% of their job. They just want to see you're gonna say yes or no before they know how to hook you up. So that's just Obazi. That was what Obazi did. Obazi went straight for Malami. Then that $450 million that he was supposed, that him the deal he was doing with Net Nwoko and all of those.
No, that was a Paris Club deal, wasn't it?
Yes. So it was when he was actually getting close that they.
I thought they released that money just before Buhari left.
No, he wasn't released. He wasn't released. He was late.
That was why he did not vie for the governorship of Yobe State, Abubakar Malami. It was that deal.
$450 million now, Vince.
So they were going to invoice that money to every single state in Nigeria.
Absolutely. Now it's very. So it was Obazi actually. If you know Obazi very well, you understand that it's like when you have that tough teacher or tough principal in your school, and they call the teacher to your class when everybody were messing up, and then when he comes with his big stick, then you know what next. It's either you surrender or you get the big stick on your head. So when Obazi came into because Obazi was kicked out, right, during Buhari's administration, because he was getting close to most of their deals. So that Sadia Farouk, if you see what's her name, the Better I Do, Better I Do had to have a comprehensive auditing of the whole humanitarian ministry.
Do you know that one man? They have to have almost 3 weeks having a comprehensive auditing of that. Have to have the program managers and most of the managers arrested codedly. So they've been recovering a lot of funds from these folks. But they are doing it silently. That's why you see Bauer went quietly.
He went to see Obasanjo. We can't still get it right. Tinubu recently, but Boa Rabiu.
Yeah, because the dynamics in town is that when you have, of course, it could be condescending, but in Yoruba language, there's this language that says "Ole lo mos ese ole into lori apata." It's only the thief that knows how to checkmate the thief. So they know their games. They know how to play the game. They know the economic malfeasance and how they actually go about themselves. So, and when they see that you are actually caught up to that game, they know how to. I mean, you don't want to. Nobody's going to
Do you think Rabiu? Do you think he's jostling to replace Dangote in that slot of that Dangote for the Tinubu administration? Do you think it is battling for the Dangote spot with under this new dispensation? Because
No.
I'm not sure that Tinubu is as close to Dangote as Dangote was to previous administrations.
No, Tinubu is not even thinking about who is close to him or not. He's trying to liberalize the market for everyone. The monopolistic idea of a Dangote all these years. Do you know Dangote? I don't know, but I can say maybe Dangote contributed, substantially to killing most of the businesses in the, especially this guy from Southeast, Ibeto Cement. I'm very, very sure of that. So Dangote knows how to kill business. Sometimes he will buy over the businesses of his competitors, and he will just kill it off so that you will not be able to challenge him in the market. The only person who has been able to stand to him toe to toe right from time has been this Bua. And they are from the same street. They are very close to each other. But when it comes to the business aspect of it, Dangote has been using the political strength and his political patronage, right, to fleece Nigerians and to advance his ways in the business world. While on the other side, Bua has been using his political patronage to see a way to actually ameliorate the sufferings of Nigeria within the market space. But generally, what Tinubu is trying to do is to break the monopoly and that hold of Dangote on almost everything that has to do with Nigeria's business. As we speak now,
Do you think Dangote can bring him down? Because Dangote doesn't stand alone, He stands very much as the bagman to a whole hegemony of our corrupt northern elites.
But of course, what it doesn't no top notch. I want to say this now, one man, instructively and emphatically. No top notch businessman stands alone. At least we can speak of Nigeria. It's not. Do you think Tony Elumelu is Tony Elumelu because he's brilliant, or because he's Tony Elumelu, or this Dangote, or even the guy that Peter Obi's lapdog? What's his name? Dati. These guys and they are still bad men. You know how Tony Elumelu make it. Go if you want to know the history of Tony Elumelu very well. Go and see how he made his money. When you know the history of the Tinavukos of UBA then, why they left, you understand that Tony Elumelu and all the Nigerian billionaires, they are all bagman to most of these military leaders. So because look, if the real Guinness, if the real Forbes business top billionaires, if they actually want to go for the real billionaires, I can tell you number 1, number 2, number 3 will probably come from Nigeria. I can tell you that for free. Look at Abdusalam Abubakar, who was president maybe for a year or less than a year, and is probably one of the richest Nigerian presidents. He flees the nation. Where do you think they keep their money? They have all these young boys managing the funds for them as their bag boys. Jimo Ibrahim has been a bag boy for a long time for the likes of IBB now, and a lot of top-notch military men. So the only thing that you need to do as a business, why this guy is different, is because one, he nobody can lay claim to installing him into the presidency. He fought his way. He fought his way to the presidency. The person that he was expecting that he was going to help him, Buhari, Buhari, Buhari didn't support him. He supported a different candidate. He had to fight his way to that position. So nobody can actually. He has no. It's not an appendage. It's not subservient, right, to any of the powers, the owners of Nigeria. There are reasons why they call them owners of Nigeria. So he knows how to pull the strings. What you are seeing now is, if he's able to do it, which I wish and I believe he should do, is Dangote he's had a long run in the in the capital and the corporate system of Nigeria's political business space. It needs to be liberalized. So, for instance, BUA has committed by maybe first quarter of next year to reduce its cement price to 2,500, right? From whatever it is now. He was the first person that even had to come out to say he was going to reduce some funds from the prices of his cement, which Dangote never liked, until the northern folks, even the northern people like himself, started calling him out before he was able to actually remove some changes from there. So what Tinubu is doing is a businessman. He was a businessman before being a president. He knows all of them. He's close to Dangote. He's close to Bua. He's close to Elumelu. He went to India with top 20 billionaires. He knows all of them. Buhari does not have that.
Which list is it taken to India, to Saudi Arabia rather? Because he's in Saudi now, and he went with a retinue of ministers. But it was for the Saudi Africa Business Summit. So I thought he would have gone with an A-list team like he went to India with, but it just seemed to go with a bunch of government functionaries.
Yeah, what is basically, if you notice carefully, Buhari did a lot with the Saudi government during his 8 years. So what this guy is actually doing is leveraging on that and consolidating. So wherever they need to probably consolidate, they are doing that. And then basically, when you look at the entourage, you see they are mostly Muslims and from the north, because of the peculiarity of that place. And what I like about that, he was able to go with even the Director General of the Hajj Commission, probably to do some certain things there. But it's just a bilateral relationship that they need to talk about certain things. And then that's why you see Edun going there as the coordinating minister of finance and the economic team leader. So whatever they've been able to ash out, then they will bring it back, have a roundtable discussion, and they have to have an elaborate team, right, to interface.
Did I read somewhere that Beto was arrested or is in some strife over the last week or so?
Yeah, Beto he's been having some issues. So a couple of them.
Was he arrested? I'm pretty certain he was arrested a week or two ago.
I don't know if he's been arrested, but I know there's an order already, a court ruling. But I think he still has an appellate right to probably file an appeal. I want to believe that, but I know there's an order that speaks to that for him to be arrested. But it's actually contempt of court. I think he didn't show up. So if it's a contempt of court, definitely he has a right to appeal that. So that is not a landslide. The ruling is not.
Okay. I thought it was. I only saw the headline anyway. I didn't really dive into the story, but I thought it was Dangote finally applying the final kill on him. But
they are issuing a cement license now, right, to a lot of local manufacturers, rice licensing to a lot of local manufacturers. So Tinubu is trying to liberalize the market and take it off from just a monopolistic man like Dangote. And Dangote, of course, you can try to fight back, but that's why a president is a president. If you have this power of the CNC, it's either you use it or you don't use it. So nothing holds you back from wearing the big stick and then liberalizing the market. If he's able to do that, imagine if you read Bua's op-ed or memo, right, you will see he basically cataloged his experience, his nasty and lugubrious experience he's been able to put up to for over 30 years from Dangote from 1991. How Dangote chased him out of Lagos, where he was supposed to have his business, his cement, whatever, where how Dangote chased him out of Lagos again, where he had to go to Akwa Ibom to site his refinery. So they've been going back to back. And why he's been able to stand to Dangote as against other businessmen like Ibeto, all of them, is because he's a northerner, right? And he was
do you think Tinubu, do you think he can survive these moves that are, because what he seems to be going against is the established power structures of that country, which has been established for as long as established. It's essentially going up against the Fulani hegemony. Can he survive that?
Well, Bua is a Fulani man too, but
Yeah,
look,
he's a Hausa man. No, boy, it's a Hausa man, but I carry on.
Okay, but at least he's not an Igbo or Yoruba man.
And by the way, Dangote is a Hausa man too, but carry on.
Okay, what I can say to that is, if it's either he's able to do it or he doesn't do it. If he doesn't do it, what are the consequences, right? If he's able to do it, what are the consequences too? So you have to factor the consequences. Tinubu is not a young man, right? If he dies tomorrow, he dies a fulfilled man. He's been able to fulfill every lifetime ambition he has, the last one being a president. So if he's able to step on toes and people want to rock their head to the wall, they can do that.
Yeah, well, is he stepping on those toes too aggressively, too quickly?
Nigeria at this precarious time of Nigeria's, the president does not need to be. He doesn't need to babysit any economic saboteur. Now, if Tinubu himself is an economic saboteur, I expect him to go after himself. That is to speak to the gravity of the situation we find ourselves. So when you have
also finally, and then we go back to Adali Koko, do you think these saboteurs, as you've called them, do you think that they knew that this moment in time would come and they will acquiesce for reasons that they know they've taken more than enough, and they know that there's no scope anymore for I'm sure they know that they couldn't carry on in perpetuity, and that moment in time they knew it was coming, and it looks as though that moment in time might be now. Do you think they will just yield, or do you think they'll try and fight him?
Well, you can only fight. You can only fight when there is you can fight and survive, right? One man, where there is a unism of a mindset. But these people are divided between themselves. The way you see Bua now trying to see Dangote fall, or probably Dangote come to the level of everybody where they can have a real competitive business for all of them. The same way Beto will be happy that somebody is finally wielding a big stick. Then the way somebody like maybe somebody who, okay, for instance, Otedola had some issues the last time with Elumelu, how Elumelu played the first one on him. So all these businessmen, right, the one that is close, that are not really close to the political power, and they've seen the other ones not as brilliant as them, not as idealistic, not as sagacious, or probably does not actually have anything to bring to the table except for the political power or the political affiliation or connection. That's the only way he's been able to get ahead of them. But when they've seen somebody who is trying to liberalize the market for them, they will come together and support him. That's why you are seeing all this support. So, and he himself he was an insider. He's not an outsider like Buhari. Buhari is an outsider, right? That had some people coordinating and dictating to him. Go after this one. Go after this one, right? Buhari, Tinubu is going after them because he was part of them. He knows where the skeletons were buried or were kept. So there's no secret about all these things. He knows the next person to pull who can shake them up. He knew that he needed to go after the forest, speculators. He knew where Gidado was, the biggest BDC guy, who was the point man to the BDC world, to the forest world, right, in Lagos, Elumelu, Emefiele. And then you see the way they surreptitiously and carefully handled Emefiele's issue, and he was able to point them to where the funds were. without actually rocking the boat. When it looked or felt like they were rocking the boat, Emefiele's body language and countenance probably instructing his folks to keep quiet because they've already opened the book for him. Everything sealed up. But what you see now is in a situation where there are competitors and one of them is always getting ahead. Once again, I refer everybody to see what Bua wrote. Bua's business has been sabotaged several times by Dangote. Bua's business has been saved by Buhari himself, by may so rest in peace, Yaradua in the past, by Jonathan, right? And Bua's business has been sabotaged by OBJ. So through Dangote, all these things through Dangote, right? That is Bua. Do you know how many businessmen in Nigeria will say the same thing as Bua against Dangote?
Yeah, can I ask you a question in that regards? One mind, if you don't mind. So
yeah, carry on. It's a conversation. Carry on.
You mentioned liberalization of that sector. So are we looking at real liberalization beyond Bua that has grievances against Dangote, where you will see the emergence of new players more than the Femis and Boas and all that? Are we looking at true liberalization of that sector?
You want to see new names, Abi?
Or is it going to be like, oh, because we don't want Dangote, then we have these other 10 people that don't like him, so they have all? Are we looking at a true open up channel for everybody to have access that really want to go into that? That's my question. How far is it going to liberalize that sector where it opens up that market for true capitalism to play out?
Well, we can only say what we know, right? Is the president, and then the only reason why I'm saying this is because I know that he was part of them, and there are certain things that you don't need to tell him, and he's trying to basically diversify the economy as it is, right? So the real liberalization will happen, and he's already showing that is going to happen beyond the beyond the
usual names that we know,
the usual names and who are the cynosure of the business world in Nigeria. He's going to do that. And when you look at what even the Ministry of Housing and Housing is trying to do now, right? They are creating some homes and stuff like that in all the 36 states of the Federation, including FCT. And they are the tender board, or probably those people they are allowing to actually bid for that. Nobody on the list of the previous people they'll be having in the past. When you look at what Umai is doing, Umai is trying to basically, obliterate and then, crystallize the idea of having new players on board in almost all the critical sector. And then the same thing Bosun Tijani is doing now. So what you will see eventually is where you have a powerful man like Dangote and Bua and Otedola and Elumelu dictating the tunes and the affairs of government through their political patronage. That will not happen, because at the end of the day, he knows why he's trying to open the market for everybody. Why? Let me tell you why. Because he knows that at the end of the day, when you play too much with these folks, right, then they host the hases against you, against your government. They control the government, they control the market, they control almost everything, and there is little or nothing you'll be able to do. Even, and anything Tinubu does, he thinks politics is part of every consideration that he makes. So now, if you make these octopus, right, if you make them continue to feed large, why would you think that they will not, at a point, find a way to coalesce and work against your government, and then probably sponsor somebody? All they need is money to sponsor the person. So, and then they see, like I said, when you are a part of a system, right, you know the leakages, and you know the dark points of it. You know how to go against those dark points when you get into power, and that's what he's trying to do now. So he's been on a very good day. There's no way that whole Dangote will be asked to pay some money back. He will be trying to see the president all this while. He can't see him. He was in Ajearo for 7 hours.
Yes, for 7 hours, and then he was only able to get about a 10 minutes hello. You even tried to accost him at the mosque. Hold on, Enigmatic. I think Sam wants to come in. I called you earlier, Sam, just to introduce yourself, but Sam, yeah.
Hey, woman. Sorry, what's the name of the person who just finished? Who actually?
How dare you? That's the majestic enigmatic
No,
on D.
no.
Who doesn't know enigmatic on this planet?
Okay, okay. I just want to be sure. My name is Sam. Actually, I've been, following. I come in once in a while. I want to drop these before I actually forget or move on from these. This is a problem. One of the problem we have in now is what Obasanjo cost us as a country. Say what Boa is doing. Many people can attest to this that is going on. Obasanjo actually put us in this slavery. When Dangote started buying everything Nigeria owned under his watch because he had interest anyway. When we're talking about Boa, we talk about everybody should remember Lafarge. The fight he had with Dangote. Dangote buried him. Way back when Dangote started food processing, when they started making his company started going to food, sugar, and stuff. If you remember, a local brand came up then with Indomie or the noodles thing. Dangote killed the business. Let's now talk about other things. Cement. All steel rolling company in Nigeria have been bought by Dangote. All the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria, Dangote. So, like everybody had said on this platform, is our time, and I think this is what Tinubu is trying to do. Like he said earlier, Edmund said, "Oh, little like a thief would know the part of a thief." My mom always say that. This is the deal with Tinubu. If Tinubu do not do something now, even this 4 years, or if he's actually dreaming of another 4 years, there are a lot of guys who will sabotage him if there's no level playing ground for everybody. So going back to what I just want to add on this issue is what Obasanjo cost us. Everybody will say Obasanjo is one of the best presidents. Obasanjo is one of the rogue that actually ruled Nigeria. Obasanjo will not do anything for you if there's no interest. I was fortunate. Fortunately, I know people who are close to him, and I have a lot of guys who have actually dealt with him. If there is nothing kickback, Obasanjo will not do anything for you. So
I'm not sure you can be saying that. Is there? We're a fact-based. We're a fact-based platform. Yeah.
Okay. One man. Okay, we all know what the fact is, though. But I understand because of the platform. Fine, awesome. But one other thing I need to add before you move on is, if this market can be monopolized, we should stop monopolizing this market. Nigerians are suffering, and that's why my brother said earlier, if Nigerians can see, when this guy said, okay, cement will now be 3,005, Dangote raised eyebrow. But they are in the same business. They know the secret of this business. And the guy has actually promised now he's going back to 2005 if everything goes well. These are the kind of competition we want in Nigeria.
But as the price gone down, him that is talking 3,005. If the price,
hold on, Sam. Yeah,
is his own price now 3,005 as he promised?
Who is that?
No, that's Ajanle Koko. But hold on, Sam. Ajanle Koko. When they said it was going to reduce the price to 3,000 something, what came out was that the middlemen were resisting it. So the middlemen that conduits between the factory and the market, they were resistant to that.
No, it's not the middleman. If he didn't reduce it, if you want to sell it, because he's saying 3,005, then the middlemen have to put their own profit. So how much is the factory price? How much is it coming out from the factory?
No, it doesn't have the volume. You know what? In that space, he doesn't have the volume to dictate that price. Is the thing. But Dangote is about 10 times his size. If Dangote doesn't move his price, then there will be too much of a chasm in the market, and then the middleman would not be able to. I think he was willing to do it, but the process was resistant to it. And that was what was
yeah. Guy is just trying to draw an attention in the press. So he didn't do it. he was just blabbing. So he hasn't done it. So go to the price, go to the market and ask for the price of his own bag of cement. If it is 3,005 now, what effort has he made before making that statement? You have not made any effort. You have not done anything. You are saying that, oh, you are promising the president the price of your cement will come down to 3,005. It's all it's just a way of deceiving people. Let's carry out the action first. Let us see you. You don't need to say anything. Just carry out your action and put Dangote in the run. I mean, on the run, rather. So it's all talking. It's all talking. There's no action to back it up. It's just talking. So we should not get involved in this fight between these goddamn billionaires that care for no poor people. Just leave them.
Quick question, one man.
Oh yeah, go on, Prince. And then after Prince, Ajale Coco round off your space, and then we go on to the next contributor. So Prince, yeah, come in.
Yeah, I guess the question for Ajale Coco and I guess more so enigmatic. Is Dangote a net positive for Nigeria?
You know, I've been asking that question for a good week, 10 days now. I don't think it is, but yeah, enigmatic. Let enigmatic go first, and then you go next to round off, and then we go on. Enigmatic. That question is Dangote a net positive for Nigeria?
It's quite it's tricky, but what I would say is
it's tricky.
And you too as well, Babati. So enigmatic, Babati, and then Ajale Coco answers to round off. Yeah, enigmatic.
The simple way I would say it is that if you have to advance your business to kill other businesses, then the reps is allocator, the fast speaks for itself. It means you have no use. If you have to kill Ibeto Cement, you have to kill Lafarge, you have to kill a lot of businesses for you just to survive. And then the Nigeria has given you so much, but you are even what you make, the raw materials, the human resources, the capital and everything that you basically leverage your business with and on, everything almost 100% result from Nigeria, yet you still do not give us good prices. So I believe the answer is within that statement, and people can make it out of that.
All right, brilliant. So Babati
is
yeah.
Let me reply this way, Warbat. So do you remember the 2015 elections, Warbat, where
Yes.
Goodluck lost? So before they announced, maybe people you thought that there was a thread on Twitter. Before they announced the elections, there was Goodluck and Dangote sitting by Goodluck's side. Once they announced the election, by the evening, Dangote was already sitting by Buhari's side. The same day. Like it was like Jesus, he just moved like to the next person, like that. So he's an opportunist. I don't think it's beneficial because in most societies, those kind of individuals at that level, your Microsoft, your Bill Gates, your Tesla, I mean, that would be our own version of him. If we, I'm not just trying to argue this here. But when they make their billions and become successful, their companies, their industries birth other industries. The rise of Tesla in America, of Microsoft in America, has given the opportunity for other businesses to thrive, new players to come in. White people have made millions because Bill Gates exists in America. People have become billionaires. They move out of poverty from middle class to upper class, from poverty because of Microsoft, of Tesla, company like that. So ask yourself the questions: how many people in Nigeria have risen or have benefited from the rise of Dangote in Nigeria? You give me I want to see those numbers.
No, but I think that's the wrong question though. It's not how many people, but has Nigeria as an entity benefited?
Yeah,
from,
but
because I'm sure there'll be individual people that have made vast fortunes off the back of
but in terms of industries, because I'm looking at it from job creation, not just for his own company, but for other people that have ideas that will benefit from the opportunity that he has. But because the only way you can put it is that his access to people in government is what made him who he is. if he didn't have the access to government, I don't think he becomes as big as he is today. And he's been able to leverage that to open up channels in other African countries. That one I will give him credit for. He leverages access in the Nigerian government to get access to other countries in Africa to do that. But I don't think overall it's been good for the Nigerian market, especially for upcoming entrepreneurs that could have benefited from what he's doing in Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. I'm going to take 2 more samples on that question before I come to Ajale Koko to round it off. I want Zita to speak on that space as well, because I know she's a huge fan of she's a huge fan of Dangote. So Zita, Prince Daddy's question, your response, and then Prince Daddy to respond to his own question as well, and Ajale Koko to round it off. Zita. Oh no.
Hey, one man.
There you are. Salam alaikum.
Hey, how that day?
We did, can't we?
What did you say is the question? I've not really been following what is going on.
No.
I had my eyes on Europe and America, because a lot is going on in Europe. I don't even know why you're not talking about it. And in the United States, you said Dangote did what? What did you say?
All right. He was asking if Dangote was that's Prince Daddy, that is. He was asking if Dangote is a net positive for Nigeria. So taking all of everything that he is, and ultimately, if you boil it down, is he a net positive for Nigeria, Dangote? So
yeah,
a little bit on that, and then a little bit on what you're looking at in Europe and America, just to bring us up to speed. So yeah, Zita.
Yes. Yeah, he asked the question in an economic term, and the answer is yes. If you put down economically what it means for a company, an entrepreneur to be a net, a positive to a country, yes, he is. That's the answer.
All right, brilliant. And just
for me too. That's the answer.
Yes, there it is.
Really, one man preventing other companies from getting opportunities for access to loans.
Let's not
do that, man. This guy, he really don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, Zita.
Okay. As I said before, when I spoke on this, I'm not a fan of Dangote. I've not even met him before. But let me say this. When people make some kind of propaganda and say some certain things, I don't really feel comfortable about it, because I don't like a situation where somebody will call me dumb. Dangote is a businessman. Others are businessmen. He has the power to prevent you. He has the power to kill your business. I mean, come on, man. So who are you? A weak businessman?
We're not asking if he's an astute businessman. We're asking if the country ultimately wins.
No. I'm responding to. I said yes. Yes. Because for so many years, among the entrepreneurs in Nigeria, he was the only one that was not moving out his profit. For so many years. And that's why I said the person that asked the question asked it in economic terms. And if it's in economic terms, without us reasoning it from our instinct, we discuss it from our reasoning, then the answer is yes. But if we want to talk about moral, I don't even know any businessman who got moral. More especially the extremely rich ones. There is an adage in Igbo that says, if I tell you how I become rich, you will never think of being rich. It's an adage. It takes a lot to get there all over the world. So what is all this moral justification you people are throwing on the man? This is business, man. If he goes to Buhari and tell Buhari some shenanigans to release money for him, you too go to Buhari. He is one man talking to one man. You too should be one man. Go to the man. I mean, I don't get all these stories around Dangote. Are you people planning to crash the man or what? I don't get it.
Do you think it should be crashed?
From Amazon, Facebook, there's still intels of others. They do all manner of things. Have you somebody bothered to ask how Facebook come about? The WhatsApp you are using today, who had it before? You've forgotten so soon? I mean, what is all this? Did he have this guy fall? The guy is still a billionaire. He crashed somebody to become a billionaire. What is all this?
But madam, that is fair business practice. What we're talking about is if you have a fair level playing field, if you then go to that, it is fair, it's fine. What we're saying is that he has unfettered access to government, unlike other people.
I am not getting it. Is the word even fair? Let me ask this question. Is he a fair word in the first place, not to talk of a fair business? He has access to the government. He was the one that walked his way to have access to the government. You too, as a businessman, walk your way to have access to the government.
So bribing, so you agree with bribing government officials?
The end justifies the means. I mean,
really? Okay.
Let me say, I thought I heard somebody saying he waited for Tinubu for 7 hours. Really? Who among them have waited for 7 hours? Tomorrow now you will say he had access to government. He patiently waited for 7 hours. And you people are excited that he came out and just got a hello. Did he cry? Maybe today he was there. If you check very well, he was there again today. If you check very well. And maybe he got others. Persistence is a rugged word. And it's only the rugged that takes it. I think you people should leave that man. I don't even like the thought that Nigerians are sitting down excited and planning on how to get him down. Must you get him down for others to grow? Why don't you grow all of them?
Zita, nobody wants to get him down.
No, but what is all these stories around him, if I may ask?
Yeah, people want to loosen the stranglehold he has on that country.
Which stranglehold now?
Because it's essentially turning into the country into the Dangote PLC, just a subsidiary. Nigeria will be a subsidiary satellite
That's
entity.
not true.
One man, don't you think that really what we are saying here is power politics? Don't you feel Tinubu has already cited that Dangote, with his influence in the cement industry and now the oil and gas industry, he is a force to be reckoned with, and he's just trying to put him down to size? Because that's what I say this is all about.
One man, let me say this. I noticed that you always talk about hegemony. But have you ever sit down to wonder how much work that is being put in before you start hemorrhaging? It's a lot of work. Nobody wakes up in a day and starts hemorrhaging others. It's not done. But let's face the fact. Nigeria is a country. Presidents come and go. If you think that Dangote is getting a lot from the government, and you are a new administrator, and Dangote is now your problem, that's fine. But the only thing I can say is that you do not need to stop a hegemony to start another hegemony. A little too late. If you think that a man who built that kind of refinery, that what a government of that country will do is to run around him and circle him to bring him down to stop which hegemony that is already hegemony. How do you stop it? Stop the refinery or what? I don't get it. It's beginning to gnaw my heart on all these stories coming out. Tinubu should make the others rich too, if that's what the problem is.
That's what we're saying, though. Zita, I think you may be approaching it from the wrong angle. Nobody is wanting nobody is wanting to see Dangote brought down, but people want the marketplaces that he occupies to be liberalized. So there's there's more competition in that space to force it down as for affordability for Nigerians.
That's it.
Let me tell you something, one man. Let me say this. I don't know how much time I have. The power of liberalizing a business is in the hands of the business owners, not the government.
That's the other way around. That's the other way around, Zita.
The power of liberalizing a business is in the hands of the businessman.
That is not true.
Let me tell you why it is extremely true. You can stop Dangote. You can stop giving him money. I bet you there are some countries who are ready to give him money. There are some countries, mark my word. And his pushing nature and his business nature and his shrewd nature can still make him occupy that market, even when you think you have liberalized it. It's the struggle. It's a market. Thank God you called it market. It's a struggle. Bring your brain. Bring your brain. Bring your tactics. Let's do it. It's not the government. The government can say, you, it's a level playing ground. Then Oyama said, who runs? After all, there are people who got cement business license before Dangote. Were they actually manufacturing that business?
He crushed them. He crushed them.
Oh, okay. And you think that thing that made him crush them is with the government? Let's watch and see. Anyway, I don't want to go into that argument because it's pure economics.
So let me just add to Zita's point. Because Zita said that they will give him money in other countries. So you do a little research on how he got access to cement in Congo and Sierra Leone. It was because of relationship with the government of Nigeria that got him access to those resources in this country. So when you say you cannot dismiss the impact of government in its success,
and you cannot dismiss Nigeria as well, Babati. Zita. When Zita was saying that if you don't support him, then other countries will. Dangote needs Nigeria more than Nigeria needs Dangote.
Even its refinery, the wealth of
the country, the marketplace, everything. Where else can he go to have all of,
government
anyway,
one man. Listen, folks.
Let me finish. Now let me respond to them. Government made Dangote, right? So the government were crashing.
You keep saying crash. Nobody is saying to crash him now.
What we're saying is that Zita, please wait. What we're saying is this.
We are saying is monopoly is too
give everybody else that has the funds the same opportunities that you've given him in those sectors. Is what we're saying, and make it competitive. That way, it benefits the consumer because you have competition.
Okay.
That's the point.
Okay. Can I say one thing very simple? I'm going to give an analysis now. Just a simple question. Do you people remember Yahoo Messenger?
We do.
Good. And today you have WhatsApp. I am sure that most of you don't know the algorithm and the intel of Yahoo Messenger. That was the same thing that was used for WhatsApp. It was on a level playing ground. Where is Yahoo Messenger today? We are using WhatsApp, right? The two governments did not stop anybody. But somebody has monopolized it today. Even when Telegram came up to compete with him, Telegram is struggling. I think I've answered all your questions.
All right. Let's hear from Prince Daddy, who brought up the question originally, and then we move on. I think people have now been waiting for a good while. Prince Daddy, you brought up that question.
Yeah, one man, I don't. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. So yeah, your response to your question.
Yeah. Well, my response is that net positive. I can't say. We need some numbers. I'd like to know how much taxes Dangote paid over the years. How many people is employed, and all his businesses. No, we need some numbers to back it up. Hopefully, if Colata was here, he could help us out. But when it comes to Dangote, and what I hear about him is the issue about monopoly, right? And just like Babati was saying earlier, see, yes, Bill Gates created a lot of jobs, but at the same time, people talk about Bill Gates being a smart person when it comes to computer science or computing, right? Or software development, or Microsoft. We all know that. But as equally as impressive as Bill Gates is when it comes to software, his business acumen also is equally as impressive, quite frankly. And he knows also how to play the market. When he started out, he had a lot of, you can say, connection with the government, because him being able to spread his software, the Microsoft programs, he had a lot of help from the government and other, agencies in the government. So, and Dangote is not the father of monopoly. In fact, he does his own monopoly in kind of almost in a crude way, but it is the same framework, really. When it comes to monopoly, most industrialists, which Dangote is, they tend to monopolize the market, and they do a good job at it. And American business people over the years, they've been able to monopolize ruthlessly their marketplace. Bill Gates was one of them. If you study very well right now, buying businesses and killing them, well, Zuckerberg is the master of it. Okay, is the master of it. Other businesses, even Google for sure. Google right now, Brim and the other guy, they do the same thing. So monopoly. The point here is that I don't want to corner Dangote or put him in the box as this evil man that wants to control the market in Nigeria and wants to ruin everybody. No, that's not the case. Of course, competition with Dangote, or strong competition against him would, of course, help drive down the price of cement and other commodities, other goods, right? Which is fine. But if you ask me, it's not that of a ruthless monopolist. It's not. It's not doing anything unique at all in that regard. Absolutely not. It's just a man that saw the opportunity and it has the leverage and is using its leverage to maximize his profit or his expansion across the country. Today, I think Angelica said it. We're talking about Lafarge, right? The other one in Port Harcourt, the other cement company. What's it called?
Ibeto. Is it Ibeto?
No, the common one you guys be talking about.
Bois.
Yeah. Bois. Given Bois the same opportunity, do you what business? I mean, many of the people on this platform, they've done businesses or they're business people. What business is happy to have a competitor come into the marketplace and they willingly give that market share to that competitor? It doesn't happen. So Dangote being ruthless Yeah, it just is the beast is the nature of the game. There's nothing strange about that. Now, yeah, there's nothing strange about that. Giving board the same opportunity, it would do the same thing. They all like politicians, just like the obedient people think when their elected leaders go into the Senate or a House of Assembly, they would turn down a $16 million or a $60 million vehicle purchase. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So, Boer and the rest, if they have the same opportunity, they would behave like Dangote. If they have that leverage, they would. There's no doubt in my mind. Today, they may be crying that they've been crushed by Dangote, which is true in a lot of ways. But they themselves, they're not angels. So I can't really say it's Dangote overall. It has to be a numbers game. I know for sure. I mean, how much do they charge Dangote for all those trucks running across the country? Is it paying extra for those trucks in taxes, in levies? We don't know that. I don't know that.
That's the point we are making. Those unfair business practice. If it was just fair practice where it wins out, that's fine by me. It's all business. But when you now have unfair business practices that government looks away from, I have an issue with that. That's all I'm saying.
But that's not his problem. That is your problem.
I
my
agree.
problem, Nigeria's problem.
I'm with you. Like government should do a better job being fair to people. But if you're a brilliant mind that has this business acumen and can do better than anybody else, you should that is fair enough. But that should be.
But it cuts up across board, Baba T. They are all undercutting Nigeria, whether we want to.
I do know, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. For everybody, it's my point. Anybody, because remember when one man asked the question, I wasn't even talking about the Boa. I said liberalization of the market for new players. One man, do you remember? Not even the permits. I want new guys to come in. So even I know they're all doing the same thing, but that is according to the younger ones, the new players that don't have enough funds but want to get into play the game. So if you make it fair, you bring in new players into that sector, not the permit, not the Boa. Forget those ones. I'm talking about new guys that want to come into that sector, not the current ones.
Well, the entry, the barrier to entry in that marketplace is pretty high. Not just any Tom, Dick, and Harry can come in there, and so I mean, and in coming in anyways, there's a lot of risk to be assumed in that industry. No doubt about it.
Yeah, maybe. Prince Daddy, may I come in because I know one man is in a hurry to move from this.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, you got me there. I was just waiting to move on because so many people you've not spoken a lot of people.
Prince, by the way, I hope you are watching the debate on. You're watching the Republican.
Yeah. I want to open it
up
to that.
No, I want those are jokers, man. Come on.
Oh, don't take my chance away.
Hold on. Let's hear from Baba. I want us to get through to watching that American debate. So, Baba, let's hear from you first.
Yes. Let's go back maybe a little bit to the beginning, because one thing is we are lucky to have these people, all of them. We are very lucky, and those ones that are the face of Nigerian enterprise, they are even more than the ones we see. There is Kim Bello, there is Oba Otudeko, and a whole lot of them. Government actually empowered them. But even among equals, there would be an outstanding one.
Baba.
Yes,
Baba.
yes, madam.
Can I take a minute of your time, please?
Okay, quickly. I will give you 40 minutes.
No, let me just take some seconds. There's something I said. I want to drive down the point. What I'm saying is that according to most Nigerians, they said Obasanjo made them. Adenuga, nobody's mentioning that one's name. Then go tell them and co. Obasanjo did not take from any rich man in Nigeria to make them. There were billionaires, even the ones that stole from the government of Nigeria. Obasanjo did not take from them to make those people. He put up a policy, arranged something for them. So Tinubu should do that. He should not take from Dangote.
Exactly where I'm going, actually. Because Jonathan tried also with the petroleum economics, trying to redirect it. And that was what brought about Jide Omokore, Aluko, and co. It wasn't, they abused the opportunity given to them. This same opportunity is what Elumelu, the Zenith Bank guy, and all the rest, they leverage upon, and look at where they are today. Who could believe that a bank like Standard Trust, a small bank owned by Elumelu, could swallow a Kuforiji Olubi bank, UBA? But it happens. It's about opportunity. And Dangote stood out and is far ahead because he didn't see Nigeria as his only market, even if it is one of the biggest markets in the world in terms of our size. He extended his boundaries outside. And you know, even himself and Jeb Bush, they have a sugarcane farm in Brazil from which they extract ethanol. And that refinery you see in the export-free zone is going to bring the urea. It's one of the products he's going to do. And already he signed a contract with America. Our fertilizer will be exported to America. So it's a question of the other people like slack. So they are lacking. But like I said, Tinubu being a player too, being part of them. He is part of them. Like I repeat the words I used to use. He knows where the bodies were buried. So, and I'm sure as astute as he is, he himself is going to create his own wealthy people. And Nigeria is the better for it. Let these people fight. I mean, the other time, it's a face. The other time it was Dangote was the chairman of our boss, that is the Lagos Stock Exchange. Otedola took over from them. There was a fight. There was a fight. Big fight, even street fight. So let them fight. They will eventually settle. But Nigeria is actually the richer for it. Because I know very well, most of African head of state, they envy our presidents, not because of Nigeria, but the Dangotes, the Elumelus, the Ovia we have. I mean, I remember the other time when Jonathan went to, as a president, to a ceremony, I think in Kenya, and he saw private jets, and they were telling him all those private jets that came for the ceremony are owned by Nigerians. He was very proud. He said it. He said he couldn't believe it himself. That is the creation. Whether they are paying full taxes or not is the fault of the bureaucracy. So if we have a president that knows or that doesn't fear them, that has dined and drank with them before, they can always sit down and sort Nigeria out. This is my own belief, man.
All right, brilliant. Ajearo Koko, just in a couple more words, and then we'll move the conversation on. Ajearo Koko, back to you.
Okay, Prince Daddy, to your question. He said, "Is Dangote a net?" What was the question again?
Is it a net positive for Nigeria?
Oh yes. Oh yes, it's a net positive to Nigeria. Look, its investment in Nigeria is that the contribution of its investment in Nigerian economy is huge, and you can't just take it away. It's immense contribution to Nigerian economy, and if you look at it from the point of job creation, taxes, and opportunity, and technology, technical know-how that his investment in Nigeria has brought to Nigerian economy. I think those are the things that sustain that economy. So they are huge investment. And in the area of taxes, I've had him in an interview said that his organization pays 55% as taxes to Nigeria. If you consider what he paid in corporate tax, the dividend, the business tax, and other taxes, if you put everything together, he said it's around 55%. That is huge. If you don't have such a huge, those are the, such big organizations are the ones that give most revenue. They are the ones that give most revenue to the state. So you can't, it's a huge success. It's industry and organization has contributed immensely to the success of Nigerian economy today. And the other day, I had Zita, telling one man that Tinubu should not go for Dangote when one man was reading a topic that Dangote was discovered in some of corruption shenanigan with was the central bank governor, the former central bank.
Emefiele.
And Tinubu, according to that report, was furious, and he was trying to get Dangote to cover some money that he has not paid back. And Zita was saying that Tinubu should not go for him, and that Tinubu should leave him alone. And I was wondering that if a man is owing Nigerian state with all his billion, why can't Nigerian state get their money that he owed from him? So I don't think even for being a billionaire and a man that have contributed immensely to the Nigerian economy in terms of productivity, it doesn't mean that if he violated the law or if he contravened the law in the area of maybe tax evasion or payment of his debt to Nigerian state should not get their money back from him. So, and Zita was saying it is business; they should leave him alone and stuff like that. So I don't think that is right. It is time for Nigerian state to let all these billionaires that have been favored. They are all favored by the state. Sometimes at the detriment of the people, sometimes at the detriment of competition, and that empower them, that give them that monopolistic power, in the market. I don't think it is fair. And we should be able to run that economy well in such a way that competition will be open up for others, to flourish as well. Nigerian state will benefit more in terms of job creation, in terms of revenue, in terms of wealth creation. So Nigerian state should encourage, put up a policy. Tinubu should come out with a policy that will encourage others to come into every sector of the economy. Let there be competition, transparency, and let there be a competition so that we can benefit more as a country and the people. So
That's the point we've been making now. Just me that.
That's the point we are making.
All right. Let Ajay Koko land. So I'll go on to Bishop, who has been patiently waiting for so long. Yeah, Ajay Koko, back to you.
Yes, but in conclusion, I think it contributed so much to the success of our economy, even though that is being favored so much by every successive administration. And I believe all of them were favored. All the billionaires we have, they are all favored. But Dangote stand out to be the one among them that know how to play the hard ball better than the rest of them. And that is why we have him in position of he occupied today. The monopolistic power that he occupied in that economy is because he knows how to play the hard ball than the rest of them. So, one man, let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Ajay Koko. So, thank you, Ajay Koko. Let's go on then to Bishop. Hopefully, still there. Bishop, you're up next. Bishop.
Okay. Hello, good evening, gentlemen.
Bishop.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
good evening.
yes. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you were going to leave me. I just want to say good evening first and foremost to everyone that is on the platform tonight. Let me say thank you for coming. Please click on the like button. Once again, I repeat that. Please click on the like button. Thank you very much. So, well, I think you've exhaustively discussed some of those things. I mean, from the release of Emefiele to the role he played and the involvement of others, especially the last topic you were just. I think there's nothing more to be added to that, except the fact that it's the right thing. If it's a believable offense, it's the right thing to grant him bail. If rumors or the stories surrounding the recovery of so much money is true, I'm now wondering why some people are saying he has no case to answer, that he has been released, that he was just held illegally, whatever. If that amount of money can be recovered from an individual and some of the people that he has wrongfully, my choice of word, wrongfully, because if I say criminally now or illegally, some people might get a little bit triggered, wrongfully allocated funds to from our collective patrimony, then there must be sanctions that go with that behavior itself. The fact that the one we saw, people have forgotten so quickly what Emefiele subjected fellow Nigerians to. He turned them to beggars over their own money. People died, properties were destroyed, life became very extremely brutish and miserable. And all of a sudden, I think we have very short memories sometimes when we choose to. And people are fighting for fundamental human rights. As much as human rights is very much, it depends on, I mean, there are things that sometimes you begin to wonder, how did we get here? So some people are making Dangote to look like, Emefiele to look like a victim. In this case, he's not a victim. He's not a captive of the state. He's being held by the state for offenses he committed, and legally so. I mean, maybe tomorrow now you will see people in his city or in the state organizing a welcome parade, or welcome party for him, or welcome carnival, and they did for power. Sometimes some things we should bury our head in shame for. We begin to celebrate it and make it look. But Nigeria is becoming a pattern. Whatever you throw up, there will be people on either side. Some people will always say, oh, this is how it is. The other people will say, oh, even when it is too simple, because we cannot complain. At least some people thought Abuja residents are golden. They are superhuman beings, so they deserve some golden votes. Even people that call themselves lawyers and senior lawyer for that matter believe that Abuja vote alone is enough to determine who the president of Nigeria. I think maybe we should just be conducting election in Abuja alone and leave the remaining 36 states since they are the superhuman. They are the Baba, kill any Musa now. Since they are the super, because it sometimes I mean outside the discussing it and this, I just try to rationalize it. I see reasonable, supposedly reasonable, sensible human being throwing that line and arguing about it on anything. So for me, yeah, let them release him, but let them prosecute that case to a logical conclusion. I think it's unfair on ordinary Nigerians that big people with big money that has committed big crimes, we just politicize it, no matter how heinous. We just give you some name and grant them bail. And you were making reference that the other time that we had Femi Fani-Kayode since how many years ago? We have cases that lasted 12 years. Look at Oji Kalu that was released on a silly technical something, and they still had it got to as a criminal to make it back to our National Assembly, was even contesting to become the Senate president and even a president. That's I say that's anathema, but that's where we find ourselves. So, how is it affecting our economy? I think let's make the best of it for now, no matter how bad it is. Let's just make the best of it and get ourselves out of this quagmire that all this misbehavior had landed us. So on that, I will just want to leave that. I think you've exhausted it. You spent enough time on it already. If you think that caught my attention, apart from what you said, and Afenifere saying that the election, I'm a Yoruba man and I will stay. Would you see me? Would you buy me to find people here? Because when we can come back, shaking it, if people could sit down, and these are elders that want to say, because I review what happened in all honesty, they know they are partisan, and I will say it. People, wolves, vultures have hijacked Afenifere for their selfish interests. The same way some miscreants have hijacked Nadeco, especially abroad in America. They are calling themselves Nadeco, but you see the hand of Esau, and you are hearing the voice of Jacob. Exactly the same thing. The virtue of Omoluabi is the hallmark of Afenifere. But with what is playing out with the present Afenifere under Adebanjo and his remaining cohorts, it's a shame. It's a shame. The real people that had trod this path, they will be shifting in their graves, in their respective graves, what Adebanjo had turned Afenifere into. But it will soon expire. The same Adebanjo was saying a few days ago.
Because they did not support Tinubu, right?
No, because they are too blind and too sectional to say the truth the way it is. I'm not talking about for them to come out and that statement they made that the democracy is dead, election is finished because their preferred candidate did not win, shows how
It's tunnel vision. Yeah.
how brainless, how brain dead, how the vision is lost. How I don't know the adjective to qualify that, so I don't care with that. Anybody that saw what happened and still come out with that kind of verdict, the good thing is that they are irrelevant. Read my words and read my lips and mark my words again. They are extremely, very irrelevant and inconsequential. So, Omar Dumo, you agree with me.
Bishop, can I
yes,
say this?
say it.
Look, when Obafemi Awolowo was saying all these things back in those days, particularly in Second Republic, that Nigerian state is not heading towards the right direction. And he described it then that's like a ship, um, that is moving towards a huge rock.
Yeah.
Except the captain of the ship steer the ship courageously steer the ship, it shall hit the rock and consequently spell doom
Okay.
in the annals of the country.
Yeah.
What have you seen today? So when
Okay.
these elders talk, sometimes we have to sit down and just, they've seen it all better than all of us. They've seen it all better than not some of us. Are we really, is it democracy? Are we really calling this democracy where you have to sign peace accord? I've never seen where that is done in any part of the world. Peace, are we at war? Peace accord before election day?
Just
You
okay.
see, when they are describing this, it is not necessary
Make
that
your
because of,
interjection brief,
let me
Adaleko. Make
land
it
now,
very
let me
brief.
land.
And that's what I'm
Let me
saying. You
land. You
spent
still
2
have the
minutes
floor.
already. Make it brief.
You still, don't worry now. You don't push me. You have the floor. Let me land.
No.
Okay, go ahead because
Thank you.
go ahead.
If you want to
Go ahead.
interject me, make it brief.
Go ahead.
It is in my place to say make it brief.
Hold on now, Bishop. Let Ajanlekoko interject.
Woman, no, you are always very partial when it comes to this issue. Why? I said let him make it brief. I'm not saying he should not land. I said make it brief.
Yes.
Is it too much to say?
Are you to dictate to me what to say?
No, I can say make it brief now. No, I can say make it brief.
Hold on, Ajanlekoko as well. Bishop, you still have the floor, but let Ajanlekoko land his interjection.
I never say it will not land. I only say make it brief.
Yes.
Am I getting too much?
One man, don't worry. Let him go ahead. Don't worry. One man, don't worry. Let him go ahead.
You can land now. You want to put a point to him, so put that point to Bishop Ajanlekoko, and then Bishop can respond to it, and then carry on with this monologue. Ajanlekoko, carry on. Ajanlekoko. All right, back to you, Bishop. I think Ajanlekoko is no longer there. Carry on, Bishop.
Okay. Well, Ajanlekoko can say we are talking what we are saying, but Ajanlekoko has called practically every politician in Nigeria criminal, bandits, whatever name he wants to call them. So if he is at liberty to call others what name, I can say Baba Adebanjo, as a result of his conduct, is shameless and is irresponsible. So it's a public officer too, or person too. So why is he egg? Why is he? That's my reading of the whole thing. Because Agbaman Tolini, when Agbaki wa loja kori omo tuntun wo. Babanja de kakuko. Adebanjo. Another people know this fact that Adebanjo and Bodejo had gone beyond the realm of politics. They've taken it personal. Personal hatred. It is written. You can see it. It's so palpable that you can touch it. Every time they've taken it personal. And you must Wilejo, Ijalara, you Toboro, Omo Yobaniwa. That means we at the let's go that out. So I know what I'm talking about. So how long is it going to last? At what point are they going to shit their sword and say, okay, you know what? In the best interest of the state, let's. Are they saying you cannot see anything good in any other person except yourself or your interest? And it has to be your way. Is that the democracy? And people will come here and be defining democracy for the rest of us. But when it comes to them, they look it the other way. And I cannot say things that I'm seeing. Are people more Nigeria than me? And I'm saying Adebanjo is not represent. Gather 100 Yoruba people today and ask them randomly. 70-80% of them will tell you Adebanjo does not represent me. It does not reflect the virtue of Omoluabi. And if I cannot do anything, but at least let me say it. Now, for me, it's a shame. It's a terrible shame. Because you will see, except you have not been watching the political something in Nigeria. We brought Awolowo in. Oh, Awolowo is a great man. Was a great man, very great man, extremely very revered. But Awolowo was no God. Why he lived? He had human failings too, a little bit, no matter how small it is. But he did not behave like this once. or maybe the something that played out. There are different times, you know. Maybe that time it was not as toxic as this. Maybe it's even after politics, people still do affair, like when they go to play Ayo at Idioro or Idi, whatever they want to play, and they play Ayo, they abuse their father, grandfather, mother, and call themselves things, and they still drink and wine together from the same cup, and they still clap back their back and still say, "Oh, more, that's how we roll." No? But we have people here that have become so toxic in their conduct, in their utterances, in their anyhow. Let them go. Whatever they sow, they will reap. Ajearo, I think anybody we know, Ajearo was partisan and it was devilishly so. When did Ajearo just order the shutdown of the national grid for nothing? So Ajearo had been looking forward to be NLC chairman. I wanted to use that power to launch himself. So he gets drunk. The same thing that happened to the former the current ASU chairman, that he led people, he misled people, he misguided people. Anybody can believe what they want to believe, but Ajearo's intervention and the role he's playing in Imo State is extremely very partisan, and they have been killing NLC for a long time. I think Ajearo is the one that will put the final coffin, and I will tell you how. I pray sincerely that the government does not go into any negotiation with them until the 14th of this month. Let them start that protest, that strike, and I can assure you it will flop. It will be the worst, except they see reason by themselves and quickly call it off. But I just pray that the government does not intervene.
Why the 14th? What happens on the 14th?
No, for the strike now, they have declared the strike on the 14th.
You yourself, one man, you said it all. What happened in Imo? How come it's affecting somebody?
Affecting national. They are saying calling a national strike, declaring a national strike because of what happened in Imo, which was true. It was like
you can know where they are coming from.
It was a personal thing. So for me, I don't want federal government to engage them. I think it's about time.
I want them to bring it on.
I want them to bring the strike. That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't want federal government to engage them. Don't pacify them. Don't beg them. Don't give them. Don't go any condition. Let them be that strike on, because I can assure you that strike will flop. It will flop
within 1 week.
It will not even get 1 week. 2 days. 2 days.
And that will put the final nail
in
Nigeria's coffin.
All their threats, all the look, that's what I want. I think we're tired of this because NSC is not adding value. Look, a day before that day in Onitsha, 2 brothers were in broad daylight. You know what I'm referring to. They were not as single as much as a word, even from leadership of Anambra State. As we're talking today,
nothing from that.
It is this guy. It is Reno Omekoro. Reno Omokiri. I say Omokoro. Reno Omokiri. That is keep poking Okonjo, not Okonjo, Obi Ezekwesili and Peter Obi. They have not spoken about it 1 week after. But everybody is condemning, Ajearo, when they have not even investigated to know what actually happened. There were no video evidences. And we say there were no people with Ajearo that recorded that event in this modern day. A whole Ajearo, nobody caught what happened on video. We only saw him with solely, and we are now accusing somebody. Wow, what are the evidences that the person you are accusing is about? So nobody is interested because it is government. We want to accuse. Oh, we have another reason to bash them. I'm not a fan of Uzodinma. I'm not, far from it. In fact, I don't know why I don't even like his face. These campaigners before he contested that election. But that time it was between him and this other guy. Not what's this other guy? Another one. So I don't even like it. No, not Ihedia. No, Ihedia was in PDP. I'm talking of APC.
Is it Uba?
No, 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 Krosa. If you mention his name, I would know him.
All right, carry on.
So for me, but hey, if to say that me, sorry, make a speaker for broken. If to say that me too, you be NSC chairman, you are already partisan. You want to carry cow to come and post and sign for my galley. You have
But you know, Bishop, let me ask you one question. The day they showed that riotous atmosphere, I think it's in front of the local NLC there, where they claim the police came to arrest Ajearo and whisked him away. If the reporter could take the photograph of the crowd waving flag, so why haven't we seen a photograph of Ajearo being whisked away?
That's
How
what
much
I
more
said.
being slapped?
The brutal, exactly. That's what I said. That's what I've asked. And we know that there was a faction already, because Ajearo believed that the NSC executive in the state is pro the governor. So he now instituted a caretaker committee for the NSC, and those people rejected them. So they have been battle. That place has been a battleground. He has his own preferred NSC faction, and the state have an elected one. But simply because he felt that the state elected one are pro-governor, he now single-handedly dissolved them and now put in a caretaker committee that will do his bidding. And they came there, he wanted to fold their hands. I don't know what led to it, but let truth be told, there is no one that we can stay on their back, not on the back of Ajearo and not on the back of Uzodinma. So treating it like as if it's a victim in this case is completely not true. And it shows how feeble we can be, even as human observers and commentators at times. Because we
Even when
allow
the
ourselves to
trouble
be
was
so
beginning, sorry, Bishop.
Yes, sir.
He himself, he is a vain person. He's told the governor. I think he tried to meet with him. That one snubbed him, and he told him he will show him. In the beginning, that's where this thing started. It's personal.
That's unfortunate. He has taken it personal, and it shouldn't be so. Give me. I forgot and I was having one in my head. I wanted to talk about. Please, can you help me with the remaining topic as a woman?
Sorry, Gary.
Let me say, we were speaking about the. Have you spoken about Emefiele?
Yeah, that's the first thing I spoke about.
Okay, then we spoke about so a lot of it was around Emefiele. The news cycle was slow. We spoke about Afenifere, and then we spoke about a Nigerian man who was killed whilst trying to test this bulletproof charm.
Okay.
And then we spoke about a young man who found an abandoned child and then adopted her.
No. I won't go there. I won't go to that one. I only mentioned the as we are speaking now, the man with the charm, and there was one that's my mind as we were just talking. Oh my God. Yeah, the issue of the man with the charm is unfortunate that we keep happening.
We also we watched a clip on the launch of digital population
yes, that's where I want to go.
Yeah.
God bless you. That's exactly that's one that add value. All other ones are just yeah, that's what I really wanted to talk about. But let me start from this man. This issue, I think we just, I mean, they say what's beginning to actually, this thing keeps happening to people every day. You see, but that's not the worst thing that's happening now. The worst thing that's happening is that we're going to have an epidemic of organ diseases in Nigeria, organ failure, based on the kind of herb and nonsense that people are drinking. People just drink all manner of things in the name of they are fortifying, they are drinking agbo, they are fortifying themselves, they are drinking traditional. Any agbo that I did not cook by myself, I don't drink. That's the fact. Or loved ones are the one that prepare it. I don't drink. The kind of thing people are drinking now, and the kind of charlatans that fool out there, in the name of traditional herbal testing, that prepare all manner of concoction and the rest for people. Look, where you should learn is that kidnappers and bandits and ESN, they spend a whole lot of money to go and do charms And they will say, oh, they will tie something around their waist, they will do, and yet every day that they kill them like mosquito shelters, they kill mosquito, and you still go and put your chest. Why is it not that it is the man that is doing the medicine himself that say, okay, Baba, let's test this with you now. You are the one that made the charm now, so let's use it with us. Why should I allow myself? I would say it is the height of foolishness. So I'll just stress that one there. Let him that hear, the heart and hear, let him hear, so that it will not be, that person will not be the next victim. Now, to the good one, the launch of the digital electronic data something. When we were doing the intro, you said that we need sensors. We need sensors, but I will say we need this more than the sensors, because this is a long-lasting thing, and I believe our next sensors is not going to be just manual counting. It's going to be capturing digital biometrics. In which way it will be very difficult for you to duplicate. To say that if you are not captured digitally in your biometrics, then you cannot be counted. Even if it is just going to be 60% or 50% successful, let us insist and do it that way. So it is the only people now. There are so many forces against our sensors, and there will be forces against this thing that Tinubu has launched. Forget the fanfare with which he launched it. Some people want it to fail. And the people that want you to fail is the people that have been building a myth around what sensors they have, the number of our population figures. People that know that there are no more than 1 million and they have been claiming 5 million, they will not want you to succeed. So, as the government had taken this bold step, the government must be very determined. We all know what it's all about, but the government must be extremely, very determined to see it to its logical conclusion, because the powers that be might come against it to sabotage it. And the reason simply is this: is going to bust their lives. I say, they are saying we are 227, 228 now. I say we are probably 160, 170. And it's very generous. Maybe we are approaching 180. But honestly speaking, I want to go to 160 million of Nigerians. And if we can get that right, it will help us to be able to plan and project effectively very well. I'm not saying that we are not up to, we cannot be up to, even if we are 250, but let us have a very viable data that people will say, look, with percentage error of 1 or 2% of 2 or at most 5% plus or minus, because 5% of 200 million is a lot. 5% of 200 million is already 10 million. That's a whole lot. So if we can get it right, I hope people will not see it as an opportunity again to steal blind and to mismanage. But I know there will be forces that will not want that to succeed. So I really celebrate that, and I hope and pray this will be one of the many landmark, great landmark that Tinubu will achieve in his under his administration. Briefly on the young man with the child, I mean that melts one heart. You know, that really melts one heart. It's a great thing that young man has done, and I pray that there are many. There is this one that I used to wonder, that used to give me, goose people. And there's this white lady, I want to remember her name, that picked a girl, a young child from not a girl now, a young child on the street of Africa for many years ago.
Is she Swedish? That
Yeah,
lady.
I think that lady is Swedish. Yeah, she's Swedish.
Yeah, I think I remember that
Tattoo, yeah. And when she brought that little creature, because we were not able to see it was like a girl, but it turned out that the girl was a boy, was almost dying. I don't think that child would have survived another 1 week on the street where he was subjected to. And that is Akwa Ibom State. Now we have a governor that was building the biggest church, the biggest cathedral. And we are just full of the little act of kindness has eluded us. People are building cathedrals, but that is the state that they were killing young children in the name of their witches and wizards in Akwa Ibom State. And that lady came and showed us that, look, our that there is no humanity in us. And that's exactly what this young man had done. Now, why are we not celebrating this young man enough? When that lady, that Swedish lady did
We are celebrating him now, are we
yeah,
not?
I said, no, not you and I. I said, why are we not celebrating him enough? I'm talking of the state. We should be able to introspect. How many of such children are there? Look at how that young girl that you are showing now, look at how she was transformed. Look at how that boy that the Swedish lady picked, she took her away. Look at how that child was transformed. You will not be surprised that very soon the family will come out and say, it's our child, it's our child. There's some people that should be taken up and put on the firing squad. And without even, summarily just deal with them. So yeah, there is still some humanity. Yesterday there was this comedian, one boy comedian. I used to say his comedy is not funny, but in Ushubu yesterday there was a girl that was selling water, and even though I'm hearing some stories today that the girl was a scammer, but he really, he put the girl out, was able to give the girl some money, some good money, to stop hawking water, to go and start her makeup something. And the video saw it, tagged his elder brother, his uncle, and the uncle actually sent people to go and pick the girl, and so that they can rehabilitate her. Yeah, that's a good example. But there are many people that people can touch and impact on their lives on our streets. And even we ourselves, there are people that we can touch and impact in our own little ways. I know people are doing it, but I just appeal, let's use the young man as a role model, and so that we can impact other people. You never can know who you are reaching out to, but there are people there that a little act of kindness can turn their fortune around. So I say thank you. I say kudos to that young man, and I say more grace to his elbow.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Well done. So that's Bishop, of course. Excellently put by Bishop. So from Bishop, we go on to, let's go to Prince Daddy, who hopefully is still there. Prince Daddy. All right, we wait for Prince Daddy because I want Prince Daddy to speak on the American primaries that's going on. But let's go to Baba whilst we're waiting for Prince Daddy. Baba.
Yes, woman.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, can I just do one? Okay, go ahead. There was something.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to do a lot of listening.
Okay. Yeah. On the international space, don't you people think we are gradually sliding into the more spoken about apocalyptic, the doomsday, third world war? Because this evening, just a few hours ago, as we were starting this program, American launched an air attack on some part of Syria, where they have been launching attack towards Israel, and it was an effort, the effort of the Syrian. It was an Iranian-backed effort from Syria that America responded to. So they deployed some of their aircraft to go. And don't you see that we are entering a conflagration? I don't know. I know we don't talk too much on that, but the dimension it has taken, don't you think that we are really, we are almost at a precipice as it is now? I feel a little bit concerned at the dimension that the attack on Gaza and the involvement of the neighboring countries. On 2 occasions now, Yemen had fired missiles towards Israel that Saudi Arabia is intercepting, because if you know the geography, you have to cross. Now, if they keep doing that one, are you sure that Yemen will not want to attack Saudi Arabia? And if anybody attacks Saudi Arabia, are you sure US will not retaliate with heavy, just the same magnitude of what happened with the?
What about Hezbollah?
Yeah, of course, Hezbollah have already started their own now. So this involvement, this physical involvement, the boots on the ground, this air raid that US conducted, I think it's really a very new dimension to this whole crisis we have on our hands. Thank you, Baba, for your 2 minutes that I've stolen instead of one.
Yes, actually, it's something I don't know why. One man, can you tell us exactly why we can't discuss the going on?
No, we can discuss.
East?
We can discuss it, and I welcome that conversation because it looks as though everybody else is discussing it, and that apocalyptic narrative that Bishop was just describing. I think the world will have to make a conscious decision for that not to happen. So a lot of people will have to shift their egos. And if what Bishop is saying is right, that they are launching into Syria, the British foreign minister is in Saudi Arabia trying to persuade them not to get involved. But then we are seeing the push that is going on aggressively, that they're going to cut Gaza up and never give it back. And then, of course, the goings on in the Ukraine. Nobody is even talking about that anymore.
Even Sudan war is still going on. The
the Sudanese, they've always been at war anyway. But where the most damaging weaponries are concentrated seems to be where the wars are taking place at the moment. And if America has now launched into that war, then that adds another dimension to it. So who is going to, because I think all of these things is circling around ultimately a launch into Iran. And there's the speculation that Iran has nuclear potentials. And so that probably is going to be tested in this cycle. So people will have to shift their egos for us not to head towards a disaster. That's just what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, because it's been something that is very, very dangerous happening in the world, and like everybody is fearing it will spiral down to a nuclear war. Because what I know is that Israel will not go down without fighting, and they have nuclear armaments. They almost used it in the Yom Kippur War of 73. They almost used it. If you read General Moshe Dayan biography, because about the fourth day, they are making up their mind with Madame Golda Meir to use it because they were surrounded. And he came, the word he told Golda Meir on the night of the third day was, the house of David is about to fall. And he said, can we go ahead? And she said, so be it. And few hours later, they had good news from the front line that they are making some gains. That was when they captured Gaza and all the rest. And they were even going to Cairo because they said they want to plant their flag in Cairo. It was America that put them on leash. Just like that mistake George Bush did in the Desert Storm that caused desert, what's the other one called? The second Saddam Hussein war that took him out. If they are taking it out when he invaded Kuwait, that second war wouldn't have happened. People died. So this action that is going on in the Middle East, it has taught me something about the human mind, how we think, how social media can be molded to change people's minds, to change people you think are. I don't use. I'm not brought up to use very bad word, but people who, let me put it, people who should know. I mean, I saw what happened in Harvard, the cradle of education, an institution that is over 300 years old. I don't know what entered into them. Because for me, I sit, my neighbor started throwing stone, breaking my glass, and hit my children. What do you think I will do? Then I'll have a caterpillar packed in my porch, in my front end, and I use that caterpillar and break down my neighbor's house, even with everybody that is inside. And the world is now saying, Haba, how did you do that?
Baba, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Zita.
As I said before, I was monitoring what was going on. You know, the sole Palestinian lady in the US Congress has been censored.
Well, today, yes, rightfully so.
Yeah, because of her comment. Actually, that comment from this from the river to the sea is Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
That's a Holocaust statement, and it's a sacrilege for somebody in the United Congress to say such a thing.
Somebody given privileged life.
That's a sacrilege. And then they did what they are known for. They did why they were called Americans. Now, just as you said, the social media and the propaganda going on in Israel about Israel. People say some ridiculous things about that land and the people occupying it.
Very sad.
And they name the Jews. And I don't even know why those stories are being put out there and people believe it. I heard some people saying British created Israel. Britain created Israel. And then I asked, was there a time that land that is called Israel today was called Israel? If the answer is yes, how dare somebody say that Britain created Israel? But they say it anyway, and people believe them. But let me say this. I could see the riot all over the world. People are demonstrating, people are rioting. But when you look closely, you will see that those riots are being sponsored. Why did I say that? Look at the signposts. Why did I say that? They are not asking the right question. Why say free Palestinian? Why not say Hamas release the hostages so that this war will end?
240 old women, children.
Why is nobody demonstrating for those hostages to be released so that this war will end?
After 1,400 was killed.
But nobody is doing that. But it is what it is. Why am I saying
you don't find Israel's response? You don't find it disproportionate?
They're even wasting my time.
No. That's a little bit extreme. Woman, let me answer you.
My time.
Well, sorry, woman, if you don't mind. Madam Zita, do you mind I contribute this?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, just the point that you made now, that is the cocoa. Because Netanyahu have said they are not going to enter into any negotiation of any ceasefire unless they release those hostages. And what is, if look at the damage that is going on, look at the massive, I call it apocalyptic proportion. Look at the damage. Why are you still holding on to those people? They don't even care whether they
think they stayed alive.
I want to believe they are alive because it has happened before. There was a time Israeli released how many hundreds of
because of one soldier.
And they swore it will never happen again. They swore that mistake was never going to happen
1,000 prisoners.
But instead of that they are going to go all out war. So the problem is everybody is saying, okay, let the ceasefire take place. Israel is saying, no, the only condition they want for this ceasefire, release those people to us, dead or alive. And Hamas is not releasing them. So it's sometimes it's not morally balanced. I think it is disproportionate. It's like
Israel's response what is their response is disproportionate?
Yeah, it's disproportionate. I agree it was a fatal error to have attacked on that 7th. It was a fatal error.
Bishop, let's go historical. It's not the first time. Look, if I will fight, I know my size. I know the fight I can pick and I can win. It has happened up since time. These people, you can't beat them.
I agree with you.
But when Menachem Begin, when he was president, Prime Minister, Menachem Begin, the same sneak attack they did, and the whole world was aghast them that why did they do these people? What did American Begin do? On a market day, he carpeted the whole of Gaza and killed so many people. The German chancellor then, who was the German chancellor? Was it Elmer Schmidt or somebody? Cried foul. And what did Menachem Begin say? And said, look, your people killed 6 million of us in an odious way. They gassed us. You want them to gas us again, or do you want to join them? He kept his mouth shut. These people had been afflicted. 6 million of them, though let me don't go there. 6 million of them were gassed. They found their way back to join the little population left on their land.
I think they thought when Israel attacked that the surrounding countries will join them. I think that was the aim, but it's not happening. And it will not dare happen. I promise you people there.
No, I think the peace that was going on was what goaded them. Iran didn't want Qatar to join because UAE had made friendship with them. Saudi Arabia will soon follow suit. So they are looking at Jordan already has settled with them. But you said they don't have right to exist. Why do you say a nation, a people, don't have a right to exist? You will not recognize them as a nation that they stole your land.
Exactly what the congresswoman said.
Last I checked, Samaria dates back to thousands of years. We know those who own Samaria. We know the first person who built the city of Jerusalem. We know.
Are you on board with that narrative that due to some historical I won't say fable, that is the title deed to somebody else's land? Is that
not somebody? It's not somebody.
Let me explain from my own. Some people may say that is foolish. Look, there is Bible history. There is the history of Israelites. Whether it's embellished or not, the proof is in all the cities mentioned in the Old Testament: Hebron, Samaria, this, that. I never read in one sentence from Genesis to Habakkuk. It was the last book in Old Testament. I didn't hear the word Palestine.
Well,
I did not hear.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Prince Daddy, come in, please.
Yeah. Well, it was the Romans that brought about the name Palestine from the word, I think, Palestine. And it's the people that lived there were what do you call them? The Philistines were the people that lived there. Before it was later changed to Palestine by the Romans. But nonetheless, when people are trying to deny that Israel or Jerusalem never existed, that is the simple part of it. Apart from the historical record that we have, there are archaeological findings that have been excavated and made available, and people don't want to accept that. So it's not civil. It's actually
it's not
fact. Yeah, it's not civil. It's fact. I mean, we're talking about a land that was given to the Israelites over 3,000 years ago, and of course, a lot of things happen over time, and they've been conquered all before the Romans conquered them. I think.
Sorry, by whom? Given to them by whom?
No, that was their land.
That was their land. That's where they were born.
It wasn't given to them. It has always
been. It was not given to them by anybody. It's where they grew up.
That's
It's
the
colonizers.
Okay,
the Romans, the Greeks, the Spanish, and also Turkey.
I even heard from the news propaganda going on. Somebody has looked me straight in the face and told me that the original Jews are blacks. And somebody,
I've had so many things.
And somebody has told me that the people in Israel today answering the Jews are not the Jews. Then I
Well,
asked the person a
right.
simple question. I said, in Germany, during the time of the Holocaust, who did they gaslight?
Well,
He said
that's a
the
good question.
Jews. I said, they call them the Jews. He said, yes. I said, where are the original when the real people were gathered and gaslight? He said they were scattered all over the world. I said, do they know themselves? He said, yes. I said, if they know themselves, why will they be there? And some other group of people are called the Jews. You see, when people push stories, and the question is, when the man wrote that letter, go and read that letter. After the Holocaust, they needed a place to stay. They need a place. And they actually wanted their land back. That was why they wanted to give them a place. They refused. They want their land back. And they gave them back their land. So these stories that these people created, these people, is actually what is causing the problem. It's actually why somebody will open his mouth and repeat the Holocaust in the Congress of the United
Desolate
States.
land, nothing, all rocks.
That woman has the right to say such a sacrilege in the Congress, from the river to the sea. You see, I'm sure she knew what she said.
Yeah, of course she does. Yes,
I'm sure she knew what she said. Even as much she came back yesterday, day before yesterday night, and was making a press talking blah, blah, blah. I knew she knew what she said, and she got what I know America for.
They were jubilating the way they were jubilating during on the day of 9/11. They were.
I mean, okay, that brings me to why one man I said, sorry, I don't even know whose time I'm taking. I said I was looking at Europe. Did you see what Germany passed today? Was it today or
Yeah,
yesterday?
14,000.
You mean the deportation something of Nigerians?
You are talking about deportation. It's not deportation that amended their immigration. It's not deportation. And could you see the smile on their faces? Italy, France, they are doing their own as we speak now. I told you people that these guys will protect their land. You know, I am a prophetess. I see deep. They say globalization is not going to happen. Because love, no color. If you mix woman up like that, they lose who they are. And I am sure those people don't want it. It became too much for them to handle. Look at what is happening. Look at the riot. Look at the faces of the people rioting. Are they French people? Look at the people fighting because one book was born and the other was not born. Are those people Italians? As I said the other day, when they give you an opportunity, make appropriate use of it. I'm watching what is happening here. I'm watching Jason, our own here. They've entered. I'm watching what is going on. They're going to be very tough. When they finish with this immigration law, let me say this again. They will go back to the table. They have to do a clean house. They need a clean house. Mark my word. They need a clean house. But if nobody wants to believe me...
Are they calling them MAGA too?
Huh?
Are they calling the Germans MAGA also?
Please, Daddy, come
Which
on.
one is MAGA again?
No, but they are coming out. I know you are trying to poke a jibe, but I think they are coming off the MAGA narrative, aren't they? This is
Oh my.
yeah. I was keeping an eye on the Republican debates. Trump was in there, so he's dead and buried now.
Is it, what's that state that said his name should not be in the ballot? What's the name of that state? The Supreme Court just ruled now, about 7 hours ago.
I know California was one of them.
No. Is it this state?
Is it Minnesota?
Yeah. The Supreme Court just ruled now and say his name will be in the ballot. I think that ends.
Of course, it will be, his name will be on the ballot. I mean, this is part of.
Although, because they said he did insurrection, that the Constitution said anybody that participates in insurrection against their Constitution, his name will not be on the ballot. But for
so they are bending they are bending the American Constitution.
No. That means he's not part of the insurrection. That's what the Supreme Court has.
That's what it says. That's it.
That's just what the Supreme Court that just told you. You see, all this propaganda.
How can the ringleader of something not be part of it?
How is he a ringleader? You see, the media think they can rule the world. Let's see how that works.
They are ruling, no.
Well, they are
winning.
Ruling, and they're doing a great job at it. They're doing a great job at it. Ask Enigmatic.
They're doing a great job, but let's see how it goes. Because I was shocked. Because if the Supreme Court could say that, that means they really looked at what happened. When somebody say, go home, go and show, we understand you're peaceful. Does that show somebody who is pushing for an insurrection? I mean,
they don't care about that. They
don't care about that, but at least the Supreme Court cared.
Well, that's what we care about, because all the gymnastics they've been doing with the narrative is to confuse the people and to deceive the people.
The narrative in the world is unimaginable. Because when you hear what people say about Israel, you begin to wonder where they got all those information. I mean, how could you?
It's crazy.
Where is Ajan Lekoko? I thought he dropped and then he was gone. I hope we've not lost him for the day.
You said original Jews are black. And I asked, where were they? Where some group of people were gathered? Their skin was not black. And they called them Jews and gaslight them. Where were the original? But people believe this.
Well, because it's revisionism. People,
somebody will wake up and say, Britain created Israel. And go back to the archaeology. Go back to history. Trace it back. And
if you trace it back enough, anybody can claim anybody's land. There are African shaped bronze stone heads in is it where is it Machu Picchu or so, wherever it's called. You can go, you can go Peru. Yes, you can go there and claim that it's Yoruba land. So anybody
go there, they will not stone you.
Is that not the logic? Is that not the logic in play here?
We are talking about what was the land called then. Because you say created. When you use that word created, it means somebody somewhere found a land and created it and gave it a name.
Because Galilee is still there. Hebron is still there. Samaria is still there.
This is really unimaginable. Somebody said, you came to my house, poor people, carry some commot, release those people back to me. People went to the streets and said, stop asking for it, stop fighting for those people, stop. I don't get it. Nobody is demonstrating, okay, now release those people so that this nonsense will end. No. All they're saying is stop. Stop that somebody walked into. in short, anyway, let me not just say.
Baba, before you continue, sir, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Can
go,
I?
go on, go on, go on.
Now,
I'm enjoying this.
two
I don't know why
dimensions,
we've let it out long ago.
two dimensions that's giving me, that's actually intrigued me. Thank you for referencing the Holocaust. I mean, if anybody had not read Exodus, please go and read it.
I've read
I
it.
think I read.
What's his name now?
Yeah, I read about 40 years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
I read it
long ago
long
too. But
ago.
I read it twice or three
Yeah,
times.
yeah. I wish I can lay. I used to have one. I don't know if I can lay my hand on it again. I think it would be good. And the memory of the 6 million, those that died, those that survived, and those that ran the world, those that remain. I can't remember the catchphrase in the first page. And that's by the way. But of what significance is this question I want to ask? Have you seen the real? You know, when I say the real now, the I want to learn in the Arab world. What's that word? The relevant, the significant Arab world. Have you? What do we say? What do we read into their almost silence conspiracy? When I say the Arab world, I'm not talking of Yemen and Syria and Jordan. I'm talking of the Qatar, the UAE, the Saudi Arabia, the Egypt, and the rest. Look at when they had their meeting, their conference the other time, and all of them, none of them was actually willing to take refugees. And I was taken aback on that. But I have tried to read.
Bishop,
Yes.
the day we speak outside of in private discussion, remind me of this and I will tell you why.
Okay. One man, I beg, let me give Madam Zita my phone number, please. I know you don't post people's private number on the chat, please, but I give you permission. Give her my private number for me.
All right.
See, the Palestinians are they are a pawn in the Arab world, quite
So
frankly.
that means good. You are not coming to where anti-Muslim. That means they are a disposable. You can put the word there. That means they are like being used to as a negotiating a disposable asset to the larger Arab world, who hitherto had seen them because of the influence, the continued influence of the Hamas. You all know that Hamas was a creation of America. I don't know how many people, I don't know if you agree with me.
Yeah,
And it has been a thorn, not only in the flesh of the real Palestinian and Israel, even the real Arab world. Do you know that 90% of the Hamas leaders, their children are in America, they are in Europe, they are in Qatar, they are in Dubai, they are in name it, Saudi Arabia, enjoying the best of life. They make that is something that they are so super stupendously rich. So the Arab world, the one I call the original one, but permit me, there is no one that is not original, but the real one that are involved in this conspiracy of silence, there is something that they know that the rest of us don't know. There is something they are targeting that the rest of us don't target. Because this gradual pushing away of Hamas, of Palestine, completely from that land, it favors them in one way. And they are removing religion from politics. The Qatars of this world, the United Arab Emirates of the world, the Saudi Arabias of the world, the Egypt of this world, and the real prominent ones, the ones that are talking, like Erdogan of Turkey and the Syrian, the other one, yeah, maybe they are not in the mainstream yet. But something is really fishing that we all are in the dark about. And why is Palestine not talking to Hamas? Because they are in the clutch of Hamas now. Release this, because even the president of America was talking to Netanyahu. Look, let us have a 3-day ceasefire, at least. And that's Benjamin Bibi, as they call him, Benjamin Netanyahu. He said, look, the only thing that can bring that ceasefire is
release my hostages.
So this one, Ajakwakata, if you don't release them, then there is absolutely no basis for any discussion or conversation. But how deep are the Arab world involved in this conspiracy of silence? I want somebody to educate me, please.
Well, it's of course more complicated than I know, but I would say that look, the Arab world is compromised. Saudi Arabia, their king over there, meaning the nation itself, they compromised.
No, it's not more of the compromise.
Hold on. Let Prince make that point. Prince, carry on.
Yeah, is it the UAE, Qatar, all these countries? Number one, they don't have the muscle, they don't have the power to do that. And today, pretty much Egypt, that was like the front leader when they had the 6 Day War, the War of Yom Kippur, right? Egypt itself is highly dependent on the United States right now, so it's pretty much kind of a weak nation at this point in time. So the only threat in the Middle East right now is the Persian kingdom, Iran. And they are the one instigating, supporting Hamas in a lot of ways. So, the rest of the Arab nations, they don't want this. They don't want to be part of it. Well, eventually they may be forced into it. But the only nation that I know, or two, would be, to fight would be Syria and Iran, quite frankly. Maybe Yemen, because that's the stabilized part of the Middle East right there. So what can it say? What can it say? They all have deals with the West, one way or another, and they're not about to lose that, especially Saudi Arabia. They're not about to lose that. They may not support Israel, but they will keep quiet for now, and that's it. I mean, if Egypt can do anything or come up to stop it, I don't think they have any teeth to hold on to anything.
Yeah, the whole thing, because they forget, the opportunities when Yasser Arafat was alive. Do we remember after the success of the Good Friday Accord in United Kingdom, Clinton in his last days even called them and took them to Camp David. Yasser Arafat, I think it was Isaac Rabin that was the prime minister then, and they spent how many days? Yasser Arafat rejected everything. There is nothing Isaac Rabin did not concede to them. He refused. That is where I knew that no, this thing is the obstinacy.
Hey,
I
Baba,
think there is an agenda there. And we remember that
solution.
Jordan kicked them out too. Keep Palestinians out of their camp. Yes.
Baba,
yeah.
The issue of the Arab world being compromised is not holding, because being compromised doesn't stop you from taking refugees. The United States, the West will want you to have some of those refugees, but
Madam Zita, they are the least nation to accept refugees, those Arab nations. That's the problem.
Rejecting the refugees should be traced way back in 1967. It's more of the antecedent of the Palestinians. That's why
that's why they went to Jordan and what Jordan did to them.
I don't want to talk about it in a global platform.
They're
begging them. They said, even the man that spoke from Lebanon, their Hezbollah head or whatever, he said he supports Nasrallah. He said he supports Hamas. He's proud of Hamas, but he knows nothing about that attack. Indirectly saying Hamas is on his own. So it is not that they are compromised. Even the West is begging them to keep those Gazans so that Israel can make inroads and deal with only Hamas. But they are rejecting it. The reason is not because they are compromised. No. The people you are compromised to are the ones begging you to accept them. The reason is more of the Palestinians.
They are the problem.
But it's not what I'm going to talk about here.
Yeah, I don't know what they want. I don't know. Nothing they've not considered to them.
Well, when I say they compromise, I'm actually talking. I mean that. Look, yeah. 1 second. When they compromise in the sense that they're not really they don't want to put their skin in the game. They're not going to risk it. That's the point here. They don't want to risk it. They don't really, we said earlier that to them, the Palestinians are disposable to a higher degree. They don't think they're worth much. I don't think they do. Saudi Arabia is not going to lose its land or its nation because of the Palestinians. No, no. But for Iran and the Ayatollahs in Iran, it's more about the hatred for the Jews. That's why they have their nose in it. But to the rest of the Arab nation, they're more about their lifestyle. Come on, they care about the Western way of living. That's why they compromise. That's part of the reason why they compromise. They don't want to give up that luxury or that lifestyle. They don't want to do that.
Even the intriguing thing is in the campuses where we have those students, how many of them know that after Gaza there is West Bank? West Bank is even where Mahmoud Abbas resides, and they are ruling that as a local government till tomorrow, and they don't want trouble. Has one bomb been struck, been launched against West Bank? No. It is these people since they won that election about 17 years ago or thereabouts. They've never conducted another one again.
Can I interject?
Yes, Ajearo, please come in.
I'm surprised at what I'm hearing. It looked like everybody is speaking in the direction that this bombardment against civilian, that against, United this bombardment.
Yeah, they are all pandering to Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, lone puppet master.
Yeah, this bombardment that is insane. We've seen the killing of babies. Over 4,000 babies being killed. And over 10,000 or 11,000 people being killed. Yeah, all justifying it. I don't get it.
No, sir. No. Nobody said that.
Wait, Prince Daddy, let me answer Ajearo. Let me answer Ajearo. Israel did not invite that incursion on 7th October. They went in there, children were partying, making merry, and
what we have seen is what Hamas did on that day. Yes, it was bad, but does that mean that collective punishment against the Palestinian people is justified?
They were complicit.
No,
they were complicit.
Can you ask that they release the hostages?
Can they release the hostages, the 240? Let's forget about the 1,400 killed.
From releasing them?
Armless, kids Bosnian, who are farmers, settlers.
Let me learn now. Is the killing, as we are seeing, when people around the world are crying, seeing this scene, are you guys justifying it in
yes. Yes.
You're justifying it. It's justified.
We're not justifying the killing of
I sit down, somebody can't slap me. Bible say make I turn the other one. I turn the other side, he slapped me. Then he slapped me the third one. Bible say make I advise myself.
Okay. So everything that's been done that is against international law is right.
Yes.
Okay.
They struck first. They struck first. It's like you said now, when I have a right to reply.
Baba, they strike first now. Baba, they didn't strike first now.
Who strike first?
Wait. The story didn't start from there now. They've been striking each other for decades.
Thank you.
Are you
kidding?
Okay,
Thank you, Mike.
We won't sleep today. Let's go to the beginning.
Hold on. Let Mike come in because that's the thing. Let that and then Mike come in because I think I'm with the narrative that Mike wants to present. But
very good. I love this.
I come in. Yeah.
Yes. You see, when we have a country or a leader of a country executing a war, not against a nation, but against innocent people, against innocent civilians. United Nations describe this as unjust, as barbaric, and totally against international, humanitarian, how do I describe it? Against against international law. Look, there should be a point when you are waging a war. There should be a point to say, okay, look, we're gonna stop now, and let's talk, and let's move forward. Look, let me tell you. Go and carry out a poll among even the Israelis. Majority of them will say they don't approve.
No, Raja. No.
Let me
Raja, no.
agree.
No.
Let me learn. A lot of them may not approve this. Yes, a barbaric act was carried out by Hamas, but what we have seen in response against hospitals, against churches, against United Nations buildings.
So, Ajearo, you want another Holocaust before the Jews respond in the right manner.
Hold on. What we have seen against churches, mosques, hospital, United Nations building, schools. I mean, everybody should have.
Aja, let me ask you one question, please. When did the word entered into our lexicon, human shield?
Shield.
Yeah. When did that word come into our lexicon? Baghdad, you remember? Saddam Hussein, you remember? That's when that word came into our lexicon, human shield.
Yeah, look, don't let us go into that history.
That's where we are going now, Aja.
Hold on, my brother. That we know what ended. What you are referring to. A lot of it was shrouded with lies and propaganda, and nothing was achieved. All the lies they lied back then. We also
at least a man was removed. A terrorist of a head of state was removed.
My brother. Okay, so we don't even want to go back to that. But what we have seen, I don't know the kind of heart you people have. I see.
Aja, come on.
Okay, well,
Ajearo. And you guys have been talking for a while. I've been listening for over an hour. This should not be seen happening in this world. This is very, very, and that is why you can see a lot of people around the world, particularly in the United States here. You see demonstration everywhere. You think people are happy about it? No, this is not the way it should be done. There's a way that it should be done. And I am blaming the extremists on both sides, both the Hamas and the Netanyahu. What do they call it? Is it the right-wing party, or what do they call them?
The Likud.
Yes, the Likud party. They are.
Do you know there are Palestinians in Knesset who are parliamentarians?
And Arabs?
Yeah.
Oh yes, they are in Jerusalem there. So
good.
Contest, they have a larger population there too. So
yeah, carry on, Aja.
So these extremists on both sides, until we have these two extremists on the table for them to look up their eyes and tell themselves the truth, we will never get peace. But they must get them on the table to negotiate, to talk to each other. That is the only solution to this problem, and not the support of barbaric killing. Nobody on earth you have heart except you don't feel nothing. That you will say,
Angelico, there's extreme for
Oh
evil
no,
and
let
extreme
Mike
for
come
good.
in before we go. Let them pile everything up. Let Mike come in.
Mike will come in. Let me round up. So except you don't have heart, and then you continue to support this. Let the extremists on both sides meet. Look, America said we will never sit down with terrorists and talk with terrorists, negotiate with terrorists. Did America not negotiate with Taliban that they call terrorists? Did they not negotiate? They negotiated with them. They struck deal
When?
and carried it out. So
On what?
these two Americans sat down with them. You forgot that they sat down in Doha, the representative of the United States and the Taliban, when they negotiated on how to release some Taliban in Guantanamo Bay, and how when they're going to leave what do you call it, this country. They met. We saw it. I mean, don't let us cover some things that we don't have to do. America is very smart when they know that things are not going in the same. I mean, and they will find solution to the
But
problem.
the one you are referring to, Angelico, was when was that their first prime minister, American installed.
So
That guy is.
what I am suggesting is that look, we have seen what we have seen. Just the worst that we can ever imagine can happen in this world. Hamas and Likud should sit down, negotiate, let it be organized, and let them strike a deal on the way forward, on how they can live in peace. That is the only way. If they don't want to meet and they want to continue their opposition, extreme opposition against each other position, this thing will never stop happening.
But
Lead to something that we never wish for. We don't know what it's going to lead to. Because do you know how many American carrier that is over there in the Mediterranean? Do you know the biggest carrier is there? And some other carrier is there. Do you think it's a joke?
Okay, why do you think America is protecting Israel? Tell me.
When Ajale Koko land, let Mike come in.
This is not a joke because it's not going. I mean, it could lead to anything. And we all think we are talking of countries that around the world that have dangerous, dreaded, that we think everybody. Pakistani is saying that it's guaranteeing and Turkey that if Israel should do anything, they will give Turkey some nuclear weapon. And Turkey is a manufacturing, is an arms manufacturing state, and they have some dangerous weapon as well.
And what do you think India will do?
What do you think India will do? Who is India supporting? On which
Israel.
side?
Israel.
India.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
India is supporting Israel.
India said he's supporting who?
Oh, you don't know
obvious.
No,
Everybody know India is supporting
Pakistan have
Israel.
nuclear weapon. India have nuclear weapons. So what's the
before
what's
Mike
the
say?
You do know what we call this one? MAD, principle of MAD, mutual assured destruction. MAD.
Just one question.
Yeah, hold on. Let Mike come in. Mike.
No, I know it will answer it together. Just one
Hold
question.
on. Let him come in. Okay. Put the question and then let Mike come in. Yeah.
Is it not too easy for a director to Ajale Koko or Mike for Hamas to just release those 200, then let us have a 10-day ceasefire? Is that not an easier path to take?
All right. Let Mike pick that up. Mike.
Okay, let me start from here. If you go to that Gaza or that Palestine area and the population that live there, and you talk to anyone there, you hardly see any of them that will tell you that at one point in their life, as a child, they didn't witness either a family member or someone that their body was blown in pieces in front of them, and they saw things, and those things are very traumatic as a human being to witness, because I've seen things like that, and it still haunts me till today. So many of these people that became this Hamas attacking, fighting back, yeah, many of them, it's probably maybe their relative experience. They something they experienced as a child, and they're looking for revenge and things like that. However, here's my issue. I think my position, I don't really care. I don't take side. I neither care about the Arabs or the Israelis, these people, because I know history very well. I know when the Arab had their position, their power, when the Ottoman were ruling the world, they did evil to Africans. The entire North Africa that they stole, it was blacks that owned that place before. So I know when these people are the same, one and the same. So I'm not saying that I'm taking side. However, if we're going to address what's going on, we have to be factual and be honest and just be fair. That's my only issue when I see people talk. And I think when I hear Nigerians, some Nigerians, just like, come on, you can't talk like this. If you want to tell a story, if you want to judge a story, you can't start from the middle of the book or somewhere part of the book. You have to start from the beginning. Now, the question, I see Prince Daddy saying they're attacking the whole Palestinian attack on Jews because of hatred for Jews. No, if you know the story from the beginning, you know that no, I don't think this is about hatred, because when the state of Israel was being created in after World War II, when they started bringing the so-called, they started settling, saying they're bringing Jews from Europe to settle there. The Palestinians didn't say we hate you, you can't settle here. They welcomed them in as, oh yeah, we can live here, because there were people practicing Judaism, practicing Christianity, practicing Islam in that same area during that time. And when they came, just like the same old story, the same way they came into South Africa, they came to North America, they came everywhere. People welcome them, and the moment they start, they have their agenda.
No. Be mindful of that. Don't carry on.
Okay, I won't go there. We all know the story of how they do it. Australia too. Yeah. When they come in, their plan is to, hey, you welcome, your family will hug, and they'll turn around and try to take you out. So that was the same story. There's no difference. So it started from there. So you can't tell me that this is about hatred for Jew or anything. That thing has anything to do with hatred for Jews. It's the same old story. They will come, people will welcome them in, and they'll start planning how to take over. That's the game. Now, two, the idea of Jew, there's no race of people called Jew. It's just the religion. It's just the people that practice something. So the people that practice Judaism are people they call Jew. When when people start coming with this Bible story, oh, these were the people in the Bible, it's a lie, man. It's a bogus rubbish. When the Mazita was saying, oh, okay, what about the people that the German gas stop or whatever? Those were people practicing Judaism. They are not different race of people. They are just Europeans, same fellow Europeans. It's like in northern Nigeria, they are random Christians. Those Christians are not different race of people. They are Nigerian. They are northerners, like the same northerners. You understand? It's like they're rounding up Muslims today. So it's not a race of people. It's just people that were practicing that thing. So if people are coming with the book of Bible saying those people that came to settle in Palestine were people in the Bible some 4,000 years ago, something, that's a lie. No. In our region, there's no, these people that live there and they're blue-eyed, blonde-hair people. The reason the England and America created that country is for economic reason. They needed that area. It's a strategic trade route, for one. Two.
Okay, I think Mike may have been interrupted. So
okay,
we have to
may
take
I
him
come
out.
in? May I come in? Because that story is
narrative.
I did warn him that the reach of these people is deep and long. But you see, Mike, that's an example.
You see the narrative he just gave. That is what is really, really intriguing for me. You understand? There was and there is.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes,
okay.
I had a phone call.
And you muted yourself, so I thought.
Sorry, I had a phone call that came in. Just called me. Okay, so as I was saying, so that time, globalization, imperialism, all those things was taking place, and they are looking for territories, a strategic location, and the rest of the world, it was easier for them to be grabbing territory and settling up. But the Arab world at that time knew what was going on, and they were stiffened. They didn't want the expansion of the British Empire, the America, all those things. They were aware. So it was a trick that they played. That we have these people in Europe. They are Jews. They need homeland. They were persecuted, so we want to settle them somewhere. And then that's how they came into that place. All of a sudden, they started creating a country. Because if they're saying people who prosecute in Europe need a place to come, no, I mean, America is there now. South America, I mean, there's so many places in the world they could have gone. They went there, they wanted to create that country, not because they needed their own country. It's a strategic, it's the creation of British and America. Hold on.
Prince Daddy, let him finish.
Yeah. So they set it up. It's a strategic country. Now, somebody mentioned that this thing has been going on. The attack, the whole thing they're doing against this Palestinian, every time they do this war, attack. What happens is they grab them, they push them, and they're usually pushing them towards border. What is the goal here? The goal is to eliminate that population out of that place and have it. Now the goal is to push them.
Maybe not eliminate, or use the word push.
No, I don't. I didn't say eliminate like white kill. I mean,
I know.
Eliminate meaning that take them away from the push them into Egypt and other neighboring countries, right? So that's what I mean by that. So now, see how they box them into that Gaza, right? The end goal is to have that Gaza area, all the population there, to move into Egypt, and then they will claim it. So that's the game here. But now, somebody asks that why the other Arab countries not just taking that population into their country and just let Israel have that place and just let's end this whole thing. The reason why those countries don't want to do that is because they know that once Israel finish occupying the whole that land, the next thing is to expand further. You understand?
Why were they expelled from Jordan? The refugee camp that was there since the 60s. Why were the Palestinians pushed out?
Pushed out to where?
From Jordan.
To where?
The biggest refugee camp, there are two. One in Egypt and one in Jordan. They caused riots and wanted almost to overthrow.
No, I'm saying the Arab people, the Arab countries, they really care so much about the Palestinians. I could have just told them to, okay, just leave that place for Israel and come here, or give them land, give them territory.
They don't want them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They want them to stay there in Israel and just remain there and battle them and fight it out or whatever, or create the true state in Israel, because they know that once those people are completely out of Israel, Israel will begin to expand further. They will start the next front to take over Jordan, just expand and expand further within the Middle East.
But we need Jordan.
That's what the Arab world are suspecting. That's why they want to keep the Palestinians in that land to fight to the end, because they don't want them because they know that once they're done with the Palestinians, they're suspecting that it will not come for them next. You understand? That's why those Arab countries are supporting Palestinians to stay there and fight to the end. Just fight your battle, so that way, as long as you are there and fighting, they have to finish before they come for all next.
So we can also contribute, because you've made your point. Let me start by saying define. You said there is no J. I don't know whether it's permissible for me to call.
I get the point. Yeah.
Okay. I will go. Somebody even just suggested on the comment section, say, definition of GJ. One of a scattered group of people that traces its descent from the biblical Hebrews or from post-exilic adherents of Judaism, Israelites. Then number two, a person whose religion is Judaism.
Okay.
That is
so
let me just.
You can test. You can do a DNA test and tell. Hold on. You can do a DNA test and tell that if one's a Jew or not. You know that.
So
right?
Jew have their own DNA.
Wait. Let's put this in its proper perspective. When they were scattered, they were in Poland, they were in Russia, they were in Germany, and where else? I've forgotten another country. They were in
Spain.
Hold on now. Spain. Listen. This is what happened when Hitler started that problem, and it was Goebbels. I think it was Goebbels who said, "Final solution to J problem." He asked when France, England, they were saying, "Don't do it. Leave these people alone," and he said, "Can I send them to you?" they did not accept them.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What does a Jew look like?
Well, with their religion, with that string of
I'm not
beard,
asking
they
about.
wear a beard.
I'm not. It's like asking me. You wanna? What does the?
Mike,
what does the Muslim
Mike,
look like?
They're the Southeast, Mike. They are the real Jews.
Yeah.
They say, what do they look like?
Don't go there,
no, he's telling me.
You want to expand this.
I'm asking a simple question now. I ask you, what does a Jew look like?
We know them by their religion.
No,
even
no, forget the religion.
Let me describe to Prince Daddy, please wait.
Hold on, Baba. Expand that question so that we understand where you're going.
Okay, exactly. What I'm saying is, there's no race of people called Jew. There's no way you can look at somebody and say this is a Jew. The only way you know someone is a Jew is if they wait. You know you can't.
No. I think what he's saying is that Judaism is a religion and not a race.
Not a race, not a people.
No,
Exactly.
It is the J people that practice Judaism.
There is no
religion. It is the J people that practice Judaism. Judaism is their religion. The J, they are the people, and Israel is their nation.
Okay. Check this out. Right. Check this out. You see the Yoruba religion, right? It moved into Brazil, right? And many wait. People are practicing it in Brazil. It's growing in number. So now people see them as a group of people. Now they are calling those people that practice the Yoruba religion in Brazil as Yorubas. That's what they call them now, right? So now, in the future, they say, oh, Brazilian one government now say, oh, let's attack these Yorubas, something like that. You understand? It's not a race of people. It's just the people that practice a particular religion. Now,
I disagree with you.
That is wrong too. That's why I ask you. Okay, that's why I ask you a simple question. Can you see a Jew in Europe and say sometimes this guy Zelensky of Ukraine says a Jew, right? Can you look at Zelensky and look at another Ukrainian and say, oh, this guy's a Jew? They are the same. They are Europeans. They just practice the religion. That's what it is. They're not a group of people.
No.
They are not people from any biblical.
Hold on. It's a greeting they use when they meet themselves. Tomorrow in Jerusalem.
It's a practice, a religious practice. That's what it is.
Baba, let's look at it from this perspective. Can you have an Israeli that is not a Jew?
As a citizen, yeah.
No.
Of course. What do you mean no? Of course, you mean all Israelis
according to
Judaism.
By
there are Christian Israelis.
That is
there are even
a modern day. How do I put it? I can say it's addition.
The answer is no.
The answer is no. You may not practice it, but you are.
You may not practice it, but you are. The answer is no. Please.
There is
go and make the research.
Let's keep something simple in this world. Let's keep something simple in this world.
Religious thing. You must be from that ethnic group.
There is no ethnic group called Jew.
No. You can be
there is no ethnic group.
Judaism and not be a Jew.
Wait. In this world, God created people, and we can see the difference. When they say this person is an African, we can look at you and say, yes, he is an African. He has the look, he has the color, he has this.
But that's race.
Well, Mike doesn't understand that people get mixed. Today, if you look at a lot of these African Americans, can you truly say they're from Africa? Sometimes, do they look like your traditional, normal Africans? The answer is no. They mix with many, with different, races, right? From white to what you call the Native Americans to even Hispanics. So I don't understand Mike's argument on that part. The fact is that you can be a Jew, practice Judaism and not be a Jew. But there are a group of people that are Jews. That's just straight. That's factual. That is factual. And you can look at someone. If you go to Israel, you see many times you can see some Jewish people that look Arab because they're Semitic, and many Jews, of course, just like African Americans or Black people, African that came to America, they are mixed. They're mixed with white European blood. Okay, but it doesn't mean they're not Jews. They are Jews. They may look white, but
What does
they
a
are
Jew look
Jews.
like? What's the race of the Jews? What is their race?
If you pay attention, I just said it. No, they have
They are
different shade of
mixed
them.
now.
They have different shade of them.
What is the original race of a Jew person? What is the original race?
They look Semitic. That means they look kind of what you see like an Arab looks like. They look very much
so
like
they
the
used to be
Arabs.
Arabs.
No. They look like Arabs, just like
So they are Arabs. You can't say they look like
people
Arabs.
in
It's not
that
they are Arabs
area,
or they are
people
not.
in that
Listen,
area
just like
are
an African, a Nigerian, a Ghanaian, a Togolese. Many people can't tell them apart.
No,
We
they're
can't tell them
Africans.
apart.
They're all
They're
Africans of the
Africans.
same race
Yeah.
of people. So I'm
Okay.
asking, what
Yeah.
is the race of the Jews? You say, are they Arabs? Okay, they're Arabs. So
No,
why are
they're
the
not
Europeans
Arabs.
there
They're
to
not
take?
Arabs.
They are
They're
not.
not Arabs. They're
They own
Semitic.
Okay, they are
that
Europeans
place.
then.
They own that
of the
space.
No.
Oh, they are
They are
Europeans.
Semitic.
Can I answer?
What is Semitic? There's no race called Semitic.
Hold
Stop
on.
it, man.
Hold on. They have to belong
But
to
look it
one.
up, Mike. Let's say this.
Can I?
There
Look
is
it
no
up.
race called. There's no race called Semitic,
No,
man.
I
Why
have
you
read
But we
the
can't call them
dictionary
Arabs because they're
meaning to
not
you
Arabs.
now. It's a one of a scattered group of people that traces its descent from the biblical Hebrews or from post-stylistic adherents of Judaism. Israelite.
You
Thank
are reading
you.
propaganda. Let's keep it simple.
Thank you.
Let's deal with
It's not
nature. Let's deal with
propaganda.
biology.
It's a
Let's deal with
definition. When
basic
they say
biology and nature.
when they say who are the Yorubas,
I will
if I
I
go
will,
to the dictionary now, do you want me to go to the
okay.
dictionary to read the
I got
definition
to
of
go.
Yoruba? Hmm? Let me go to Yoruba for you. You heard what I said about the Jews. Yoruba. Okay, this is it. A member of a numerous West African coastal people. The language of the Yoruba, a Kwa language. That is the definition. A member of a numerous West African coastal people. That is the definition.
The same as the French, the Spanish, right?
Okay.
But then with the French, Spanish, you can say they are Europeans. A Frenchman and Spanish man cannot come to Africa and say, this
These
is my
people
land.
were scattered. They were conquered people. The Hebrew, the Romans, the Greeks, the Spanish, and the Turkish.
Okay, so
They
your
came.
word. Okay, let me go by your word. You're saying there was an ethnic group of people called the Jews, and they look like Arabs at one point when they were all Jews. Now today they scattered somewhere, and they been mixed with all kinds of people, Europeans and everybody else. So now some people that don't have that look anymore will now come and say, "Hey, I'm a Jew. I'm from that
No,
people."
do you know,
ethnic
Mike,
group.
that some
And
people
then I
never
want to
left
take your
that
land.
area? Some small number of Jews did not leave that area.
Yeah. If some people are dead, okay, what do they look? Those small number of Jews they didn't live that area. What do they look like? Do they look like Europeans?
No,
Look,
they look like
so
close
those
to
are the
Arabs.
real people that should be talking. Then you can't be telling me about some Europeans, blue-eyed, blonde hair, Eastern Europeans, and some West Englishmen coming to town to tell you that this is their new land, this is their land, using biblical story to justify rubbish. I mean, come on now. It's like you have Yoruba land today. It's like some Ashanti or some people from somewhere now come to Yoruba land. They say 2,000 years ago, there's a story that say our ethnic group are the one here. So you guys pack your load, start living, start bombing you. Come on, man, you can't do that.
Well, Mike,
Mike, Prince Daddy, let me read what Mike Twain said when he traveled that space in the 19th century. This is how Mark Twain.
Mark Twain is an American now, so
yeah, he was traveling in 18 something. He was traveling, and that land, all those land. That's how he said a silent, mournful expanse, dotted with nasty villages of miserable huts and the usual assemblage of squalid humanity. Because
the problem with African
that's when the Palestinians occupied the land.
Our entire consciousness is based on knowledge from Eurocentric, ideology. It's like everything we consume is all from a white person wrote, and we just go. Our entire consciousness is based on
this is history, Mike. What is mankind without his history? What is mankind without history? I claim my ancestry today because of history.
Okay, for example, when I read a lot of history about encounter between the Europeans and our fathers in Africa, the way they write the history is just one-sided. Like it's just
You can't
But then
consume
you
one man's.
yourself, you've taken time to study your ancestry.
No, I
You
can't go and
don't
be
just
taking
read,
consuming
not
one
what
man's
you
history
read.
and take it as reality. No, that can't be my reality, man. I gotta use common sense sometimes, man.
Then,
I mean, if
then
they're
you
writing
use it.
some book
That is
about.
exactly what I'm trying to
Do you know
say.
these people write most of their books and their history is propaganda. Even
No,
World
no.
War II. Wait, hold
I
on.
know propaganda
Hold on,
when
give me
I
a
read
second.
one
Let me say this one out. Let
or
me say
when
it
I
one.
hear one.
Hold on. Do you know that when you go to American school and you go and take class about World War II, the account of the Americans is different from the British account, from the Russian account, even the French account. I literally was on the internet arguing with a British person. He's like, no, this is what happened. I said, nah. I'm like, so you now brought this what you learned from British school? I'm like, no, that's not what the Americans wrote. So they give their own accounts, even though they are allies. Though I can understand if Russia give their own account, it's far different from the American. I'm talking about England and America still have two different accounts of World War II. Americans writing for their own glory to lift themselves. The British wrote their own for their own glory. So
But then when you read the two
people write their
histories,
own story
you'll be able to draw
their
your
own.
own conclusion.
But the
When you
problem
read
we
the two
Africans is
histories, you draw your own conclusion.
our entire consumption of knowledge just completely comes from Europeans. Most of us don't even spend time to
Well,
study our own ethnic history.
if you had written something down, if you written our own history, I guess we'll not be reading from
Well, we
Europeans
tell
or the
you, you don't
Americans.
have to write it down. I mean, it's not exactly written.
We got it. Okay, so so at the
the fact of the matter is you have to use common sense. Like someone is telling you stories, you can't just consume it and accept it as 100%.
Okay, Mike, let me ask you one other thing. Why is it that you Palestinian, you are a minority, and you are saying these people will not exist?
Which one the Palestinians said they will not exist? That's not what they are saying now. They welcome them.
What?
I just told you in the beginning. When they came to settle, the Palestinians welcomed them. They welcomed them in. They were starting countries together. All of a sudden, some groups started organizing army, and they started pushing them out of land.
Read what my twin said about that land. Again, Mike didn't get that part. He didn't get it. Read what he said about
a silent, mournful expanse, dotted with nasty villages of miserable huts, and the usual assemblage of squalid humanity. Disfigured wretches, fringed with filthy rags, and infested with vermin. Naked and sore-eyed children in all stages of mutilation and decay.
Okay, so what you are reading to me is what? What are you reading to me?
Well, it's to tell you that
somebody
space, that
now,
land was not the way.
Hold on. Tell me what you. Okay,
He was a pilgrim in that territory over 150 years ago.
Writing about who here?
It's writing about the land we are talking about today, occupied by the Jews now. He's telling, when you look at it, what he's trying to say, the historical.
Who's that person? Who wrote that thing you are saying? Who's it describing?
Mark Twain.
Okay, Mark Twain wrote a book and describing who?
The great writer. This is about his autobiography. You know, at the time, Mark Twain as a writer traveled.
He's describing who? That's what I'm asking now.
Hold on. Mark Twain, an American writer, went on an expedition or a tour or whatever, and then he wrote what he imagined he saw. So
he's describing Palestinian people, right?
Yeah, he's describing
the
Palestinian
land
people.
and the people he met there. It's not only him; he's one of the many pilgrims.
And you believe his account?
Yeah,
no,
but that's an account of a novelist now. That's not a document.
Exactly. Europeans are known to be racist people now. The same thing when they go to Africa. Baba, you should know better than this. When these people want to write about Africa,
travelers. I can bring them out and read how they describe it. Look, the thing is, they were there.
100% of the people they are reading, they are all Europeans. So Europeans are describing other people, and you are believing everything they are describing. That's the problem.
It's a bit like when they took over South Africa and they told us that
propaganda. It's the same way they describe Africa on the news today. Now we are all poor people with disease and other stuff.
It's just like the way they describe to us in our history that Mungo Park discovered River Niger.
Those people are writing stories for their own children, but you are going to consume it.
No. Mungo Park
Mike, sorry, can I come in?
Source of River Niger, not River Niger. Don't let's mix it.
He
discovered the source.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that?
Well, people were there already. But as a
Okay.
European, he found it
Which
where
land?
others
What
have
did he
not found
find?
it. People like
Which,
him, but he
which
met people there who are living in the source.
he said he
But don't
discovered.
let's
No, they
digress.
didn't
What I'm
say.
trying to say here,
They didn't
please,
say
is
that they saw people living there. They said he discovered. He discovered the
no. The
source.
source. I
He
read history.
discovered it. So
The source of
people
River
does not
Niger.
live around that source. People
That's what
don't
I
live
told you
there.
now. The people were there.
And they
It
may
is
come
their
back
own.
later and come
But
and claim that place and say it was their
he
forefather
is
that
an
discovered it.
explorer. It's a question that is being asked by several other explorers. And he said, yeah, I have found where the river ended or where it started. This is it. He mapped it. So don't let us digress. Let's go back to that
Yeah, let's
Israel
stay
space.
focused. Yeah.
You see,
Sorry,
when
please, Baba, can I come in? Baba, please. It's what,
Yeah,
please. Just allow me 2 seconds.
before you come in, let Prince come in because our Prince has been trying to insert
oh,
into the
okay,
conversation.
okay.
Prince.
Oh, was that is that World Peace?
World
Let him
peace,
comment.
world peace.
Let
Okay.
him comment. Right.
All right.
Thanks, Mama.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I'll be listening. I will not take too much of the time. Uh, but I just want to respond to what people are saying about the Palestine and the Jew land. First of all, I support Mike, and I've said it before. There's nothing like Jew. There's no race called Jew because they are Indian Jews, they are Chinese Jews, they are Russian Jews, and they are Black Ethiopian Jews. So tell me, they have different chromosomes. So how are you going to base your DNA? Which you going to base your DNA on? So let's keep that
Good
aside.
question. Good question.
Let's keep that aside. Let's
Okay.
keep that aside. I don't have much time. I'm at work. Really, that land, right from day one, they said that land was fun. According to their own narrative, according to Bible, according to history. Don't forget, there were crusade. They had 3 crusades, 4 crusades. But the question
Name them.
is always
Name them.
No,
the
don't name
first,
them.
second,
Don't
third.
name them because that will just go to the point you are making.
Okay. Yeah, there was 3 to 4 crusades. Last one by Saladin. Henry the Eighth was the last. Fought.
Just take us to the wider point.
Yeah, we have taken to But like from Bible, right from the one from the Bible, when they said God gave the Jews the land, they wrote that people went to spy and they found giants on the land. They can't give you a land that already be occupied. Now come back to 1946 or 48. Have you taken your time to look at the picture of Palestine the way it looked like? There was no temple. That wall they said, I'm going to down the big pilgrimage. There was an empty desert. The only way they had war was the Palestinian side, which is still the Palestinian side today.
No, world peace. There was
Hold on.
destruction in the spot of Temple of Solomon.
I will get to that. Palestine, what I'm trying to say, right from the creation of time, Palestinians have always been in that place. And the people that's coming there are the people that are always coming to encroach that land, either on history or on war or whatever. People has always been there. They are aboriginals.
When did you first read of Palestine or Palestinian?
Which I don't have much. I just on the side that you guys can talk
Baba,
about
I
it
think the
later.
question we should be asking you is who wrote the Bible? Is it not Europeans that wrote
Yeah.
it? So the book
No,
that they
and
wrote,
again,
they are using it to justify everything they're doing.
I'm
It's like
sorry
me,
again,
Yoruba
Mike.
person, I write a book.
Let me land this. The J word came into the lexicon 500 years ago. And 500 years ago, there's something like Jew. Yeah, you can go do that yourself. Research. It's very easy. The J word came into the English lexicon. It came into the lexicon 500 years ago. And you can do the research. And the word they call it Israel today wasn't really Israel. It says Azaria, something like that. Something end like Israel, but not start with IX. You can look that up. So everything is being called to suit today's narrative. But if you use previous narrative to check it, it does not add up. If you go look at your Bible, there's Palestine in the Bible. I think the Old Testament.
Where?
The Old Testament.
No,
Old Testament.
Give me. I've not seen it.
Hold on, it's there. I'll show you. But
which chapter? Which book?
Hold on. But if you go back to everything Egypt put in their wall, Egypt put everything in the stones. There's no word Israel in the stone. There's no word Jew in the stone. You can find Hebrew, and Hebrew are not Jews. People that practice Jews today were not the people that were practicing. They were practicing Judaism way back. The people that are there now, they are the Akashite.
how you call Ashkenaz from Europe.
Ashkenaz.
Ashkenazi Jews from Europe. Hebrew are not Jews. Don't make that mistake.
This is the narrative of Abbas you are repeating.
It's
Carry
not
on.
narrative of Abbas. I'm just telling you from history. The Ethiopians are the Hebrewites. Then these people now,
Good
uh,
job, man.
wherever they come from, I'm not disputing their race. According to your Bible, Moses is not a Jew. You know that.
Yeah.
From where? Okay, so Abraham, his father of Jew, they claim he's not a Jew too. Where he was born and raised, his father is clear there. So we should be very careful what to say. And
No,
Mark
no,
has a
no.
very good point. Hold on, let me
Wait,
last.
just 5 seconds.
Okay,
The
okay, go
name
on,
appears in the
carry on.
Bible. The name appears in the Bible as a verb in Esther 8, verse 17, which states, many, and I quote, many of the people of the land became Yehudim in the generic sense, because the fear of Yehudim fell on them. Yehudim, that's where the Jew came from. The word Jew came from.
All right. Did Samuel want to come in? I thought I heard Sam's voice.
Hey,
Sam.
woman.
Ṣé ó ti sùn ni?
Me also. All this Israel Palestine wahala,
All the goes glass.
We dey monitor America, see how Donald Trump and his people want do this country.
All right. All right. Hold steady. Let's say from Prince Daddy. So Prince, this is your territory. The two spaces, American politics, Middle Eastern politics. I think those are your specialisms, and today. But we already know your prejudices, so justify them, Prince Daddy.
They're not prejudices, one man. Those are just my position and facts that I know. American politics today, or the election that went on, yes, it turned out to be about 50-50 really. Some losses, some gains for the Republicans, but the problem we have as the Republican Party is the issue with the leadership.
How is that Indian? Sorry, how did that Indian guy do in the debate?
Oh, nobody's. Well, I like Vivek Ramaswamy, right? He's a great debater. You know, it's really good actually. I like listening to him. But the rest of the candidates, they're just useless. Nobody. I've not actually watched one of the debates fully. Just snippet here and there, and really listen to what Ramaswamy has to say. But no, I mean, Trump has over 50% or about of the.
Just this. This is my last thing, and I'll let you speak. You know, I saw that whatever you called his name just now. I won't attempt it. The let me just call him the Indian guy, and I'm not.
No, that is racist. One man pronounce his name. That is racist. It is racist.
How is that racist?
What do you mean the Indian guy? The man has a name.
Is it not okay? What's his name? You tell me, and then I'll
pronounce it. I call him
V. Okay.
Vivek.
Vivek. Yes. So I saw him in an interview with Piers Morgan, and you know what struck me? I didn't even listen to anything that he was saying. That guy has the most peculiar hand gestures. He was just doing some weird hand gestures that just freaked me out. But carry on.
But it's a young man,
he's an actor, is the thing. He was trying to mimic all those power sort of hand movements that is seen from people like Donald Trump, Tony Blair, and all of this. It's just a.
Can I ask the question?
It struck me as fake. But sorry.
Can I ask another question? You know, I know he's very conservative, ultra-conservative, but between you and I, there's a limit to that, right? Because look at the Bible Belt. They're not going to vote for an Indian guy. Let's be honest. I know it sounds nice. It will do better on the liberal side when it comes to this diversity of a thing. But when it comes to that core Bible Belt, do you see them voting for Afro-Indian, whatever it is? Be honest.
Yeah, no, we're not going to vote for him. No.
Yeah, but they voted for Obama, so that's
no. The Democrats are more open with diversity, but when it comes to some part of this Republican thing, I don't see it.
Well, no, Obama was a Democrat, but Vivek, is a Republican. But
Yeah,
it's done very well. But again, to the debate is just useless. If you have people like what you call um, the former governor of New Jersey. Anyway, I can't from Nikki Haley to
fat
Mike
boy,
Pence dropped out. Huh?
the fat boy from New
Good
Jersey.
Chris.
I didn't want to call him that. I didn't want to call him that. You know what I'm
He needs
talking
to
about.
That guy
lose
has
weight.
always been fat, man.
He
Never
needs to
lost
lose
weight.
weight, man. Come on.
Donald Trump has been calling the guy fat for the past 10 years, man. The guy still, he still didn't bother to lose weight.
Well, you know what we're talking about.
You
But
know
anyway,
that guy reminds me of some American actor, but I can't quite remember his name. But sorry, carry
In
on.
The Sopranos, because
Yes,
Italian.
yes.
So it's because he has
Yeah.
So he has his mom, his parents are Italian, so he has that Italian feature. So yeah, the Sopranos kind of look,
yeah.
All right, back to Prince.
Yeah. The debate. No, nobody's paying attention. I mean, any serious person wanting to vote for Trump, we're not really watching those people. Everybody's watching what Trump has to say. The last time, I think the first time they had a debate, Trump had an interview session with Tucker Carlson, and the next one he went to the auto union protest. And so at this point in time, none of those candidates are a factor at all. Right now we are concentrating on what is going to happen in 2024. That's where the battle is at, and this right now, as it has always been, there's a kind of not a division, but there's a struggle somewhat in the Republican Party. Of course, we have the establishment Republicans, we call it rhinos, and we have the leadership in RNC that really the vehicle for the Republicans to do everything. Ronald McDonald, she's the leader of the RNC, and she's atrocious. She's not good at the job at all, and that's why we're losing all these little votes here and there. But this past election they had here, it's all about the election came down to really it's kind of a retaliation because the issue about abortion really touched the liberals, the Democrats, and they're finding ways to make sure they get back at the country really, because they believe that abortion right is sacred, and they can't let it go. They can't just let it go. So they're gonna be a backlash on that. But the main issue here is the polls between Biden and Trump. And really, even polls from CNN, ABC, other liberal outlets, they have Trump leading or tying with Biden. And everything about Biden from inception has been
Do you so you don't believe that in any challenge from the liberal side? Because I've been hearing these rumblings that Newsom might challenge Biden.
Well, yeah, I heard that. The Democrats, they're very crafty. They have a plan in place. And perhaps they're not going to do no. Biden may come up as the official candidate for the Democrat, but they may do a switcheroo at the end of the day and sneak in the California governor in there. They may do something like that, but I'm not sure. I mean, how much capital? It's quite popular. It's charming. It's very good. It's eloquent. A good speechifier. Equally as good as Obama, or maybe better actually. But it hasn't built enough political capital to be able to command that vote. As much as they have 91 counts against Trump, really political persecution of him, it still
I disagree. I disagree.
It still has a strong following, and it's still leading in many of the polls. And with the bad economy we have right now, high interest rate, poor economy, weak dollar, war around the world, and of course open border, all these factors of variables, they're not really helping Biden. And now we want to see how they are going to repeat the same stealing of the test they did in 2020. how they're going to
No.
steal they had
Rima,
they had
let
a
me come in. Can I say something, please?
hold on, yeah, in 2020, they were able to manipulate the public perception and use COVID as the reason why Trump was voted out. But that's a lie because quite frankly, the 2020 election was the most the largest margin of victory any candidate has ever had in the politics in America. But of course, it was a distorted election. But this time around, we would like to see the reason why, the justification why people will go out there and vote for Biden. I want to say based on what? Based on what performance or metric that he has that really gets the people excited that they want to back. There's none. So this time around, that cheating thing would not work.
So
Can I interject, please? Can I interject?
They are scared of Trump. We know that they're scared of Trump. They can deny all they want. They're scared of him.
Can I interject, please?
Who's that?
Yes,
Yeah,
you can interject.
yeah.
You can interject. But before you do, let me ease myself out to hand over to Mike, acknowledging the super chatters, Alexander Gomez. And of course, you know the name that is coming up next, Ayo, as he often always does. And you know Ayo doesn't do it once, not even twice, but 3 times. So that's Ayo, keeping the lights on the platform. And Nigerian Prince comes in as well with a commentary on how the Naira is performing. So thank you to the super chatters. Thank you to everyone for the conversation. We'll reconvene tomorrow to carry on. But Mike, acknowledge. Mike.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
so
thanks,
over to
man.
you. So
Yeah.
thank you, Mike. Do you want me to? Sorry, Mike. Before I go, Prince Daddy has been around for all the way through, so he hasn't taken the floor. So he has the floor now. Sam Ola, he's joining us, I think, for the first time. So we are keen to hear from him. Mr. Triumph, unusually quiet. So just as you usually do your magic. So that's Mike. Over to you, Mike. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
All right. Somebody had a question. Was going to interject. Real quick.
Yeah, I'm the one, Sam. Hey,
okay.
I know you kind of, when I hear you talk, I kind of understand that you support Donald Trump, right? And you said 2020 election was a steal. Come on now. We were in this country together. There was no steal. That was you taking what you have to the ballot. That guy literally, the kind of trouble everyone living in this country went through in his hands. And to actually cover the whole thing in the rap,
Yes, I don't mean to interject. I understand the trouble, Mr. Sam. I understand the trouble of paying $1.99 for a gallon of gas.
Come on,
I understand that
that's
trouble.
the problem everybody had. It's a problem in the whole world. When the Saudis started all this problem, everybody gonna share. We have a share. Nigerians are even making noise there. Everybody throughout the world, we all go to pump every day.
But the COVID during Trump was the whole world too now. So
yes, everything happened. Yes, it was the whole world. The whole world had a share.
Before the COVID, Trump was performing well.
The person that brought out this COVID, I clap a very good hand.
So COVID kind of messed things up.
Okay, COVID had messed a lot of things up. But even when we had COVID,
you create a distraction. Sorry, Mr. Samola. The moment you create something to distract their attention, because it is written in the American law that due to their history, if you are performing better, for you to be given out of it, they create a problem and you are out of it. We know everything, but we just get quiet.
That's not it. That's not it.
Because what you want to say, Mr. Ola, is your own opinion. We know that America, they know to create things and they know to distract the world every time just to get what they want. That's it. Thank you.
This is not it. Okay, on this issue, when COVID-19 hits, when COVID-19 hit, you hear what Donald Trump said. Number one, when they should be on the run attacking, you said it's a hoax. Nothing like that. But in months after, they were putting bodies in trailers. The commander-in-chief did not act. You think it's not good? His scorecard will not be checked by people.
Well, that's propaganda right there. How come you're not talking about Nancy Pelosi go to Chinatown and saying that there's nothing going on? What about
Who
that?
said there is nothing going on? Even China shut down. We all here. I'm a first responder myself. I saw things myself. When the president says get Lysol and inject it into people to flush it out.
See,
We were in
we're
this
not doing
country
that
together.
kindergarten stuff, man.
So you honestly believe
I'm just
Trump
telling
is that
you.
dumb?
I'm
Wait,
telling
hold
you.
on. Guys, wait, hold on. So you honestly think Donald Trump will really say to inject Lysol in yourself? I mean, you take
So
that kind
come
of
on.
statement
What I'm
seriously?
saying is, how serious you take the issue? How serious did they take the issue when the pandemic hit?
Well, you wouldn't know how serious it was unless
How won't you know when
office
you
with
have
him.
all the advice in this whole wide world? When you
But
see
I mean,
things coming
what
at your
he
door.
did that wasn't supposed
No, Mr. Light, I mean, Sam, you're spreading propaganda here because
This is
Trump
not
was the first
propaganda.
one.
We
Hold
are
on.
here together.
Trump
We all
was
saw it.
no.
Can I
Trump was
interject?
listen.
Can
Hold
I
on. Trump was the
One
first
at a
one
time.
that hold on. I see on the floor, but Trump was the first one that said we should shut down the borders and stop flights coming in from China. In fact, we all know that the Democrats rejected that proposition. Actually, they did. And that's when they started using the term racist or racist against the Chinese and all this stuff. And that's why Nancy Pelosi walked on the street of Chinatown in San Francisco just to prove her solidarity with the Chinese people. So what you're saying doesn't add up. It just you listen to too much CNN and maybe
CNN.
NBC or something.
So now then let's bring it down. I can say to you,
Can I interject, please?
Well, Remy, you goodness, let Sam really say what he has to say.
Oh, this is the deal. We are here. But when you're talking about what I listen to is what I'm a first responder. All right. So when I'm in the midst of this pandemic, I was saved by grace. All right. Now I'm telling you this: what they expect of you at that time when you're talking about this lady, the speaker, then Nancy Pelosi walking in the street of wherever. This is the deal. You don't, when you started using names, when you started using Chinese virus, when you started slandering those people, it was just a solidarity. You remember the aid to the Asian community rise so much. And this America, you don't discriminate about at anybody. That was just a solidarity walk. This is not the issue here. The issue we need to face, you have intelligence. They've told this guy way before time, this is what is coming. This is what is happening. You said it. He said it with his mouth that no, I didn't believe it. Nothing like you even came on the national TV and said no.
Okay,
they were just
trying
to map things up.
Okay, Remy, come in.
Remy, come in, Prince Daddy.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I've been listening to you. I deliberately want to join when you guys are talking about the Hamas and Palestine, but it's like you have overtaking that one. So let me talk about.
You can talk about what you want to talk about. It doesn't matter.
Maybe later, but first the issue on ground now. Unfortunately for me, I went to Nigeria in 2019 December, and by the time I came back in January in 2020 to Shanghai, the virus was already in full swing, and there was a big quarantine in the airport, and they started quarantining us from the airport. I went back to my place and I stayed indoor for 90 days. It was a terrible time, but I must tell you the truth. The Chinese handled this thing very well, and the virus was spreading from city to city and from town to town all over the country. And they were updating us, and they give us a tag maybe once a week to go shopping and buy necessary stuff. To be frank with you, I think Europe and America did not handle that situation very well.
No, not at all.
Because if an event happened in China did not kill as many people that died in America and Europe, I don't understand. You know this thing has happened in China, it killed people, but when you now quantify the number of deaths compared to how many people died in China, the Chinese were asking themselves, what is going on over there? Why are the people not being quarantined? Why can't they shut down the country entirely?
Well, because we have freedom in this country, you can't just shut it
Because
down.
that's the freedom that is killing everybody here. That's the problem.
Hold on, let me come in real quick. You guys are missing one factor. Trust me, they may have done their calculation and they would have thought about the other consequences such as economic collapse or things like that. Don't forget, China is the
Thank
largest
you very
economy.
much,
So
Mr. Mike. Thank you very much,
they
Mr.
might,
Mike.
they might have put that in the constitution like, wow,
Maybe that is the price to
them
pay
land.
for sacrificing thousands of lives. Do you
Well,
know that in
trust me,
America
in
alone,
the hold
it
on, hold
is
on. Hold on. In this world we live in, this capitalist world we live in, trust me, they will
do
pick
you
the
know how
money.
many people
They will
die?
pick the economic. Let me allow people to talk now. I don't know why
Go ahead,
you just let somebody land at least.
go ahead.
So they would have looked at it and say, okay, we either make this move and cause a long-term economic disaster, or we just, I mean, this is inevitable anyway. This is going to hit us no matter what. So they would have done that in the room somewhere, discuss, and at one point they just be like, okay, let's try to take this other measure to try to stop it, whatever. But as far as taking a full measure to shut it down, they would have put that in consideration, measure it, and realize that this would have caused an economic disaster.
Mike,
Okay,
a quick question for you, Mike. So we have Sam Ola in this platform today, and he is a frontline officer at that particular moment. He would have lost his life. He wouldn't have the opportunity to be here today. So it's like you don't care. So some people have to be sacrificial lamb for these people to make money. Well,
Remy, I don't think you know the world you live in.
But Remy, they didn't Sweden. I think in Sweden or Switzerland they didn't shut
Remy
down.
doesn't know the world he lives in.
Mike,
You think
can I
these people
please
that
say
rule
this?
the world, they really care about human lives? That's why they're allowing wars to go on. Are you blind of what's going on in Ukraine? What's going on?
It's
You think
okay.
they really care about? You think these world leaders they care about human life like that?
So it's okay then. So
Their
that
number one
means
goal is
we
economic,
shouldn't talk
man.
about Palestine or Hamas or whatever. They should just kill all of them. 2 million, wipe them away. No problem.
They don't. These people they care about their interests. They don't care about human life. When what's going on in Africa, anywhere in the world,
I say Mike
they
is.
are more about securing their
I think
interests.
Mike is King Leopold of the platform, and you didn't get what I was saying. Wipe them out.
How about you?
Is that your saying? If nobody cares, still just wipe
I'm
them.
just telling the obvious truth. It's not I'm being King Leopold.
Yeah, I know you are right.
World leaders, they don't. The way you guys, all these humanitarian you guys are always falling for. They don't care about those things that much. Their goal is economic, and they have money. How the country become wealthy, how they get dominance, all those things. That's why they are building weapons like crazy. You are talking about people that sponsor wars everywhere. You are talking about they care about human life. Go Vic. Go ahead,
Okay,
sir.
so Mike, are we saying woman's life doesn't matter?
Yes.
Now let me
human life
let me
matters.
say this.
But what
Let
I'm
me say
telling you is
one
they
thing.
care about other things more. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
they
saying.
do, and that's why I said something earlier. They have intelligence about this whole thing. If I will take you back to one of the senators, one of the guys that ran for Senate seat in Georgia, one of the reason and the major reason why he lost his seat was because as soon as they got the intelligence about COVID-19, he started selling all the shares. This came into limelight. That was one reason why he lost that seat. Now, these people knew, but because of political gain, advantage, that's why America is still where America is today. The COVID relief, even Nikki Haley said something a moment ago. That COVID-19 relief plan and the package the Republican passed, that's one of the reasons why we are where we are today. But it's one of these things you guys don't want to listen to. It's one of the things you don't want to hear.
So what does that mean? Hold on, Sam. What does that mean? That they shouldn't have passed it, or what does that mean? Explain,
no, not that we are saying we should. The debt ceiling was bad. At that moment is not the time to make such decision.
Really?
Yes, it's not. And that's one thing. It's one of them that said it. She's a Republican.
Well, Nikki Haley, she's a negative 1% So she's inconsequential. She's irrelevant. Nobody listens to.
Okay, now she's irrelevant, but she's a card.
She's always been irrelevant. Nikki Haley she doesn't have any political capital. Who cares about Nikki Haley?
All right, who cares? But she's one of the presidential candidates.
Clarify with you, please. Before can I clarify? Are you a progressive? Or are you liberal? So I know where you come from.
No, it's a woke liberal. You can tell.
It's progressive.
Come on now. See, there's a problem we have. When someone is telling you,
I'm asking the question. That's why I'm just asking.
No, see, look at you see the problem about me. The way it comes, that's the way I'm going to shoot at it. I don't have any side. Is the truth? Yes. I don't support any Democrat. I don't support Republican.
Are you a
But the fact remains that what we see is what we should talk about without any sentiment.
Sam Ola, are you a progressive?
Come on now. You can't put me in that angle.
No, he's a liberal. He's a liberal guy. He's
Okay,
liberal.
you guys place it to wherever you place it.
You answer. You tell us. So I know where you're coming from. So when
I tell you, that's me. If today
the Democrat.
Republican does good, I'm going to tell you they do good. If Democrat messes up,
no, you're not gonna tell us because you cannot even acknowledge that under Trump's administration we're paying $1.99 for gas, and right now we're paying almost $6. And to you,
here's the problem. Where do you pay $6? Where? I at the pump I bought gas for $2.55 today. 2 days ago. Where do you pay $6? That's why we come on platform and say mention figures.
No. Well, a few months. Okay, hold on. A few months ago we were paying like $6. Right now it's like almost $4.
I've never bought gas since gas was high. I've never bought gas for $4.
Really?
Wow.
Yes.
Good for you. Good for you.
What state are you? What state
I'm
are
in
you?
Texas.
No, how can you be comparing Texas gas, for God's sake? I was in DC. I was in DC 2 weeks ago. I bought gas for $6.
Okay, that's good for DC guys. If life is not important.
So you don't use your price in. I mean, you are living in Louisiana. You are living in Texas. You can get gas for $2. Everybody knows that.
Okay, but what we're saying is, if they do good, I'm going to come here and tell you, this is what they do good. Well, we should not be blind.
What about the stock price?
Okay, now let me give you this. Let me give you this. What's your take on January 6th insurrection? Or that's not an insurrection?
Of course, it was not.
It wasn't an insurrection, right? So that's why what happened Lekki Tollgate is not something to worry about.
Why are you comparing Lekki with
why would I compare it to what happened in the state capital? Why would I compare it?
America now? Come on now.
No, you are here in the United States. Before I enter this country, I hold this country in the highest esteem.
So what is your point? What is your point?
So what I'm saying is, if you guys will sit here and tell me what happened January 6th don't mean shit, then something is wrong somewhere.
So how many people were carrying guns and grenades? So how many people were carrying guns and grenades? Tell us.
How many people? Do I have to count in to see them?
So they came to protest now.
So insurrection.
They came to protest.
So okay, how do you define an insurrection? How do you define an insurrection actually? Of course, that's what he's trying to tell you, Mike. That's what he's trying to tell you.
So
how do you define insurrection, Sam?
How do we define insurrection, bro?
How do you define it?
Number one, that was an invasion of a capital seat.
Okay, guys,
that was a local. That was a domestic terrorism.
Hey, Samola, 1 second. I just want to know where your position is. Because you compare. Are you saying the Lekki protest was bad? Was wrong?
Did I say Lekki? So now I'm not saying Lekki protest was wrong.
Did you support the NSAS protest in Lekki?
No. What happened afterwards?
I'm not asking you afterward now. I don't know when.
I'm not saying Lekki Tollgate protest is a legitimate protest until it turned sour.
Okay, wait. Okay, so wait. Okay, simple. I just want to know. So you like the protest, but you just hate the fact that it turns south, right?
It turns south, yeah.
Okay, so are you saying you also agree with the protest at the White House until it turns south?
The protest at the White House, it's a gathering. They called to come up there. They came. Now they moved from the White House.
Wait. Yeah. No. The answer like you answered the Lekki one.
Yeah. The call at the White House is a legitimate call.
Okay. That's what
until it turns sour.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know where.
And it became an insurrection.
It became whatever it became afterwards. When you want to unleash a sitting vice president,
you just called it an insurrection. Are you backing away from it now?
No, I'm not backing away from it. It turned to that. That turned to that.
So now,
but you made it sound like it was well planned, orchestrated.
Prince Daddy, hold on. So Sam, now that people are accusing Trump of the one that pushed them to come and protest. So now, what makes you think maybe Trump let's assume that Trump encouraged them to come and protest. Now, what makes you think it was now Trump and now tell them to turn it to something else? Just like the Lekki one. I don't think the people that call those Lekki guys will come out and tell them to
Trump that asked them to turn to something else. When Trump says, I'm coming with you, let's march down to the Capitol and fight like a goat.
Really?
No,
Fight
no,
like a goat?
listen,
I don't know
listen.
Trump know what goat means. I never
Well,
seen him
okay,
use the
now
word goat.
if he says, when he says fight like a wolf, fight like a goat. Now, this guy, you know how much these people rely and they hear his word here. They were there, they march up there, things went. Emmanuel have told them verbatim to tell them, hey, he said, go and take the democracy back. The steal they made, go and take it back. They were going for a sitting vice president to hang him. You saw all that happened. They started shooting, killing police officer.
Did you
Marching.
listen
Yeah, I'm
to
making up a
Trump's
lot of
speech?
stuff yesterday, man.
What
But
do you
okay,
want me up? Is it not there on the news? Is it not there on your internet? Can't you just push it?
Did you listen to his speech when he was talking about peaceful protests?
Well, this principle. What did he end? What did he end the statement from?
Did you hear that in his speech?
Say, look here. This is the deal. This is the deal. I
Answer
heard
the question, sir.
everything
Answer the question.
Trump says. Trump never used peaceful protests.
See,
At no time
he's a
did Trump
propagandist.
use. Look
He's
here.
a propagandist.
You have a screen. You have a screen there. Go ahead and bring it up and share it. Let everybody listen to that.
Well, I've listened to the speech over and over again.
No,
and
you see, you don't have to go back. It's on YouTube. Bring it back. Bring his speech up and let every one of this platform listen to it.
On a live presentation speech, he said we're going to march to the Capitol, march peacefully to the Capitol.
Okay.
Now you said he never used the word peace, to describe the march or the protest. That's a lie. That's a lie. And by the way, police officers, there were not many police officers shot and killed.
Okay, but the one did not die.
Capitol.
One did not die. One did not die.
No, that you said there were many police officers that were killed. That's what you said.
What I'm telling you, I say many. If I had used that word, but a police officer who left his family to go to work died in the process.
Now, did you see many police officers were shot? You said that just now.
Exactly.
Okay, now see, if you use my phrase now, if you're using my phrase, didn't one or two die in the process? So life don't matter to you guys. I pity that. If life don't matter, if you are the responder and that's your beat that day.
Mr. Samuel,
if you make a mistake, correct yourself.
No,
because
listen, this is the problem.
You're trying to paint a picture. You're trying to paint a picture of this gory picture.
Nobody's painting any picture. It's there online. Everybody have access to these. If I leave my house in the morning and I said to my family, I'm coming back, so my life don't matter, and I went to look for food to eat, and I die in the process because some bigots came up there to do their own bid and killed an innocent officer. So his life doesn't matter.
One police officer died. He was not shot.
Yeah, okay.
Some gunshot or gun shot out.
Okay.
So they got into some scuffle.
He was stampeded.
Yeah, so but you said they were shots. Like they shot.
Look at
that's what you said.
Why are you guys taking things out of context? I said they were shot. Wasn't that fire? Was there a gunshot?
Many police officers died.
So okay, how many died? Give me the statistics of how many police officers died. Didn't one die? Didn't two die?
It is immaterial. Let's look at it. Let's be very sincere with ourselves. Let's look at it from this point of this perspective. Number one, there is no gainsaying that what happened on that day was I don't know what to use to quantify, but it was bad, horrible. We saw it unfold, right before our eyes. So there is no justification for what happened. That's one. And there is anybody that is trying, no matter how much you try, every attempt to exonerate Donald Trump for what played out that day is an exercise in futility, no matter how much you want to try to whitewash it. Look, if you cannot catch him for using a violent word, go and kill him, go and do it. But if you cannot see the subtle, how do I call it, encouragement in everything he said that day, and how he was watching with his family, what was unfolding, that people were begging him to talk to those people, address them. I was watching it live, and I was aghast. I was taken, in fact, I was just like, really? Is this happening in America? So if we are trying to whitewash it and make it look like Trump is the saint here, then it's not really what any debate.
No, we're just trying to
people can. Yeah, no. I mean, because I mean, fact of the matter was what happened that day was an aberration. It's something that should be happening in one banana republic somewhere, not in
Yeah.
America, not by the president of America.
If you go to American history, there have been many violent protests that a lot of people have been killed, especially black
So we
protests.
support this one.
So
don't
you
say
should
that.
continue.
No, we're not saying that, but things do go out of hand. Just like the Sam, all I just said, the Lekki toll gate protest, it turned out to be a violent protest that people died. Okay, fine, that wasn't the intention from the onset. The same thing happened at the
Prince
Capitol.
Daddy, let me remind them of the killing of George Floyd that resulted into protests across the country, riots,
Exactly.
and people were killed and stuff like that. I mean, how do we describe that?
Okay. Let me answer you. Let me answer you on that.
It's all about a protest to push a demand, to push for a demand. The people protesting on January 6th were pushing for a demand that, oh, look, election, we were rigged out, and those people that were pushing in George Floyd matter too were pushing against police brutality. So it's a protest. When we have protests, sometimes it can erupt into some kind of violence.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes, yes.
Okay, but it does not make it right. Now, let me put in situation. You have brought in we have three scenarios on our hands. What happened as a result of George Floyd unfortunate incident, and what happened in the capital on January 6th, and what happened in Nigeria. Now, if you remember, when the capital was unfolding, it was live, and we saw it. It could have been nipped in the bud when they were in the foyer at the end, when they breached the line. It should have been nipped in the bud when they were, gathering, and when they were moving to that place with the crowd of
when
people.
Trump offered the National Guard to go to the Capitol,
Everything was politicized.
to go there and squash the protest, and the Capitol Police and Nancy Pelosi and Nancy Pelosi denied that request.
Just hold on.
Squash.
Just hold on. You can defend Trump all you like. It was almost belated. Hold on. Just a minute. It was almost belated.
That's what we don't
That's not true. That is absolutely not true.
Mike,
that is not
I said
true.
something
Don't say
in the private chat. You can look it for private discussion later. Thank you.
Bishop, that's not true, because the request was given to the Capitol Police, and they turned it down. They had the opportunity to have secured that area. And by the way, we saw on the video also that's been released by the Senate that in fact it was highly orchestrated, because they allowed the Capitol Police, they opened the doors to the Capitol and allowed the protesters to go in, and they actually ushered them in and took them around, all in an attempt to create this horrific picture to the world that it was an insurrection, just like Sam Ola said, which was
some of that. There's nobody who took them in. They broke in.
That's a lie. No,
they
that's
broke
a lie.
in.
No, they opened the doors. The doors were open.
Gunshot was fired. They broke glasses. Man, what are we talking about? All of us here, both guys and half, everybody watched it live. The camera lens was not shut down on it.
The police fired.
The police diverted them. The police you saw divert them from going into the chambers. Took them another route.
It's a lie. We saw.
Oh my God!
We saw on videos also.
You saw what on video? You saw a police officer who diverted them.
Obviously, you didn't watch the entire video. There are plenty
I don't watch the entire
clips
video.
and recordings out there. There's plenty of clips and recording out there.
Can anybody say something on this? Why are we watching this white? Why are we doing this?
No,
the problem we have is that we seem to be more righteous.
The protesters to come in and to disrupt the session going on. See, you have to understand.
Come on now.
What you be what you've been filled with by CNN and MSNBC.
What do you mean? What am I? So why are you picking? So this is the problem.
To really get a clear understanding of what happened.
So now let me say something. Even when I watch CNN, when you say I watch CNN, MSNBC, whatever channel you can mention,
CBS,
so
CBS,
no, hold on. Do they show they are showing something different from a camera, live feed of a camera? If at all you say CNN, is MSNBC, call those channels. They are showing something different from what every other person saying. So they are showing glass, they are breaking.
They didn't show that. Listen, that's why do you know right now they produce, there's a compilation of, I don't know, is it 20,000 hours of the videos that they capture? Do you know that? They actually show details.
Do you know?
They actually show details of what actually happened, not the snippets of videos.
See, these guys you are trying to protest don't give a damn about you. Don't give a damn about anybody that looks like you and I. Let me say this to you. See, one thing we try to
that is what racist people say. That's what racist people say. I don't know what you mean by that.
I'll tell you the same truth. You are trying to protect these guys. You like that.
I'm not protecting anybody. I'm not protecting anybody.
You are obviously because
hold on.
Okay, hold on. It's Joe Biden. I want to put you and people that look like you in chains. That's
who cares about Joe Biden? I don't care about Joe Biden.
Now you don't care about him, Abi. Now you
don't care about Joe Biden.
You don't care about Joe Biden.
No, what do you care about? This is the problem you have. This is the problem we have here. Africans, whenever we grew so big, wherever we are outside the country, this is the issue. This is the issue. Now we want to take side. We want to act brand new. Look at this is the problem we have here. Donald Trump will always be Donald Trump. You cannot change.
Wait a minute, please.
I don't hate Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a player. But when there is an act, that needs to be corrected, you guys should come out blunt. When he does something good, I tell you, yeah, I like some people who talk that way sometimes. Because
can you tell us something good?
Tell us something good. To see all the bad things you know about him, and
the problem.
To falsify the narrative.
Let me land.
Wait, okay, let's do this. Hold on. We have to give other people. Wait, Mike. You will go. Wait, see. Okay, I want everybody else to have voice, but so Sam, go now, and then Trump come. Okay, trying to say your name. Is it Triumph or Trump?
Mike.
Triumph. You go after him.
He said something earlier when he was talking about indictment.
But you have to give other people a chance to talk to you.
Yeah,
I only allow you because
I will step down now. I just want this to reason in your conscience as I round up this. When he was talking earlier, was talking about indictment, 100 indictment just for political reasons. Really? Do you watch this guy in all his proceedings throughout last week? Through the litigation in New York? Nothing is just made up. He's a rogue and he's a businessman. I won't blame him for anything. All these guys will do what they want to do to survive. Fine. But when you call a spade, when there is a fault, identify the fault. Even if it's your own candidate, say this, what you did here is bad, and let's move on from it. Everything that happened January 6th is not good for a country that stand up on the podium and talk to other countries. Since that day, America lose respect, lose value, even talking to a mere least country in Africa. Look at what happened in the UN. Every one of them came back and gave America the what. So if anything like that will happen in your country and tomorrow you guys are still defending it, quit talking to us anyhow. We are not less human being to you. And that's the way it is. So if you guys want to go ahead and support whatever happened January 6th, I hope tomorrow none of this will happen to anyone you know. None of them will be lynched.
Can I address Sam's
earlier? I'm going to leave it right there.
So, before you go, let's say from trying. The guy doesn't like to force himself.
Can I say something? Can I say something, Mike? Before
Trump, about Triumph, he will never force himself. That's why I have to look out for him. I have to let him talk.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me say this.
Let Mr. BT
Sam.
Okay.
Sam, do you blame the city or the capital? I haven't seen the number of people that gather on that day for protests because they were there for maybe more than 2 days or so. I can't remember.
No.
So I haven't seen that large crowd. Do you blame the capital city for not bringing in enough security, to protect the Capitol building and to protect that city? so that, I mean, in case of any violence, do you blame them at all?
There's lapses there in the security
Huh?
apparatus that was out. There's lapses.
Yes.
Yes, I blame them
There
for
are
not
lapses.
having
So,
adequate backup.
okay. Hold on. Right there. So, there are lapses. So, what you are telling me now is that if enough personnel has been brought on the ground, what happened on the seas will have been prevented, or wouldn't have happened at all. Do you agree that with me?
Two ways to it. Have they seen something like that before? No.
No.
January
Hold
6th has always.
on. Whether we have seen or we have not seen.
Okay.
The Capitol, the symbol of democracy in America, do you think it should be well protected and fortified against any kind of such thing that we saw on the seas?
Okay. The point you are making, yes, capital should be well secured. Okay. But remember, the one that has the ultimate power, who is the president that can dispatch army.
No. The president doesn't have any power over the capital.
What do you mean? He doesn't have the power to release armies?
No. Hold on.
The mayor has to call that when they cannot handle it. So the issue, the mayor should have called.
Did he call them? It was vice president that gave the order. President never did.
Wait. Other than the military, the Capitol by itself have enough police personnel that can protect Capitol and prevent what happened on the 6th.
They don't have enough to take care of that kind of crowd.
So it's Trump that have to provide
and that's why they offer the National Guard.
That's why they offer the National Guard. After they saw what happened, they activate National Guard. After then, military was dispatched. President never dispatched military personnel, never talked to any generals. It was vice president that called to dispatch them because he liked the show.
Sam, what he's saying. This is very important. Let me address what you said earlier, because this is very important, and I've heard this from my liberal friends. This idea, because you said it, you said, "Oh, you people, when they think they have made some money, they'll be really Republican." This idea, because I am black or African, I have to be liberal, or I have to vote Democrat.
Babati, I was going to say that. Babati,
that's not it.
Hold on, Sam, give me 1 second now. Wait.
Look here. There's a vote. Let me tell you something.
Sam, listen, let other people speak.
No,
when I'm done,
vote to Republican, I know.
Wait, Sam, hold on.
Okay.
Babati, you've been in America for many years. If you notice, like when Africans first come to America, automatically, because before they even learn anything about the parties, because automatically Democrats.
That one.
It was after the video. Hold on now. I'm not saying you. I didn't accuse you.
Listen.
Calm down. I didn't say you. I'm just saying, like, calm down now. Babati. Fine, calm down. Babati, if you notice, like, automatically Democrat. But after some years, they begin to really understand the whole thing, and then some will begin to like become maybe neutral, and then eventually some realize that maybe I'm more liberal, conservative, because your culture, our culture is very conservative culture anyway. The Republicans are very conservative. They believe in family values, all those kind of things. While the Democrats are just liberal, they believe in all this. Your culture in Africa is conservative, but the moment you come to America,
even beyond
that, you become Democrat automatically because it's a party of the black.
Even beyond that. Because Spam just did it today. I've heard that before. Oh, when somebody becomes successful at the vote Republican, because they think they mean some money, then they are Republican.
That's the problem.
That is no, Sam, it came from your own mouth. And
what I said is we need to stop saying that we cannot be painting the truth for the dice.
I am saying you label Republicans as racist on this platform tonight.
Okay.
Let me finish. And you also refer that because I'm black and African.
But the same president of yours says, "Go back to your shit hole country," right?
And your Biden said what about change? If you don't vote Democrat, you're not black. Didn't he say that?
See,
It did. It did.
Passed
I'm
more
telling
stuff.
you,
No, Sam,
look
listen,
at.
please let me finish. In
Okay,
the
go ahead.
90s, who sponsored the crime bill? That was Joe Biden against black people. Don't give me that.
The
So
Democrats
now,
don't even Africa. They
so,
were
so,
during Obama time.
so
They
You guys,
did
now
you
not
guys,
give
this
it
is
to
you guys
Africa
do this
now.
all the time. Hold on, Sam. You guys do this all the time. They're not your
see,
friends too. As a black person, they are
I'm
racist
telling
too,
you, who told
as
you
liberal.
I'm siding them as friend or
Yes,
what?
you are doing that.
That's what you are
All I'm
doing now.
telling
You're trying to make
you
it look like Republican
What do
hate
you mean?
black,
is,
Like
Democrat love black.
whenever you have these guys in power, don't go for them totally. Be objective.
Who is saying that? Just listen to what I'm
Be
saying.
objective.
I am objective. I am a conservative.
You
But
don't sound being objective at all because on forward boro, you roll and forward bolo now.
Boy,
Sam, you can't even let me feel my own
okay, let's
thought.
let Babati talk. Sam, let
Babati
Babati
talk.
talk, please. Give him a chance to talk.
Why are you like this, man?
I'm like,
on
Okay,
this
Babati, go ahead. You go
on
ahead.
this show, I am physically conservative and socially in some way liberal because I don't really care about what you do in your bedroom. But I care about the money. That's everybody knows that. I'm very clear about that. But this is what I'm saying. This idea that if you're black, if you're foreign, you own liberal, the liberals your vote. And because some racist Republicans are there, therefore, how dare you vote for Republican? Your ass is supposed to vote Democrat all the time. And if you don't do that, you are betraying your race and you must vote. That's what I will not accept. I can vote Trump if it benefits me. I trade stocks. You can see in the conversation, you can see me and Kando talking.
Even me, I have a company.
Trade. And Trump was good for what I do on the side. So therefore, I'm going to vote based on what benefits me economically. If that is just the way it works. You can't say I must then vote the Democrat because I'm black and some people are racist. I don't care if he's racist. Is he effective? Is the point. If it's good for the economy, so be it. That's my position, Sam.
Yeah, because you think for yourself, but see, that's why people like that fall into Sam's category. Just like you said, if you're black, you must vote a Democrat because if you didn't, that means and you voted for Republicans, then you're a racist or something like that, or you supporting racist. This is like it's a backward way of thinking.
I used to think like that when I first came to America. Until after a while, when I started,
you are all my enemies. You are all my enemies. I don't want Trump because I still want to jump out to America. So don't try that. Don't bring Trump again.
At least you can understand Ola wants to jump out. Ola is doing it based on his own interest.
Did you know that under Trump, illegal immigration actually went up? Did you know that?
Forget Bubu story.
I'm not even talking of illegal immigration. I want to jump illegally.
You know get time we no get illegal immigrant.
And if they do, they are betraying their race. That is not. First of all, you can vote based on your own interest. I just
exactly.
It's based on my interest, not because I care about Trump calling someone.
Vote on your own interest.
My company, the regulations, all those things. The Republicans tend to favor my industry. So
the economy, that is my own.
So it tends to favor your own. So that's why
what am I supposed to vote about? It's not my interest.
Your own interest now.
So that's why you will see the truth down. You won't be able to say it. Even my candidate.
No. Politics is all about interest. It doesn't matter. Politics is all about interest. So whether it favors you,
it's about cares. Interest. That is my own interest.
Follow what favors you first of all. So
no doubt, but that doesn't make you not to be able to
follow the irony. This is the irony.
Say the truth sometimes.
People like Sam don't even vote on their interest. They vote against their interest. That's the pathetic thing about it. I'm telling you, they vote against their interest.
You know, I used to do that too. I used to vote Democrat until
because
you
have to vote because you're black. You gotta vote Democrat. It doesn't even make any sense. I mean, don't look at the issue. But he just talked about an issue that's important to him. And we should respect that. But he's not voting Republican because it's black or white. It's based on his interest. But people like saying like, no. It doesn't like people like
and
me. What does that even
why
mean?
do you
That's
jump
a
in
racist
conclusion?
statement.
Being indoctrinated based on indoctrination.
Why are you jumping to conclusion? Okay, let me cite an example. Is someone you know
MSNBC
very well.
new.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Hey,
CNN, 24 hours.
Mike,
Yes.
you know this lady that represents Texas from one of the Congress lady. Her name
Well,
is
she Jackson
Sheila
now. That
Jackson.
lady Jackson.
She's coming in to vote to contest as what do you call it, mayor of Houston. Now, I was just telling my wife, was it when we're driving? I said she's not going to win. I don't even want her there. Those are the kind of people who we're talking about. They are the ones who's going to stand on African soil and talk bad to us. But at that age, you've been in Congress for the whole life of yours. You still want to come as mayor? No. We didn't vote her.
Yeah, you're not going to vote her, but you're going to vote the next Democrat.
No, but the one we voted, he happens to be a Republican. So this is the deal.
Why are you so conclusive, Mr. What's your name? You're so. You don't even live in this household. I'm sorry to jump into this platform, but here's the thing: it's so rich coming from us now to all just say, "Oh yeah, I'm Republican, I'm Democrat." Why don't you just be objective? Stay in the middle. Sometimes Republican Party, they will do some things that you would say, "Okay, they messed up." There's sometimes that Democrats, they'll do some things and you'll be like, no, this is not, I'm not going to stand on this side.
We're not.
Stay on the path
Just
of
like
truth.
the LGBT right, the gay right.
Yesterday,
I don't buy that shit.
We shouldn't have to tell you who we voted for, but yesterday, we actually voted Republican. It doesn't mean that
that's beautiful, but Mr. Tan didn't give us that opportunity. He came to attack Republicans on this
No,
platform.
I'm not attacking.
You weren't listening.
Well, you did, and I apologize to
Mr.
the lady back
like
in the
how?
background.
The way you were talking was different too.
Sam, you know what? You like your
I don't want to speak over anyone. We won't listen. We won't hear each other. If you keep speaking over each other, and also that's something I tell my children. Hey, listen to understand, not just listen to respond. Okay, when someone's making a point, and then when you have made this, you've drawn this conclusion in your mind that, oh yeah, because like the other gentleman said, he said, okay, I'm voting Republican because it fits, it's good, they are good for my industry and all that stuff. Yes, that's fine, and I agree with that. But here's the thing. If you cannot call a spade when it comes to Republican Party just because, oh yeah, they're good for my industry, and also because it's profitable, is blase, you still have to say, you know what, January 6th.
Ma'am, I always do that. When they spend too much money.
But you never said anything related now. When we are picking up January 6th, we're defending it all that.
Oh, January 6th. Oh,
Let me finish.
No, we're counting your factual statement.
Allah was spewing lies. Mr. Sam, was spewing
please,
right now, if I could show you a video, we're watching it.
I know, but please, don't do respect, please. They asked me about
my brother. I don't know how you guys watch. It's very obvious that you guys are. I would also conclude that you guys have been concluding on us, but it's obvious that you guys are tuned to Fox News 24/7.
No. Oh, wrong impression. I despise Fox as much as I do CNN. Not true at all.
Oh my
goodness.
Fox
is garbage.
Fox
is garbage.
You see, you can be hold on, please. You can be conservative and not Republican. I think you're conflicting.
It's possible.
Hold on. Let me finish, please.
Okay.
Sam, hold on, please. I call Republicans out when they spend too much money. We should be physically disciplined as a country. Now, people want to say it's cut on this, cut on that. I'm like, let's also cut money spent on the military. I know they are very hawkish about don't cut any money when it comes. I am for that. You should bring money down spend on those kind of expenses. Physical discipline is very important to me. So, as a conservative, we also fight Republicans about the way they spend in government. They are pro-liberal in terms of supporting all this LGBT stuff nonsense. School right, we do all those things. So don't call me a Fox News watcher because no, that is Republican talking points. What? No.
When you say I'm a CNN watcher, which I talk now.
No, yes, you do.
But because all your talking points like CNN watcher, that's
why. Who is talking points CNN?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I can
You said you came on this platform. You said you're gonna put us in chain. I mean, what is that?
exactly
Is
what
that
you do.
Let's
isn't that
go.
Joe
Okay,
Biden?
okay, you Americans. I think I'm tired of you.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's
Ola.
hear from the
Okay.
Canadian. Let's hear from Ola. Canadian is a neutral ground. Give us your
Oh,
neutral
I am.
Very rich.
perspective. Give
Very
us your
rich. Now,
Canadian
all of us
perspective from
are
the outside.
coming now. You want to
No,
put
no.
the you want
You
to
know
put the
one thing
trust in
about
one
Let's hear
Canadian.
from
You want
Ola,
to
one,
talk
please.
one thing
and
about
put blood and
politics.
put
Like I said the other time, when
because
Harper was our prime minister, you know, he was trying to create two categories of citizenship. You know that okay, if you're first generation, if you commit certain offense, they are going to deport you. That's a point of interest. You know, what people like us, what we did, we made sure that APA never returned to that government house at Ottawa. That's the first thing we do. The way I see the like of Trump now, because I used to see Trump as someone that doesn't like my race, doesn't like my country, even though some people from my country, they are supporting him. Even right from Canada, if I had my way, Trump will never get back to that place. That's my own for you. Because that time, some guys that schooled in the US, they were even unable to secure their permanent resident or whatever there. That even some of them, they forwarded their CV to me that, okay, their resume, okay, let me use the right word, their resume, that, okay, if we can help them secure job in Canada. So it was that bad during that Trump time. So it was so obvious that the Americans, they were divided. They suddenly realized what they call discrimination under Trump. Under Trump, I think that is not good for American democracy. In as much as we support our interest, what people saw under Trump as economic growth is that they try to they try to depreciate what the like of Obama did. They think that oh it was all about Trump. See what Trump did. If Trump continued that way, it will get to a situation that it was going to backfire on American economy too. So it
Not
was
true. Not
fortunate.
true. Like that's your opinion.
Wait now, you can't be trying to
Ola, you have to be
protect him.
specific on what they did you're talking about.
Okay,
Which did? Which one?
see now is that
I
you
mean,
wanted.
why don't you talk about Trudeau? He's not doing very well, my friend. Trudeau is messing up Canada right now. If you don't know that,
Well,
I mean, it's becoming a
yeah,
joke for that
Prince
matter.
Daddy, let's not do strawman arguments.
See,
No need to be talking
see,
about Canada.
see,
But
Trudeau, you are talking about. I
Ola,
prefer
Ola,
Trudeau.
Ola, Ola, we don't care about Canada on this platform. To be honest, nobody cares about Canada. No, I don't even know why.
You don't care about you don't care
Can I
about Canada.
interject?
You are joking. You are
Ola, you know
joking.
that Canada is not a country the whole world really thinks about
Oh,
like that.
come on, man. Can I
Okay, on
interject
your
a little?
own.
Nobody, honestly, nobody know about Canada. Even America, average
Because
American, if you ask them to
I
name
hear
two
you.
cities in Canada, they won't name it.
I hear
Ola, they
you.
are fighting you. Don't
They don't
mind
know
them.
anything about Canada. We don't know anything about Canada here.
Come after 2024 because you're not going to vote Trump. So come after 2024, please.
Trump is not going to get to that place.
There
See,
you are talking. There you are talking.
you want to bet it with me, Prince Daddy?
No,
Trump
no,
will
Prince,
not
Yeah,
Prince
get
Daddy.
to
you want to bet?
Ọlájà
Okay, let's
fúnra
bet.
ẹ̀ ó lóun fẹ́ wá
Let's bet.
amẹ́ríkà òun ò fẹ́ trump
Interested.
bẹ́ẹ̀
Actually, gbogbo ẹ ṣe o.
oníkàlùkù ń jà fórí ẹ̀.
Hey, that's it, man. That's politics.
Ẹ ṣe o.
That is politics right there. Because for your own interest.
Baba
Yeah.
T and Prince, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Now that you are doing Republican primaries debate, if Trump did not participate in that debate, can you still go ahead? Okay, you guys are going to vote. If you did not participate in the debate and you guys voted for him to be your presidential candidate, is it a goal or not?
You can. I am. Do you know what? If it's not there in America, you can do a mailing ballot. I'll put a name on paper and I'll mail it. I will mail it in. Yeah, I will do that. Yes, hell yes.
So what you are trying to say
the debate does not determine if he's on the ballot or not.
And Baba T, that is going to happen
The
a lot.
debate
Oh.
doesn't determine if
Millions
he's
of
going to be on the
people will
ballot or
still
not. It
vote
has
for
nothing to
Trump.
do with
You
anything.
know that?
So it does not need to participate in the debate.
Not at all. They've had like 3 debates. He hasn't been on any of them. It means nothing. See, Remy, that debates were non-debates. They didn't matter at all. In fact, when Trump was not on the debate, it had a higher rating than the debate. The debates, they've been the lowest rating ever in the Republican Party. It's a joke because it's a bunch of clowns on the stage, apart from Vivek Ramaswamy. but the
for
rest are just
clarity
jokers.
purpose, it does not really matter whether he participates or does not participate. If you guys choose him, it will be your
Remy, take a look of something. A man that did not participate in debate yet is leading others in the race, put their own this thing together. They don't even match his own.
That's
It's
the
leading them
the support he
absolutely
has.
in the poll. It's never seen in the we never seen it in the history of this country. A man that is never participate in the debate and he's saying he's not going to participate because these people, they are a bunch of rubbish people. I cannot stand to debate them because they have nothing to offer American people. They are nobody. And you see the opinion poll rising in his favor higher than ever before. Do you know
Even
how
with
many
that golden boy, what do you call him?
do you know how
Ron
many
DeSantis.
do you know how many people that view him on YouTube when he had interview with Carl Carton? Over 22 million people, viewers.
I think it's more than
I
that.
don't know on Facebook.
On
I don't
X,
know on
like over
Facebook.
50
I don't know on
million.
other platform, but on YouTube,
Oh,
over
okay, yeah,
22
okay.
million.
So I want to say
Yeah, you're right.
something. I want to say something.
That should send a message that that guy is popular among American people.
I know. But one thing I want to say now is this. I think America, I'm sorry to say this, is a land of chaos. And you guys like it when everything turned upside down, confusion, and so many
What
stuff.
what is this guy talking about? Do you
Really? One of them
understand?
was
Do you
America.
understand the meaning of
No.
democracy
Let
at
me
all?
finish. Let me finish.
Do you understand the meaning of democracy at all?
Yeah, I understand democracy, but what can I do? This is the
So
system.
people doesn't have the right to choose whoever they like
Are you trying to
go
say
with
that
whoever they
in
want to.
America, are you trying to say people don't have a right to choose their president? If they choose Trump ahead of Biden in the next election, that's their choice, and nothing is going to happen.
But you are describing the support for Trump as if
No. What
America
I'm
is a
trying to
land of
say,
chaos
I
for
want to
supporting
say
Trump.
maybe I want to say some section of America.
Mr. Remy, you want to come to America? If you want to
No.
come, let us know
Listen.
today.
I love America.
They all want to come now. That's why they hate Trump.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Mike, Trump is not going to stop
My
me
favorite
anyway.
country
Forget stories.
is
He's not going
the
to stop me.
world.
Allah, don't worry. Trump will not stop you from coming. So
Let me finish.
Because we have agreement now. So
Remy, why would any liberal even vote for
Let
Biden
me
with his
finish.
dementia, confused, not knowing where he's always falling down self? Why would
no,
somebody vote for him?
Babati,
Oh my
Trump
God.
policy
I
in the
think
long
Stamp
run
Allah
is
can
not
better
good
answer
for
that
America.
question.
Let me finish, please. I think my favorite country in the world is America, and it's the continent I wish I would visit or live. I don't know in future. I've lived in 3 continents already. I like
Mike,
America
invitation letter, Mr. Mike. Give him an invitation letter so he can come.
for the freedom.
No,
for
he
the
doesn't need an invitation letter to visit America.
For the freedom, for the democracy and everything. But to be frank with you, in the last 8 years, or in the last 6 years or 7 years, even including Biden and Trump, it's a lot of disappointment, to be frank. This is a country that everybody look up to. The way everything pans out totally changed. It's totally changed everything. I can't believe in the so-called democracy in America that you can just go to your capital and disrupt everything like that. And I cannot believe that people.
Hey, Ola.
How come you only singling that one thing out of all the great things that Trump did?
No,
He live in a country that is not bigger than Dallas. So
That's
why
not
you
the issue,
like
Baba
that?
Jale Koko.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning.
Wait,
Good
can do.
morning.
I'll let you go next. Let Remy land. You go after Remy.
I'm a little bit shocked that this is a country everybody look up to all over the world. Everybody wants to be in this country. But for the last 6 or 7 years since Trump came in, and even Biden was not ruling very well to my own estimation. It's not doing good.
No, Remy, because you don't know past American history.
I don't want to listen
Hold
to
on, hold on. You don't know American history. All this chaos you're talking about, it's happened many times in this country, even more violent ones.
Prince Daddy too, because you are biased in your opinion too, including Babati, and you guys are just on the party line. I see you that when you come here, you guys, when we talk about Nigeria, you
now only me and you know bias, though. No mind them.
You castigated.
Remy, now wrong video you watch.
Okay, let me land so you can hear from can do. He hasn't said anything.
Yes.
Remy, make your statement, man. Yeah, go ahead.
What I just want to say is that
wait now.
If this is the democracy we all wish for the rest of the world to copy, I'm sorry, it's a disappointment. I think it's nothing to write about anymore. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from can do. But first of all, Remy, America is not telling you to copy them. You are the one copying them. So all these things you guys are talking about, they're not begging you to copy.
No. That's
can do. Go ahead.
That's what they
Americans are not begging the whole world to be emulating them. Even black Americans, they get mad when you Nigerians start dressing like them. Rap like them. They don't like it. They don't like you guys copying them. Just leave them alone. Okay, can do. Go ahead.
Can do talk. Baba, you just don't want me to contest all those girls within in America. That's why I know what
good morning, lady.
Let's make can do talk. Please.
Good
can
morning,
do, go ahead.
lady. Good morning, lady and gentlemen. I think one has to be. I'm not even sure what the word is, because I saw January 6th live on multiple channels. And one will have to be, I mean, this is not even being a supporter of anyone. Everyone that saw those videos from all of the channels saw these people beating police officer, running over the lines, breaking windows to get into the Capitol. So I don't care if you're Donald Trump's half brother. There is no reason not to accept that that's what happened. But to be saying that, oh, the police were helping them, inviting them, serving them coffee and tea, that is that's deceptive of the highest order. And Mr. Remy is correct. Unfortunately, American democracy is truly gone to a place where nobody knows right now. At the end of the day, whether 20 million people saw Trump on an interview or 30 million, almost 60 million people voted for him. But more than those, whatever his numbers were, 50, 56 million or whatever, voted for Biden. We are at a crossroad right now in America. There are those who believe that this is their country and is being taken over by other people, So, and unfortunately, I have said this many times, what Biden should have done was not to run again. There is no reason for Biden to be running for another.
It's not fit mentally to run.
Yes,
let's be honest. It's not fit.
Did you vote for Biden the first time?
Listen, hold on. If he does, I'm not wishing anybody evil. It will, and if he does run and win, he will die in office. Write it down.
Did you vote for Biden the first time around?
He will die in office, and Kamala will be the first female president. So unfortunately, someone else should have been groomed. Maybe someone of 50-something years or 60-something years, having all this old men all over the place. People should be sitting in their houses, and people coming to them.
No, I'm not sure that's an argument. It doesn't matter the age, as long as you go out there and put yourself out there to be voted for.
Listen.
It does matter. They didn't put. It's not authoritarian regime. They went out there to compete, like to be voted for, and they campaigned.
Hold on. Let's get to it, because you are a trader like me. We trade options, right? So we should be on the same page. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I'm gonna assume that you are conservative when it comes to economics, right? That
Yes.
you are, you're physically conservative. So I won't push Trump on you, but just on the liberal side, why will liberals that pretend to be independent, like Sam, want to vote for Biden, knowing really that he's not healthy, he's failed the country? Why can't they find somebody like Newsom from California? I'll take him.
Yeah.
Give him somebody else.
Unfortunately,
But Biden is not healthy.
yeah,
Why do
but
they keep doing that?
no, but you see, this is how party systems work all over the world. Unfortunately, you see, if Biden was going to say, "I will step down," which is a wise person, that's what he ought to do. But he's not going to do that. If he was willing to do that, other people will come up. But the party machine, the way the party machine is set up, it will not allow anybody else to come and try and even attempt to contest against him. So it's not the regular guy on the street that is at fault here. It is the fault of the party system. Just like in Nigeria, you have your APC, you have your
Okay, hold
PDP.
on. Would they agree that they have a good structure in place? Because it's not working for them this one time doesn't mean that they don't have a good structure. So let's not knock down the
No,
system because it's
no,
not producing the result that you want.
listen, I am agreeing with you, but the issue is this. You and I, or the regular person on the street, are not the people that are in charge of that process. The people that are in charge of that process, look, these people, they have numbers that they look at. No one else can go against Biden at this point. And this is one of those things where you talk about people voting against their own best interest. So we are going to be voting against our own best interest, just like you said. Just the fact that you're a Republican does not mean you cannot just be a conservative or be a Republican and not be a
But
conservative. So,
does it bother you that somebody just expects you to vote liberal because you're black? And if you and
Babati,
if you're a
Babati,
Republican, you're
Babati,
seen as some kind of
Babati,
between your own race.
Babati,
Yeah.
Babati. I don't. Yeah, I am never bothered what anybody expect me to do. I am not a dummy. I don't do. Even if you put juju for mouth, you cannot tell me what to do. I do what I think is best. I don't follow. I am not a follower of anyone. So I understand what you're trying to say. I don't understand how people use their brain. I don't vote for you just because you expect me to. Who in the world are you? I
Okay,
don't
if
do
you
I
voted the
don't do
last
things that's
election,
because that's
could
what
you tell us the reason
no
why you voted for Biden the first time around?
no you see Prince Daddy, I know I've been listening to you for the last several months. I know where you stand. You see, I have an history with Trump, and people like Trump, I'm not saying that he shouldn't run his empire and run his businesses. People like that should not be running the country. That's my belief. I understand what you believe. And just because I believe in um, financial stability and taxes and what have you, just
No,
like Trump
it's
said,
beyond
just
that. Actually, it's beyond that. I'm actually surprised.
hold
Go
on,
ahead.
just like Trump said, the reason he is able to take advantage of the things he takes advantage of and pay so little taxes is because the legislators made it so. But in a democracy, we have to have roads, we have to have hospital. So each person has to at least try and do something. Not you being a billionaire and paying taxes as somebody who makes $80,000 a year. That is, I mean, I wouldn't say because the system allows me to. How many billions do you need? How much is enough?
Oh no, no, no. I mean, I don't get that point. You have to explain that point. Are you
No,
talking socialism? Are you putting a cap on the ability of people to make money?
no, 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 no. What I'm talking about is people being people, even on their own. We've had a number of billionaires in this country that have gathered together and said, you know what? When we're gone, we're not just going to leave all these billions of dollars for our family. We're going to dedicate those funds to society, to systems that will work for other people. There is nothing wrong in making money. But yeah, I understand there are tax accountants, that can allow you and help you to manipulate the system. I get it. But we have things to do. Schools got to be funded by taxes. So I can't just say, oh, because all these loopholes are there, let me not pay anything or let me pay almost nothing.
Well,
There is
when you file taxes legally and you take all your normal deduction, if you get a refund, do you send it back to the IRS, or do you just write them an extra check for them to pay for the schools and the hospitals?
no, I do no. We're not talking about. That's not the type of thing we're talking about. What we're talking about is people knowingly inflating assets that they have, knowingly, which is by IRS definition, is criminal. Criminal. So is it different? We're not talking about somebody needing to go and buy a loaf of bread because they're hungry. You got money. Pay what you should. I'm not saying that you shouldn't take advantage of the system where it allows you to legally. But when you start manipulating the process, that's a little bit much for me to do. But at the end of the day, like I said, unfortunately, this is what we have all over the world. We have way too many people that should be sitting in their living room somewhere and other people coming to them for advice. A Biden running from here to France to Dubai to Kuwait at 82? God forbid. There is no amount of presidency or money
Hey,
that will
sorry,
allow
Mike,
me
could you
to
let
do
me
it.
in? I'm gonna
Yeah,
go out
go
and come
ahead.
back in.
Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Can step up for a second, but what I'm saying is this: we are not a monolithic group of people. People have diverse opinions. People vote based on their interests, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
I should be happy that a Nigerian is Democrat or of the Green. I have Nigerian friends of the Green Party, those so-called mainstream parties. That's what they believe in. They believe in all those. So I have people that are socialists. They are, they are of the Bernie Sanders type. People
Right.
like Elikoko, they align more like they like Bernie Sanders. I believe is a socialist. He believes in more, but that is diverse opinion. I should respect that. But if I say, why are you not voting liberal all the time? Because you're African, you're black, you must be why dare you? Why are you voting for the racists? And that it bothers me in a bit. That's why I flared up when Samuela was talking earlier. Like, what do you mean I have to vote liberal, and if I vote Republican, I'm racist? I'm supporting the racist. That's
Yeah,
what
but
I
Did I
didn't.
say you are
yeah,
a
but
racist because you vote
No, no, no,
Baba
no,
T,
not me,
Republican?
not me.
Baba
I
T.
said I'm supporting somebody that is
Yeah,
racist.
Baba T. If you look throughout history, look at Germany in 1929. Human being, 32 million human beings went and voted for Hitler. 32 million people. People have always, and I think just based on the way I understand people, the vast majority of people will vote against their own best interests. This is People are like goats. Most people don't have a
Okay.
mind of their
Wait, let me
own.
ask you a question. Are you saying the Germans they voted against their interests and they
Oh
voted for
yes,
Hitler?
they did. You see, people.
Really?
You see, yeah. No, look. Let me tell you something. People. Well, what's this guy's name in
I
Hitler's
think they voted for
cabinet?
the Nazis party, not Hitler.
Yeah, the
Nazi.
Nazi party. Yeah, but what I'm saying
So
is
what
this.
the
You see,
Nazis, whatever the Nazis care, was it against the interests of the Germans? Or
no, but you see, it didn't start out like that. It started out like the reason you guys are in the economic situation you are is because of those people. Whenever you see, that's why I say people
the
are like
French and the
they're
English?
like goats. When somebody comes and start telling you the reason why your taxes has gone up, if you remember in this country, it used to be it's the fault of the Mexicans. It's all those Mexicans. So when people don't have a mind of their own, they don't have the ability to really think deep down and
Wait,
look
are
at
you wait, hold
situations
on.
for what
Let's
they
stick to that
are.
Germany real quick. Are you saying that Germany? Are you saying the Germans didn't know why they were voting for the Nazis?
No, they no at that time, if you go back
They
and
knew,
look
they
at the
knew.
no, they didn't know. They did
No,
as I'm
no, the Nazi they provided a viable option to
No,
the
they
German people.
knew. They knew
exactly
quite
they
very well.
did. They
Well,
provided no Prince Daddy. They provided what looked like looked like. look like? Not
Well,
what it
are you saying
was.
wait, hold on, Prince Daddy, hold on. Are you saying the Nazis were not trying to solve? I mean, what they were about was basically to make Germany the world power, and that's what they were pushing. And they thought that was their rightful place. They thought they could be more powerful than England and France.
No, that was it was an economic issue.
And
Germany's
also, which is
economy was
part of
going
it.
down.
Okay, wait. Let me that part, the industrialization, right? The French and the English, obviously, they were controlling the global resources, the global, pretty much, they had the control of Africa, they had the control of most of these colonies and stuff like that. And the German felt like they shortchanged them from the deal they made from the, I think, the Berlin Conference,
Yes,
or because things they agree
yes.
on. I think they felt that they got played by the French and the English, and they're looking at the long term. They're like, wow, this English and the French are going to dominate forever. And they knew that they had what it takes to take those two countries, those two powers down. And trust me, the German people also knew it, that Germany had what it takes to take down France and England. And in fact, when
No,
that war
no,
started, it
no,
didn't take 2 seconds
no.
before Germany defeated
Mr.
France.
Mike, you're
Wait,
totally wrong
hold on.
because
I'm going
again,
somewhere. I'm trying to let you know that the German people knew it, what the Nazis were capable of, and they were not misled. They knew it and they supported it.
okay, I hear you, but this is where your narration is problematic. In 1929, it wasn't just Germany. In 1929, we had the worst recession the world had ever known. So it wasn't just a German thing. We had people jumping out of windows in New York in 1929. We had
That Great Depression was just America.
we hold on. We had 8 years of economic depression all over Europe. So it wasn't about you Germans can become whatever. It was because their lifestyle was going down, and these people did not come in with they didn't come in with well, we're gonna make Germany great again. They were saying the reason why your economy, the reason why your lifestyle is going down is because of all these Jews.
No.
Yes, it was. Go and look
Yeah,
at the history, sir. I'm not. Look, I'm not a German. Even if I was, I have nothing to gain. Nobody's sending me a check for that.
I don't think
But all,
that
all
Nazi
I'm
coming to
saying,
power is because of
all I'm
Jews.
saying is people
But anyway, let's
generally.
not make this about John. Let's get back to the main distinction, the main point, the Republican point you're making, or Trump or whatever.
Yeah. Well, again, I don't.
I see
I,
another topic to discuss is only about Republican.
Okay. Remy, yeah, you can talk about Remy. Yeah, maybe take us another topic, man. Let's move away from this Republican shit, man. Go back. Remy, you came in to talk about, I guess, the Palestine one, I believe.
Yeah. I was listening to what do you call Bishop and what do you call Madam Zita, and also there's another one person. Okay, yeah, Prince Daddy. Yeah. And to be frank with you, I think they are just talking it like it's so simple like that. You have to come from the history. After the World War II, and most Europeans rejected Jews to settle in their countries. And it's only the Palestine that have the land. I will enjoy everybody to go to Google it and see the
Remy, hold
land.
on now. You say Europeans were rejecting Jews to settle?
Yes, they rejected them to settle in their own country. I mean,
Which
European
Europeans?
country. Most of them, England, all of them, they don't want them to settle in their own country.
yes,
Remy, come on,
they
man. Where are you getting
rejected
your
them.
history from now?
They
Let me,
rejected them.
can I
Were
finish
Jews
my own?
homeless?
Can I
Yes,
Send
finish?
us your source, Remy.
yes,
Send us
they
your source,
were.
Remy, please. Send us your source.
Can
We would
I?
like to know your source in the private section,
Let
please.
me finish first. Uh, Everything I say is my personal opinion. Okay.
You can't just
That
give a
is,
personal opinion. You gotta give us
that
facts,
is
man. You
what
can't give us
that is
factual
that
information
is
and say
what
it's
I
wrong.
read. And listen to me. That is what I read.
Where did you
The
read that? There's nowhere that. Where did you read that?
Oh, can you let you just finish and then you can say whatever you want to say? Maybe I might be wrong. That is my own what I read.
Yeah, it's
And
wrong. There was no
okay,
homeless Jews
to
everywhere where
you,
they're
you
looking
might
for
think
home.
it's wrong. Let me continue. But they were saying that they want to relocate them to Kenya in Africa, and those the Israelis they rejected that one too. It is only the Palestine. When you look at the map, there are the people that are living there, and they said, "Okay, these are our brothers, whether you like it or not." And when you were asking questions the other time, Mike, you asked them, "Can you tell me the original race? How do they look like? Who are they?" These people are not totally European. They look more or less towards the Middle Eastern people, maybe like Arab, maybe similar
Really?
to Arab.
Netanyahu. Oh no, are you talking about the present day or the past?
No, I'm talking about the past. I'm talking from the history now. Then I will be in the present now. So when you look at the map of Palestine in 1940s, you can see they own most of the land, and they brought a lot of Jews after the World War. They gave them part of the land, and the Jews also bought some of the land from Palestine. Some they bought, but not all. Just opposed from 1940s to this present situation, Israel continued to encroach on the Palestinian land and they continue to expand the settlement. And a lot of these people they live under it's totally an apartheid region. They have conquered them because they have the superior firepower and they also being backed by the Western nations, the powerful nations. And of course, Hamas also have their own SSs, but I just want us to think as a Yoruba man that somebody will now come to your land and tell you that, oh, from the history book or from the holy book, any of the holy book you can claim, as you claimed from the holy book that the land belonged to the Israelites or to the Jews. So somebody will just come to Ibadan now and tell me that from the book of Lamurudu or the book of Odudua, this land belonged to so kind of this kind of people, and then we want to take back the land. To me, that is I don't understand it. I don't get it. Okay,
That's
now
what Prince Daddy is telling us now.
yes, so I don't get it. So that means I can just wake up tomorrow and then say the land of America belongs to the Odudua people. Let's go and claim America if we have the power, and then we push them out, and then we continue to fight them. So when you look at it to me, they are just looking at it in one side way, because these people have lost family members since they were born. Some people were born and they can see their parents were eliminated in front of them. How do you want this kind of child to think? What kind of mind do you think it will happen? So,
Mr. Remy,
now,
can I interject real quickly?
okay.
Yeah, let me just add to what you said. Mr. Mike, I don't, you can go on YouTube and, search for the movement of the Israelites in 1944, 45. They were actually untold number of ships that these people were. They were trying to see where they would settle them. They were thinking about Argentina. Kenya was a consideration. America was a consideration. The facts are there have been Jewish people and Palestinians living in the present day Israel and Palestine land. And like Mr. Remy has alluded to many times, no one is saying that they were not welcome there. They were, but they have been taking more lands. Over the last 30 years, UN will issue whatever decree, they will vote against it, they will build more settlements. And like I wrote in the panel earlier today, how many of those settlers have killed Palestinians just this year alone? And in the last 10 years, there have been over 15,000 of these people killed. So nobody in their right mind will ever support what happened on October 7th, but it did not start on October 7th.
Yeah. Okay, let me
But
continue.
well, no, quick. But see, how do we measure an equal response to what happened on October the 7th? Say
Okay.
it cannot be measured because
Can I just
hold
can
on
I
a second, Remy. You can't punch at someone bigger, stronger, taller than you and expect that person to respond in kind or with equal force. It doesn't work. That's not reality.
Prince
And that's why
Daddy,
we have to face reality.
okay.
Hold on, Mike.
Remy,
Hold
1
on, Mike.
second,
So,
please.
but even before, when the whole thing started, and on one man show, I made a point. Then Israel had not retaliated. Okay, and I said, there we go again. This was going to happen because it was
But
going to be a disaster. And what is happening right now, it does not surprise me. In fact, it's something I expected anyways. That's what I
Remy,
okay.
expected.
Prince
Let
Daddy,
me
Remy, wait, give
conclude.
me a second. Give me a second. Prince Daddy, they have something called international law now, right? Rules of engagement, all those things. It's in a book. Israel is a signatory to it. Everybody we all, every member of the United Nations, we're all signatory to it.
Did that work in
But wait
Iraq?
now,
Did that work in
wait.
Libya?
Huh?
Did that work in Iraq? Did it work in Libya?
Hold on
Did it
now.
work in
Hold on.
Afghanistan?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Can I conclude,
The
please?
fact of the matter is, when America do it, they will come to us and say it was a mistake. Oh, they were accidental. They will give excuse and lie. But this guy are deliberately, and they telling us they're going to do it. You telling us we're going to commit this
So
crime here. We're going to.
let me conclude, please.
Oh, let me read now. It's not a rush now. Let me learn my statement and then you go. So what I'm telling Prince that is, Israel is right before our very eye committing crime, and you're here telling us that they should do it. Okay, go ahead, Remy.
Okay, so during the Second World War, whereby about 6 million Jews were eliminated, the whole world condemned it. But what is happening in front of our eyes, and then we live in modern world nowadays, these people have been subjected to a lot of humiliation. And from inception, from so many times, several times, thousands of people have been eliminated, whatever you can call it. So what Hamas did on October 7 is condemnable. But do you really think, if you have to think about it deeply, these people too, they are not goats. They will fight back. And this is a war there's not going to be a winner because it will continue. And if we are not careful, this thing can lead to another thing we do not really expect in this world. Because so many interests at stake. What the Israel have done, continue to plummet people with bombs, they didn't even care. And the so-called big power folded their hand because they were their side, killing people like that. Even if you are talking Prince Daddy, of course we condemn what they did in October 7th. The repercussion, does it make it? How can you now say because they take about 245 people of your people and then you want to wipe up 2 million people? Is it justifiable?
How long should it continue is the question.
How,
How long should it
long?
continue?
How long even does the Israelites just have to say
What is
stop
continuing?
encroaching their land? Stop encroaching just taking their land. Look at the map. You go and check by yourself from 1946. See the map and see the map today.
But the land is not the issue because the Palestinians, they have enough space to leave.
No,
Only if they
no,
can
no,
develop
no,
their
no,
space.
The land is
Only
the
if they can
issue.
develop
The
the
land
space
is the
and
issue.
be
The land is the
And here's
issue.
another thing.
Who gave them the land? Don't tell me God. Please don't do it. Don't. If you tell me God gave it, I'm telling you, I swear to God, Prince, who gave them the land?
Okay.
The Jewish people, the Israelites, they've always been on that land. Of course, we
That is
talked
not
about it earlier that they were
No,
expelled due to
Even
different.
no. Even their own Bible says that some people were there before they took over the land. Go and read the text.
I understand.
So who gave it to them?
But see, the land was there. It is their land. It is their land.
No, but who gave it to them before?
What do you mean is their land? Are you kidding me?
Come on, who gives anybody land? I mean, who gives
No,
anybody
no.
land?
No,
Okay.
because
he doesn't want to.
I
He
have
doesn't
heard
want
you.
to tell
I have
you
heard you
God
say
that gave
God gave it to them. I have heard you say that.
But Martin just said they gave it to themselves.
But over 3,000. Okay. Then let me tell you the story. Over 3,000 years ago, God Almighty granted them the land. Today that they call the Israel, the land of Israel. Yes, was given to them by God by command. Okay.
How do you know that?
Sorry, Prince Daddy, I want to ask you a question.
Prince Daddy,
question
what's your
is very
evidence that
simple.
God gave them land 3,000 years
Prince
ago?
Daddy, I want to ask you a question, and I want you to answer it objectively, and I also want you to answer it truthfully. 1940s, 6 million Jews were exterminated by the Germans. The whole world condemned it. Since 1940 or 1949, that Israel became a country. I'm not sure about the year.
1948.
Thank you. Since 1948 to 2023, Israel have exterminated more than 100 or 200,000 Palestinians, and they are still continuing to do it today. So what the world supported Israel in the Second World War, exterminated about 6 million of their people. Israel are doing the same thing to this kind of people now today.
Well,
So what do you
Remy,
think?
similarly, but that's not factual. Similarly, but that's not factual. See, it's okay to watch.
It's similar. What do you mean? It's somewhat the same thing.
No,
Let
similarly, but it's not the actual fact. It's not the actual fact. You gotta.
They are
You gotta
wiping out the entire race. That's what
no,
they are doing.
they're not wiping them out. You got to keep in mind. You have to keep in mind that
Prince Daddy,
terrorists.
it's similarly different. Okay, let's agree. It's similarly
Okay,
different. So
okay.
at the end of the day, you see, this is the thing. I've heard people talk about this earlier today. You know, unfortunately, like Mr. Remy said, this is a no-win situation. Israel cannot have a Palestine nation right next door because if they have their own nation, they can decide to build a nuclear bomb. They can decide to do
Well,
whatever they
it's
want to
not
do.
going to happen.
No,
It's
no,
not
no.
going to
I'm just
happen.
saying, it's not. Israel will never allow it to happen. At
Right.
the same time, the reality is, people were talking about. Look at all these Arab nations. None of them really supported Palestine. It's not that they don't support them. They have had their behind kicked twice, and they
Well,
all of them.
Let me ask Prince
All
Daddy a
of them.
question. Prince Daddy, don't you think you're being kind of biased towards Israel because you're not telling us
Of course,
anything Israel is
yes.
doing wrong? Like you
Of
can't
course,
tell
yes.
you're not pointing at one single thing Israel has done wrong or doing wrong.
Prince.
No, I
Can you
just
name one
told you
thing?
that they've done wrong. When?
Yeah,
Prince.
that
Well,
Israel has done wrong or is doing wrong. Can you
Prince.
name one?
No, see, that's what I said similarly because
Baba Tijera answered.
on October the 7th, Netanyahu, prior to that day, has been going around the Middle East trying to make peace with the Arab nations.
Hold
He's
on.
been to
That's not what
Saudi
I asked you,
Arabia.
Prince Daddy. Well, I get that. I get maybe they're doing something right. You keep telling me what Israel is doing right and what is not right. But what I'm telling you, since the creation of Israel till today, since between all the issues that have been happening between Israel and Palestine, can you tell us at least one thing that Israel has done wrong?
Well, if you want to say the only thing perhaps you can afford them for is trying to defend themselves because they've been under attack pretty much from day one. If you talk
From
about
day one,
young
when
people,
day one, when the Palestinians welcomed them in, when they were all living together, they were under attack. When they were coming in to settle, they were not being attacked. So what do you mean by they were attacked from day one? Mr. Mike, can I
interject you for that? Eventually, when the Jewish nation began to be well advanced, became a democracy in that region, and they become technologically advanced in a lot of ways, maybe the other nearby nation became jealous, and
What
that's
do you mean nearby nation? No. Wait, guys, give me a second.
Now.
Give me a second. Mumbo. Prince Daddy, that land, Palestine, that line where Israel, they call Israel today, it was the Palestinian people that were there, right? When the Israel, those Europeans were coming, those so-called people we are calling Israelis today, were settling with them. They were all living together. The problem started when the Jewish, was so-called Jews, they called them, started rallying and begin to push people, discriminate and practice apartheid and started using force to push
Take over
those
their land.
segregation and started pushing those of the Palestinians to one side and started the same way they were doing in South Africa. That's when
no, but Mike, they were aggravated. They were aggravated.
Aggravated by what?
Oh, what does that mean in English? Aggravated.
Prince Daddy, I don't know, man. You have to learn to be a fair human being.
Let me ask Mike. Let me ask
and that's not you're typical American, and that's just
Prince, wait, let me ask the question. Prince, you know what? Just right now, you will not believe it. My God, Zanga just told me that your house and car they belong to me.
And Prince Daddy is a Christian,
Right now,
he's a born again
I
Christian.
am coming to your house. No, because my God, Zanga, look that your house is mine, and I should come and get it from you. So do you get it now?
That's not. We have laws in this country. That's not the way it goes.
Do but this year the clause is that you say, oh, your God told you to go and get something from somebody, and therefore that is your own education for getting the land. You stole somebody's land. Clearly, let's be honest. You stole some people's land. You can't use
Prince Daddy is a Christian, though. After be coming and telling us that's not steal.
Mike, you're right, and that's why we have compassion for everyone, including the Palestinian people, the children, and the women.
Compassion.
That is why they have killed 4,000 children.
No. Well, see, those numbers, it's been exaggerated in a lot of ways. I mean,
what is your own number? Give us your own number.
The 6 million Jews that were killed by
Nazi Germany.
Nazis,
Yeah.
Was that
Prince Daddy.
exaggerated as well?
No, those are factual. Those are factual numbers. I mean, they were incinerated from Auschwitz to Eimerdanning to Sobibor. The Jewish people were exterminated. There's no doubt about that. We have the record.
looking at
didn't say they were. I
documentation.
said 6
Whose
million. I didn't say
documentation?
they
So
were
you believe
not.
one documentation, you don't believe the other one.
No, no. What I'm saying is that right now, from that space, there's a lot of propaganda coming out of there. No, but
There's
it's
also
not
Because
to
the
not
one from
justify.
Europe is not
No,
propaganda,
it's
right?
not to justify that even one life, one Palestinian life is not important. We can't, we
Okay, now,
cannot, we can't.
Prince Daddy, let me ask you a question. So you're a Christian, right? You believe in your Bible, your Christian rules, and in your Christianity, they say forgive, right? And if you slap it on the other cheek, that's what your Christianity says, right?
No, what Mr.
But
Mike don't
now,
say like
but now, but now you are telling
that.
us that because Hamas attack Israel, Israel should go and continue to bomb children and everything. So that doesn't sound so Christian-like.
No, no, no.
I
Why
mean,
keep
you
saying
Christians in
children?
Nigeria, I don't understand you guys,
No, why
man.
keep saying
You
children? No,
really want to be preaching Bible,
the
telling us your
target is
religion is the
Hamas.
best.
Hamas is a terrorist group. That's the target. It
But
just
they are
happens
bombing
that,
children now, knowingly,
but
in the
because they're
name of
using
Hamas.
children as shield, they're using
Okay,
children as
okay, but
shield.
okay, even if Hamas is terrible, but your Bible, what you are doing is against what you Christians preach.
No, no,
Forgive your enemy,
no,
turn
we
the other
talk,
cheek.
but they're not Christians. They are Jewish people. They're not Christians.
Yeah, but you are no, I'm talking about your own standard. You are a Christian.
Yeah,
But you're supposed
I'm
to
against the
you're supposed
killing of any human being.
wait. You are as a Christian. You guys want to preach to us that your way is the best way, right? So you're supposed to be preaching as a Christian what you believe human beings should do is what you're supposed to be preaching to the Israelis. But
We
you are
are
telling
we want peace. We absolutely want
No,
peace.
we are not doing that, Prince Daddy at all. I'm sorry to say. You are
Today is the
extremely
president
biased.
here.
And to be frank with
see
you,
that one Christian here,
sometimes I
man.
see people like you use religion just to cover your faith. The reality on ground and the way you have been speaking for the last 2 or 3 hours about this topic really make me have a rethink about you. I'm sorry, I'm not saying you are not a Christian or whatever you call yourself, but sometimes it makes me rethink that truly God is so merciful, really to be frank, because you guys 6 million were exterminated. People around the world condemn it, but now see the way you are talking. There's no data, it's propaganda, and something like that.
Mr. Remy,
And sometimes
Mr. Remy.
Remy, actually, I need a right to respond to that. You got to keep in mind also. Why don't you think about, for example, before 6 million Jews were killed, do you not think that there were people knew what was going on and they refused to interfere, or rather they chose not to stop the killing and taking thinking that the Germans in
people
Poland, for example, that what
interfere,
they were
America
doing.
and the West interfere and they help them. Why are the so-called UK, Britain, all of the big powers, why are they not interfering now? Seeing thousands of people being maimed down. Can't you just see the glory that is going on in that place? Look
And they
at
are
the way
Christian
they are
countries.
dumping a lot of stuff there.
I
Oh my.
just made it clear we are after Hamas, not the
No, no,
Palestinian
no, you
people.
cannot say that. You cannot say that. I'm sorry to say that. To be frank with you, I want you to be objective.
Sorry.
What is happening over there is really wrong.
And we condemn what is happening. I just told you we're against war and the killing of any life. I mean,
But you
just like
continue to say,
what happened. Or do you not condemn what happened on October the 7th? Of course you do.
you continue to say you're after Hamas, but to me, I do not see the difference between Hamas and Israel killing all of them. They are the same terrorists. Both of them are terrorists. So let's
No,
say the facts.
no,
They are
no.
the
See,
same.
if you
They are the
defend
same.
yourself, against a terrorist group, you can't be the terrorist, because keep in mind you were attacked first, just like the Jewish people, the Israelis were
Before
attacked.
they attacked them on October 7th, are these people not living under a terrible time? They cannot travel from that domain. They don't
No,
have
they have freedom to move around. They have freedom to
nothing.
trade. They have freedom to trade, to engage in
But
commerce.
they
No,
cannot
no,
go
no.
out.
Prince
They
Daddy,
cannot
They
Prince
could
Daddy, Prince
engage in
Daddy,
commerce. They can move around.
you have
They have
no
to get
idea. You have
permission.
no
Look, let's
idea
be
what's been
frank here.
going on. You have
No,
no
I
clue.
do. I mean,
No, you don't.
I do.
You
Trust
don't.
me.
Those
Well,
people are
because
under slavery in
they're
that
not
country.
slavery. They have
Yes,
freedom to
they
move
It's
are.
not
around.
slavery.
I tell you, today that the Palestinian people are better off in the way they are living today because of the Jewish nation. They provided them with a lot of.
That's
They provided them with a lot of.
that says it all.
Wow.
That
Prince
says
Daddy.
it all.
Wow. Wow. Really?
If that's what you believe, that
Really,
says
Prince
it all.
Daddy?
There's no
They
point
are,
of
they are better off.
conversation.
What they provide them with water? They provide them with water, clean water, electricity.
Wow. You know,
They,
the slave in
What the
America
prince that
were
you just say? I
provided
missed it.
water
I
and
missed
food
it.
too, right?
What the prince that you just say? Now I missed it. My phone was.
He said that they are better off living this way. Under
Yeah, Palestinians.
yes, that they give them water.
You see, Babati, you see all the Christians in Nigeria. They will say we the people that practice the tradition. We are the
I've gone
bad
too
ones. We
far
are
with
the
this thing now. Come on.
they will say we are the evil people.
Let
Then
me
they are
tell
the
you,
good ones. They are the righteous people.
I
Now
was
see the way.
I was
You see
there. I was there in 2017. Okay, I was there 21 days. Hold on. If
you
you drive,
know, they are all Christian. Yeah,
if
those
you drive
Nigerians.
from Palestine, if you drive from Israel into Palestine, if you drive in, the start contract, you will see the difference.
But you know they had suicide bombers. You know that.
No,
They have to protect themselves. They have to protect themselves. You see, the problem is not with the Palestinian people. We love the Palestinian people. The
wait,
problem
wait, who is we? No, wait. Who is we? What do you mean we? Who is we? What is we? I'm confused. Who is we? I'm serious. I'm serious. You know, I'm hockey too. I'm a hockey.
Please,
I'm confused though. Like, what's going on, President? Like, you're getting too far. I think it's more like a Ben Shapiro kind of thing. Like, if you're watching too much Ben Shapiro, I can tell.
Oh no, I don't know Ben Shapiro. No, he's a nice guy. No, I'm telling you, I'm talking for myself, and I'm telling you. See, it's never been about the Palestinian people. We love the Palestinian people, but the problem is the terrorist group and the terrorists amongst them that are creating this chaos. I'm telling you. We love the Palestinian people. See, only if they follow the instruction and do what it's supposed to do, life will be much better for them.
Follow exactly. Follow. Are they babies? Follow like what?
What are you talking about?
They are a country. Hold on, guys. They are a country. They are a people. They should follow whose instruction. Come on, even the way you're talking about them is like very demeaning. I'm sorry, but
Babati, come on now. Let's not get sensitive. Do Africans, do Nigerians don't listen? Do we not listen to the Europeans, our masters? Do we not listen to them? Of course we do.
Wow. What is
who's master?
What
I
is
mean,
going
you,
on?
not me.
Me, I don't have a master.
What is
I don't
going on?
listen.
And I always say these Christians in Nigeria, they are the problem. That's why
Mike,
Europeans always make sure they become the head of state.
Mike, attack me. Don't attack Christians. That's not fair.
You guys
attack
are
me.
the
Don't
only one
attack
that worship
Christians.
Europeans now. And
No.
I mean,
Okay. So look at the way you guys are talking. So
you are
every time you need money, if you need money, you go to their banks. You go to the World Bank.
I don't go to their bank. I work for my money.
No, you, Mike. I'm talking about the country. I'm talking. You know what I'm talking about.
We have Central Bank of Nigeria. Well, the Christians,
really.
Bro, we can go to the Chinese. We can go anywhere else. We don't have to go to them. So it doesn't mean you have to worship them.
But see, you need money, you go to them. You need everything that you need. You go kowtow to the Europeans.
Go to the world. We go to China. We go everywhere.
Oh, okay. Now you go to China. Okay, that is fine.
When they need something, they come to us too. They need our oil. When they need our oil, they come. They need minerals, they come.
Now China is the new master, right? China is the new master.
What's funny, Prince?
No one is a master. I don't know why you have this slave mentality.
They borrow
It's not a slave mentality. I'm telling you.
It is a slave mentality. You are calling somebody a master. Are you kidding me?
You have to accept the fact. When you don't listen, you know that you're a boss and you have people that work for you. You call the shot. You know that.
I am a boss. I got white people that work under me.
And you call the shot. You call the shot.
Exactly. So am I master of white people now?
No. In the world, the other nations, they bow down to the bigger nation. The people that have the money and the wealth.
No one bow down.
Me, I'm just facing the fact and reality. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Nigeria, for example, is more powerful than some countries in Africa. Does it mean they are buying to Nigeria?
We don't. Nigeria doesn't have that wherewithal and that expansive power. But eventually, ask Babati. I think Babati said that actually the other
Dominic. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
No, they dominate what they can. It doesn't mean that they are now everybody not bad to them. Like me, for a population of people not bad to another population of people. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Please, can I just sit down quickly because I'm going to be leaving very soon.
Hold on. Let Remy land first. You can't just.
I'm not going to be here for long. I'm going to be leaving in less than 15 minutes.
1 minute.
All right.
Let Remy talk.
Daddy, now you said when we need money, we go to them. What about all those natural resources they also cut away from the continent, all these developing countries? What about all those money that
Well, I have an answer to that
yeah,
because you're right. You're right about that because those
what
natural
about all
resources were
those
there before they came. And what were you doing with them?
let me
Nothing.
let me let me, let me tell you the way they play this game. When they settled the Israelite and Palestine area, they gave them a lot of money. They gave them a lot of things. What about our great grandfathers that they took as slaves? What about our resources they took away? They never give us a dime to today.
Well, go negotiate your
No,
own
they gave
deal.
us a
Go
dime, Remy. I
negotiate your own
disagree with
deal.
you. They
So,
pay
so,
for
so you see,
everything they take, man.
it's not a fair war. There's no fair war in this one. And you guys, Mike and you already said that human beings are nothing. You just
Who
wasted.
said that?
You guys mentioned it before. You said
No,
they
I didn't say
mentioned
human beings are nothing. I
after
never said that. I know where you. I
no,
said
no,
to the people
you
that
know
rule the world.
what you guys are saying is that human life does not really matter.
Who
It's only
said that?
about interest.
No, no, that's not true.
Wait, Remy, who said that? Who did I say that?
When I first started initially talking about this,
No, I said
What
those
do
guys
that?
that are on ruling the world. Those guys, those people
yeah,
ruling the world.
of course,
To
they are the
them,
ones.
they
They are the
they
masters.
need to know
So the
now.
masters, the
Remy,
masters.
God, you are too
Okay, go
frustrating.
ahead, calm down,
But sometimes I have to. I mean, give way
calm
now.
down.
It's not
Go
like.
ahead.
ah. So what I said was we were talking about COVID and things like that. That so did they? Were they? So would they let people die? And things like that? I'm telling you that those people that rule the world, obviously they pick money and the economic and their interests above human life because you can see the examples with what's going on in the world. I mean, they were literally allowing Ukrainians to die. I mean, you see, we only one in Israel. So that's what I said. I said those, not me. I didn't say
Okay.
me. Human life doesn't matter
I
to
did
me. I
not
never said
mention.
that.
I was trying to refine maybe the way I put it, but I was trying to say the same thing here. That at the end of the day, it's all about interest and money. So if million people are wiped out, nobody cares because I can get my interest. So it's all about money. It's no problem there. They should continue to do what they are doing. Niger,
That's the
please.
reality.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something quickly to this discussion. The ratio of civilians to Hamas militants killed by Israel is way higher than that of Hamas killing military officials of the US versus their civilians. So if a state like the US has a higher death toll in terms of civilians than a terrorist group, that should tell you a lot of stuff. And America, when they went to the war in Afghanistan, it took years for them to amount to the amount of children that Israel has killed in this war in a month, in less than a month, actually. The America took years. As a matter of fact, throughout the war, from what I gather, it's even less than 3,000, 4,000 children that
Are
have
you
been
sure,
killed.
Mr. Niger?
Yes,
You cannot take fat from
hold on,
the
I'm giving you now.
from
See, there are
the
various people
terrorists.
that they like to increase these things so that they will make America look bad and force America to pay some kind of compensation to the civilians that were killed in many countries. So the total that was killed in all that war for how many years? They say, and including indirect means like if you die from disease and all the rest, is as much as 307,000 in the Afghani war, and Afghanistan is about 40 something million people. But
How many children can you say again tonight?
the children is around 3,000 something.
My God,
No,
3,000
where
children.
did you get
The
your
whole
facts from,
war, the whole war.
Niger?
But
I would
in
like to listen.
Afghanistan, no, you can check online. It's all there.
I know I'm not disputing you. I'm
What
just
is
Yeah.
all
looking at
about propaganda, Mr.
3,000 is just not like
No,
numbers.
it's not about propaganda. It's what happened.
You can you can
Did I make
you can say
history up now
it's just
too?
propaganda because
I
we know
know
the way
I
they work
did,
in
but
Gaza.
3,000 children. My God, that's
If you are watching them on TV every day, keep bringing them. If you destroy half of the building in an area, chances are that you're going to kill a lot of civilians. That's for sure. And if you are busy targeting people, chances are you're going to kill a lot of civilians. Israelis are not even denying that much of it. They are not even denying it that much. So if they've killed this many people, civilians and children, if we include the women and children, it's around 7,000 or more in
They
less than
pile
a
up the dead
month.
body and they show them in the telly because of a. I deal with facts, Mr. Tunaja, because of I'm always, let me say, when I'm in my free time, I'm always on the news and I even watch Ajearo. They never showed them on telly live that there's some people
Why
died.
would they show
But the
dead bodies on
Israelis,
they avoid showing
they
actual dead?
use this, it's
They
not
show
about
a lot of them
One
though.
at
They
a
do show.
time. One at a time, man. Let's not make it rowdy. One at a time.
no,
One person.
seven
One.
it's not out. I
thousand
just
children
want
and
to get the
women.
Let
facts.
Trump
Just the
triumph land.
You
Land your
understand?
point.
Just the facts. You understand? I've been listening to you guys. You understand? I'm also learning. And again, that once somebody says something, I would like the person to back it up. I remember when I said something in the backstage, Babati asked me to bring out the source, and I did it. So that's just it. But we cannot say that people died, 4,000 people died, babies died like that. But we have to get the facts. You know the way the Gaza they behave. You know the way. One thing is that I do read a lot and I like listening to people. So that is Mr. Tunaja. Can you bring us the facts? And then when you give us the facts, no problem.
So,
We'll
Mr.
just
Karel,
we are talking
Mr.
about
you
UN
also give us
releasing the
the numbers
information.
and not
This
the
is
facts.
not about Hamas doing it, UN officials releasing this information. They are working. The Red Cross is there. There are many international organizations that are there telling you what is going on in there. And we are seeing the bombings. What do you think? This area is most densely populated area in
Well,
the world.
they
And it's,
tend to want the people to vacate before they start the bombing. So
well,
the UN also, they have their own propaganda going on one way or
well,
another. So
oh
Prince
my
Daddy,
God.
they,
So
they have not
wherever
they have not
you are
they have
seeing
not
the
been warning
images
people.
on
They
TV
have not
and
warning
you are
people.
still
They've not been warning people any longer. They were warning people in the beginning, but they stopped doing that.
why did they stop that? Are you sure they stopped
I
that?
will tell
no,
you
no,
what they
Mr.
did.
Kandu,
Prince Daddy.
they still do it because of
see
if
you
not, if
can't
France
there's
will
no
not be
way that
there,
is
Prince
safe.
Daddy.
They are
America will
bombing
not be
north and
behind them,
south.
the British will not
Yeah,
be with
Prince Daddy, they
behind them.
asked them, they bomb an
Let's
Israel
one
state.
voice at a time. Okay, Remy, go ahead
Okay,
and
so
Sean come after him.
they put some pamphlet to them that they should move from maybe from the north to south, and they were moving to south, and they bombed them again. So it's a lie, it's a propaganda.
See,
The whole of
we all know what they are
Gaza,
doing. Israelis are
the
telling
whole
you
of
what they
Gaza
are
is
doing to them. They are
41
punishing all
No,
of
no.
them.
You remember the hospital that was bombed?
See, Mike, just stop
And
that
like
your
literally
nonsense,
like few hours later,
Prince Daddy, hold on.
and hold on,
You guys are
go ahead,
talking over each other, man. Let's
go
keep
ahead.
it one at a time. So I think Remy was saying something.
I'm not going
Triumph
to be
was
here
gonna
for long. I'm going to be
Let me
leaving.
finish.
I'm going to be
chill
leaving
out
very,
now.
very
What the
quickly.
can I talk?
The
God,
whole
Lord,
of
man. You don't
Gaza,
want to have a
the
voice
whole
here.
of
There are many other people here now. I'm trying to
the whole
moderate
of
you.
Gaza
You are
is 41
I've
kilometers.
never
hold on.
opened my mouth before you start saying we are
So,
trying to start talking over each
what
other.
was that? Was I even talk? I'm talking in general. Yeah, go, dude, chill out, man. Trump was trying to call me. There are some people here that don't like to force their voice, and those kind of people we have to look out for them. Like someone like Trump, for example, Trump, when people start talking over him, he will just keep quiet. So I have to give it at least stepping for him. He wants to say something, and he hasn't even said it.
Well,
People
there
already
are
cut him off.
questions. They
I
were
didn't say
questioning
you. I'm not talking to you. I'm just
the
talking in
statistics that
general.
I
Calm
gave
down,
out.
man.
So Niger, calm down. Let him finish.
There's nothing to calm down. I just came to say something. I think I've
Dude,
already said it anyway.
you are
Let me
not the only
leave
one that came
before
to say
this
something.
guy
Everybody
starts
has
getting
to say something. You
this in a
always make it
bunch.
sure about yourself. I don't know why. You're
Because
not the
you
only
make
one that
it
have a
about
voice now.
me. You are the one making it about me because
Who's making something? Did I mention your name? I'm telling everybody to hold on. And you say I'm making about you.
I'm not going to be here for long. I keep telling
Who
you.
cares,
I'm going
man?
to
It's
be
not
here.
my problem. It doesn't because you're not
Okay,
going to be here
fine
doesn't
then.
mean you have voice over
Okay,
everybody.
fine. Since you are not going to give me the consider because I'm not going to be here for very long, it's
Who
okay.
cares if you're going to be here
Carry on.
for
It's your
2 seconds?
show.
I don't. It's not my problem how long you want to be somewhere. You can get lost. This guy, you want to say not only you get YouTube, not only you get voice for YouTube. You think you have monopoly of wisdom. You just come and try to over talk and talk and
the
talk as
Mike
if you
and
have.
father the fight continues.
I know the guy. He comes as if he has the best wisdom. Yeah, like he can't. It's not like you're saying something special than anybody else.
So Mike,
Or you're
let's
the smartest
continue.
person. Yeah, and most of the things you say don't make sense anyway. So what the heck? Why would I give you special ground?
Okay,
Yeah,
let's continue.
Triumph. Go ahead. Let Trump talk. You guys need to.
Triumph,
He was trying to
Triumph.
call me.
Okay. That's what I'm just saying. That when you guys were saying and become Babati, you said that did they accepted the Jews before getting to the land? Nobody accepted them because of I have to send you people just proofs sometimes because I do read them and I follow the news also. For instance, I don't fall in one side. You understand? I like listening the two opposite parties. You understand? Sometimes when Israelis are wrong, I will say they are wrong. When they do something good, I'll say that they do something good. But before they came to that land, they fought a war called the Independence War. Do you people know about that, Mr. Remy?
Yes.
That Israel fought a war. So they fought the first war was 1948 to 1949. They called
Yes.
it the Israel War of Independence. They fought between the years, and the second war was 1956, called the Suez Crisis War. That's with Egypt by Britain, Israel. So they fought that 6 day war. That's the one that they fought with the Arab League. So they won. So they so you see, then the last one was the Yom Kippur War. You understand? The any time the Israel fights a war, they take the land. So I'm assuming they're taking Gaza back. Do you know that they discovered the gas beside Gaza on
Hmm.
the
That's
on
a
the
new
so
information for me.
Yeah,
no,
that's
no,
yeah.
it has been there on the net now. Everybody knows that now. So that
Mhm.
I know that Israel is going to take that land back from there because they left it for the Palestine for the Gaza because anytime they fight a war they collect the lands.
So,
You understand? So
Mr. Trent, what are you saying? Are you saying it's okay for them to just because they're
no,
more
I'm not
powerful
going.
to
I
just go
just
ahead
tell you the
grabbing
way they
people's
work,
land?
the way they do things there. After any war, they collect that land, and I know that they are taking that land back. They are removing them. They are shifting them to the other side because that Gaza they
So,
want to take it
Mr.
back.
Triumph, I have a
Yes,
question for you.
yes,
So,
you can ask me.
when this thing continue unabated, what do you think will happen in the short run and probably in
It
the next five
we
or
that
10
is
years?
why you see that America went there quickly to protect. The France too went there to protect. The British went there to protect Israel. Why are they
Who are they
protecting Israel?
protecting? First, who are they protecting?
They are protecting the Israel. Huh? Don't you know about that?
Okay, continue.
Even so you have to listen to the news. America have already set over 2,000 men there already. They have everything standby, and again they know that Iran wants to attack. And again, one thing is that when America is there, nobody say a word. So that's it. That's why everybody's afraid of America, and that's why everybody wants to go
So,
there
in
too.
a
You understand?
nutshell, they will continue to take their land and continue to kill them.
One thing is that I wrote in the private stuff that Palestine never existed in the past.
No,
That's what I
that's
read.
not true.
Never existed in the
That's
past.
not true.
It was a Roman. No, I know what I'm saying, Mr. Kandu. I know you have to have an open mind to accept
Mhm.
some
Continue,
stuff. You understand?
continue with
Because
the
of
stuff.
the job I did before, I was very stubborn. I don't accept any new stuff. Then I learned a lot by being an open-minded person. You understand? So that's why I said that if you watch that there was a Roman emperor that changed their name just to mock them. Everybody knows about it. You understand? So that's why I just laugh when I had you guys talking and debating on within you guys. You understand? So you understand the emperor's name is called Hadrian, just to make fun of them. And that thing have been from that date to date, it has been so. So one thing is that I study a lot, I read a lot, and I like listening to new stuff. You understand? So one thing is that concerning the Israel and the Palestine war, I know that it will not end as for now. So you people can say what you want to say, do you want to, it will never end as for now. So it will continue. It will continue. Even what they say, they ask them to give up to not to retaliate. Understand? But they have people outside sponsoring them. We know about it too, but we don't want to say it. That's what is going on in
Yes,
Nigeria too.
true.
So
Mhm.
that's it. So let us be honest to
So,
ourselves.
Mr.
So
Traham, my
so
question to
so
you
let
is this:
me yes. What do you want to say?
who
Let me
is the
listen.
original owner of the land?
You want to ask me?
Yes, that's my
I do
question.
business with
No,
them.
he wants
Please
to
let
ask
me
me.
hold my peace. Thank you. I can answer that. I do business with them. Don't put me in trouble, man. Thank you.
Mike,
So,
can I come in for a second? Can I come
Okay.
in? You
Who's
see,
that? Is that
oh, this is Kendu.
okay? Can do. Okay.
Okay,
Go ahead. Can do. Go ahead. Yes.
okay. You see, we can go back and forth. What Roman emperor changed their name 4,000 years ago? This thing will never end. The Arab nations cannot fight Israel. Israel, I believe, the last time I checked the number, they have close to 200 nuclear warheads. None of the Arab nations have a single one that we know of. It's not that the Arab countries don't want to help the Palestinians. It's just that they've gone against Israel twice and they've had their behind kicked. So they
So when do they
cannot
learn the
fight.
lessons then?
No, it's not them. It's not them learning the lesson. It's the Palestinians. We're not talking about Egypt, Jordan, and the other countries. It is the Palestinians that are suffering through having to go around walls and go around checkpoints. I understand because they've been bombing and car bombing and all whatnot. But if you are oppressing people on a daily basis, and the other thing that people forget is just this year alone the people in Israel, the Palestinians that have been killed by both the Israeli government and the settlers this year alone is over 300 people. Last year, The same thing. The year before, the same thing. Even if I don't,
Are
even
you talking
li-
about
no,
reckless
listen,
killing
hold
or
on,
killing based on what?
hold on. Even if you're bigger than me and you can beat me, at some point, I might say, you know what? F it. Kill me if you want. I'm tired of nonsense. I wouldn't do that personally. But when people have been enslaved, you might not call it enslavement. Just like you said, they give them water. It's like somebody saying they give you freedom. Who are you to be giving me freedom? Who are you to be giving me water? So unfortunately, we can talk about these things from now till the kingdom come. The Israelites cannot be thrown into the river Jordan. The Palestinians are not going to be thrown into the desert. If you heard what Netanyahu said
So
today,
why don't you
he
wrap it up
said,
with a
"Hold
solution?
on,
Do you have a
hold on, hold
solution?
on, hold on. If you no, there is no solution. There's never
Uh,
going to be one. Maybe in 100 years, when the children in that 100 years from now come to their senses and are willing to work together, but the people today is not going to happen. Netanyahu said today, he said they are going to occupy the areas that they've captured. They're going to have their own security forces there. That's what he said today. And the reason why the Egyptians and all the other countries were telling the people not to move from the northern side of Gaza was that if they move, Israel will take over. Anybody with a 2 cent brain knew that. That's why they told them not to go to the south.
So, in addition to what you have been saying, I do not see an end to any hostility in that place. It will continue. Those ones that are supporting Hamas, they will continue to give them the weapon. And Prince Daddy, don't you even think that Israel will overrun them like that? It's not going to be easy. They can't be there like that for the next 5, 6 years fighting every day. It's not going to be easy because they also
well,
have their own
Israel does not have the interest to overrun them. Quite frankly, we just want a
There
peaceful
is nothing. There's no
coexistence.
forget that peace you mentioned now. Peace is already under the table now because so
I
far
agree.
you are launching attack from them in retaliation of what happened on October 7th on by your plane, by what your soldiers. No more peace anymore. And at the end of the day, the whole world, all of us, will suffer for it. At the end of the day, my fear about this thing is this: if the hostility continue as it's continuing now, some other people will be drawn to it. And I see Israel fighting 3 or 4 or 5 front war again. Of course, they will support with America and the rest. They will be fighting against Jordan, Syria, and other extremists or whatever you call it. It's the same
Mr. Remy,
circle.
Mr.
It's the
Remy,
same circle repeating itself.
Mis- Mr. Remy, it's not gonna happen. Look, Egypt is not gonna come and fight.
No, I'm
None
not
of
talking about
them.
Egypt. Egypt is not going
No,
to
I'm
fight.
just saying, none of the Arab states can go and fight Israel. You already seen what all of the Europeans are already supporting Israel. America is already supporting Israel. So they have their tails between their legs. They can't do anything. They
No,
really
no,
can't. They
you
don't
don't
have the
understand me.
power.
When I talk about all these elements, I'm not talking about Syria as a government. They have the what do they have there? The Hezbollah people will fight. The Yemen separatists will fight. So what I'm trying to say is that the civil unrest is not going to stop. It will continue unabated because now America is playing double face. The West, including China and Russia, they are the ones supplying Hamas. You can see the war, the Hamas, what they have in their stock too. They don't have the normal gun anymore. They are using RPG. They are using long range missile. So I don't know. At the end of the day, you are not going to live peaceful with your neighbor. There's no peace in that place, and there will never be peace if we continue to
I
play this
totally
game.
agree. I
Yeah, if
totally agree.
if America and the rest continue to play this game, supporting this and supporting that, so at the
Well,
end of the
I
day,
actually agree too because it's a spiritual war, really, if you ask me.
It's not
And
spiritual war, sir.
it
There's
is,
it's
it is.
weapon war, not spiritual. There's nothing spiritual about this.
Well, that's okay, and I have my belief about that, and that is fine. But you should, if If it's how come there won't be any peace if it's just a matter of maybe I don't know paying them off,
Yeah,
giving them
because
more land?
they turn it. It is this politician. They turn it to that one. It's now going more about religion. The funniest part of it is that look at the history, the Jerusalem itself. There is a mosque. There is a church beside one another. And when you bomb the mosque and you also bomb the church, what are you saying? Even the Jewish people are not Christians. So what are you talking about? So at the end of the day, there will be no peace in that place. That no matter how you live, no matter how you conquer the land, but you still have at the back of your mind that Messiah can be sent to you at any time, midnight, anytime. I don't know how did even the Israelites how do they live there? It's, without no rest of mind. Every time there is hostility.
I mean, sometimes I kind of understand Prince Daddy's position in sense because I
It's
don't
a
agree with
dilemma for him.
I don't the fact of the matter is this. I don't support this whole thing of snatching people's land and snatching land, but throughout history, it's almost like that's what's been going on, to be honest. Even the Arab country that we are feeling sorry for, when they came to Africa, they were wiping people out and taking their land too.
Of course.
All these Libya, Morocco, Tunisia, all those North African places, those land where we saw blacks that were there now. I mean, the Arabs gone when they had their time. The Ottoman Empire, when they were on top, they were the ones sponsoring Islam to sponsoring jihad now to spread
Everywhere.
Islam. So they did their own. The Arabs themselves, they are not they are not different from Europeans in
So,
a sense.
so Mike, I see two evil. One on the
Yeah, I see
left
two evil.
and
That's
one
why I
on
mean,
the right. So
I'm
which
not.
one do you want to go? There's no better evil. They are the
There's no
same.
better evil. So I will condemn. I mean, I will say I won't sit down here and say as well like Prince that is doing like, hey, go ahead and do it. I won't do that. Even the America we live in, even though America is even worse. They wipe out the native Indians that were here before they took the land and created the country. But today, me and Prince Daddy, we are here now, living in the country now. We don't stay because the way they took it and the way they
Exactly. We're not complaining.
and then they enslave millions of Africans to build the country. But we are here to we're not saying
Even if you look at the picture of how they take our great grandfather, in fact, you just be like, oh my God, is this really my great grandfather in chains, taking them away from their home
and our
state?
people
Their
gone
native
west. Our people were the ones selling our people gone. So it's not
Yes,
like
I told them there was a day I said that our king was
Thank
selling
you
our
very much,
people.
Mr. Mike. I've
No,
said it before. Some people will be telling me
and
it's a lie,
he
it's a
said
lie, it's a
no.
lie.
Those our Oba said
But
people
it
were
wasn't
there,
our Oba that were doing it though. It was just a group of people.
No, including the others. They were
including
all
the
Maybe
doing
some
Oba.
it.
Oba, but not
They
all
were
Oba.
all doing it.
No. That story is that Oba part. I don't. It may be
No, the way
some, but
Mike,
See, Mike,
we're all
don't ask me
complicit in it.
no. The people they were okay. There were people Africans selling their own people, but however, it wasn't all Africans. Like every human being in Africa participating, including
Yeah, of course. I mean, Mike,
I
there's
don't the
never
Obas were
all
not
of
the
anything. There's never all of anything. I mean, yeah,
exactly. So
there's not all. I mean, that's
the
like
kings, maybe some king. I don't know, but I'm not aware of king,
but
like major
Mike,
king. They were selling
actually
their own people.
some of these
back in the
kings
day,
did that business that time, Mike.
in
They
order
did
for
it.
you to
They
even
sold
be in
our
a
people.
position to sell people, you have to be somebody who has power, kind of like
No,
king-like
no,
power.
no, 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 no. People, no. It's organized crime. It's organized crime. When when it's organized, trust me, it can happen. It was an organized thing. Like some group of people were organized. It was a trade. So some people were.
Mike, I want to ask you some question. During those time, I've read some book that they said that some powerful people, rich people, they have slaves. And
Yeah,
when we
people
go to
used
war,
to have service to
and
servants. Yeah.
when we go to
Yes, in Nigeria,
Even till today, we
in
still
in Nigeria.
Nigeria, during that time,
Remy, till today, we still practice slavery now.
yeah. So what I'm
Yes,
trying to
The
say is, when
I
we go
support
the
to
people.
war,
almost the slavery now.
Exactly.
when we go to war and they won, they took some people as slaves. And during that time, if you're a powerful king, you also lead your people to war. and you take the other people as slave.
Yes.
Some of our people, including the Obas or the ruler at that time, Mike, there's nothing you can say yes. Some of them sold a lot of people to these white people as slaves.
But
Yes,
not
they
their own
did.
people, though. Maybe their opponents.
Yeah, the people they captured in the war.
Okay, yeah, I can
Yeah.
Who they
agree. I can
capture
say
in the
maybe
You know,
war?
that.
you're a
Yeah.
They
stubborn person.
don't
If you're a stubborn
this
person now,
US now,
in
they
your
get their money or whatever exchange for that. They sold some of our people. At least you cannot tell me as an Ekiti man, I go and wage war against Ibadan people and I took their people as slaves. I will sell them off if I have more than enough and I get whatever gunpowder or whatever they are going to give me from the masters, as Prince Daddy said before. So we are also the architect of our own demise when you look at it in the long run. So the things that is happening nowadays, actually, I don't want Africa to get involved at all because we have our cup full. Let's look inward and solve our own problem. None of these people like us.
that is true.
Whether you are from the east or west, they don't like us. So we have to
They want to
sit down and get that one to
regionalize us.
The
ourselves.
the
Mr.
Arabs in Libya wasn't a few years ago. They were enslaving Africans.
Well, look at the
Yeah,
way the
They
Arabs
were
are
selling.
treating.
I was watching one videos there. They were selling Naija boys.
Yes,
They sold one guy for good.
Mr. Remy,
and
Mr.
see all
Remy,
those Nigerian girls to go and
yeah,
do
I
Mr.
was I
Remy,
was I was living on CNN. I was saying, but it was
Mr. Remy,
that girl. It was, I think it was that British lady that worked for
yeah, Mr.
BBC.
Remy, you see the
Now,
thing. I
hold
mean,
on. It was
oh,
that Sudanese black woman. She was on a cover. No, I think was it her? She was one that covered that
Yeah, she
story.
was the one. She was the one. She was the one.
Yeah, she covered the story, showing how she was interviewing when they were selling the African guy. So okay, how much you want to sell it? You want to buy this one? The guy said he wants to buy it for 3 dinner,
Everybody wants
whatever
to
they
come
said.
to the
Yeah,
Western
Mike,
world now. They want to come to the
Mike,
Western world.
Mike, you see, a lot of situations like that, the way I kind of see them is usually people's greed. Is usually people's greed. Because a lot of these people they want to buy whatever 1,000 naira worth of hair. They want to buy whatever phone. I've never been able to understand what a phone or hair does to any, how that adds anything to any human being.
A
See,
what?
if
A
you,
phone?
if
Did you say a phone? What did you call it?
yeah, I mean like a iPhone, whatever, or Samsung, whatever.
So you
It's
in
don't enjoy using
China,
iPhone?
boyfriend are selling their kidneys to buy phone for their girlfriend.
yeah, it's people's greed. You see, if you are a content human being, if you're a content human being, you will not need to be doing all that stuff. I mean, there's nothing wrong in having goals and aspiring towards something. But for me to say, oh, because I want to drive this type of car, I will go and get a second job. Who is driving who? Are you driving the car or is the car driving you? That don't make
Can
no
do,
sense.
You
can
say
do. If you want that kind of life, you have to live in the forest.
I
In
will never
live
live that type
remote,
of life.
remote. You don't get involved with anybody. But the moment you live in city with your neighbors, there is comparison, there is competition, there is gossip.
I hear
So
you.
many evil, so
Yeah,
many things.
yeah, I
It's not,
hear you. But
easy.
personally, I don't really care what my neighbor has. I don't. No, I'm tell this. This is not me saying something. This is the way I live my life.
Are
I
you
don't care.
married?
I don't care.
Are you single?
I'm divorced now, but I used
Okay.
to be married.
Do
But
you
what
have
I'm saying,
kids? Do you
yes,
have
I do.
kids?
I do.
Now, I want
And
to
let
say
me.
this to you, just a minute. Sometimes your life, I appreciate it. This is what you want for your life. You know what you want, but sometimes there is pressure. I've seen one of my friend, his son came back from school and told the father, "Why are we not going on vacation?" All my classmates, some of them just went to America, they went to London, and some of them did not even go, they just went to nearby city here in this country. Why for almost 4 years we didn't go anywhere? So sometimes it's not you, sometimes. What about family member? The
your
pressure,
your wife, she may
Okay.
want
No,
some.
no, no.
your wife, your
No,
children,
Mr.
so many things that
Yeah, Mr.
you
Remy.
don't want to, but how can your son tell you such a thing? How do you want that kind of son to
Okay.
feel?
Mr. Remy.
Yeah.
Mr. Remy, I hear you. I mean, I grew up in Nigeria, and glory be to God, our parents did very well for themselves. I had a lot of friends that even some days, if they didn't eat at my parents' house, they won't have food. Okay. I understand all of that. And I'm not saying that everybody is like me. The only thing I can tell anyone is the type of life that I live. It is impossible for me to be jealous of another human being for anything.
I appreciate that,
It
and
is
that's a good
impossible.
way for you.
And
That's your
and
value
and,
now.
and look,
That's
But
good.
don't
hold
you
on.
think some people will also castigate you as being miser,
No,
stingy,
that's
and so many
Mr.
things?
Remy, Mr. Remy,
Life is
Mr. Remy,
funny, man.
Mr. Remy, Mr. Remy. This is. I've been telling people this for many years. If somebody sees me and they say, "Oh, that man is a very good man," I don't care. If somebody sees me and say, "You know, go better for your mama na shewo," it means absolutely. Me, I will even pretend like I didn't even hear you say a word. Because what comes out, number one, the fact that I even acknowledge you. Who in the world are you? What you say to me means nothing, good or bad. I am not moved by what anybody says. And part of the reason is the same people who said Jesus was the Son of God, the same people said crucify him. So, and this is what I taught my children, my nieces and nephews, and everybody that I
Ah,
meet.
come on, Candy. Are you taking a
No,
shot at this party?
no, not at all. I'm
It's
just telling you,
daddy.
this is what I believe.
Remy, what did he say? I missed that. What did he say?
No, I
I
wasn't
asked him
taking,
to
no,
repeat
I
it.
wasn't thinking about you or anyone else. I'm just telling, this is the way I live my life. Somebody says I'm good, wonderful. You think I'm bad, that's just your opinion. Your opinion means absolutely nothing to me. And this is my life.
But,
Somebody thinks I'm
but Mr. Condoni, do you know that words really matter? Words matters. Mr. Kandu, do you know that words must matters a lot? Whatever they say at you, behind you, for you, can affect your life, can
no, it
influence your
cannot.
life,
No,
can influence people
maybe
around you.
no,
So
maybe
words
that
must
means
matter, please.
maybe
Can
that no.
affect your image, and your
Listen,
image determines your.
maybe you see, this is the thing. I know
Yes,
who
our
I am.
image matters a lot.
No. You see, this is the thing. I know who I am. Whatever just because you say no go better for me doesn't mean it's not gonna better for me. As long as I do the things that I need to do. Just because you
No, I
pray for
think
me and
Prince
say,
Daddy is talking about like people like spoiling your name, like saying things to
Kandu, are
spoil your
you
name and
"Oh,
things like
okay, so
You
what?
may say saying
Kandu,
things
are you
around
living
you
in America?
behind
So
you, it
what?
matters. It matters.
To
Kandu, are you
who?
living in America?
Yes, I've been living in America for
You,
decades.
then I must
Yes,
congratulate
yes,
you.
he
You
lives
really
in
have a
For
America.
you
decades.
really have a thick skin, man.
No, it's
Oh
not a
yeah.
thick skin. This
in,
is
in
no
America, you
to
can you
me.
can you can
To
do you
me,
can do
this
what you're
is
doing in
to
America
me.
because in America
This
everybody's
is
isolated anyway. So
yeah.
Capitalist society.
This
We
yeah,
want
and
Kandu
this
in
is the
Europe. We want people like Kandu in Europe. Mike,
Yeah, you
no.
come
rest in
here
your
and you
America.
enjoy this place a
No,
lot.
but you
Nobody
see,
We
tells
this
you.
want people like
Nobody
Kandu in
cares.
Europe.
this
He can
this is
come.
having an
He can come.
understanding that
Let
people
Mike,
look.
rest in your America.
People can say something. People are going to say something. Whatever you say, I mean, as long as you don't touch me, you can say whatever. You can say my mama na ashawo. I know say my mama no be ashawo. And even if she be ashawo before, she not be ashawo again. So which one concern you? So look, I used to play soccer. When I used to play soccer, I used to play fullback. Especially the guy who is the scorer on the other team, I'll be telling him, if you know how I fuck your mama last night, oh, it was so good. It's
why
getting
you
in,
talk this kind of language
it's,
here?
ge- it's getting in the brain.
Say it a
Yo,
I
different way.
want
I
you
man,
to
we are
don't want to
lose.
hear
I
that.
want
understand.
you to lose concentration. That's what Ali used to do to people that he fought. He would be talking crazy to them. If you are not able to master your situation, other people will throw you off your game. Master
But
your
can do. I have
situation.
a question though. But don't you think when you allow people to walk over you and you don't respond, some people, there are some people that will stop because they feel like okay, it's not good. They will have mercy. But there are some other people you give them an inch, they'll take him out.
Well,
They
the only
slap
thing
you,
I can,
and you don't do
the only
anything. The
no,
next thing they want to do is
no,
to chop you off, chop your head off. So
no,
there are people like that, right? They'll begin to walk
well,
over you. They see you as someone. Hold on,
you see,
hold on. They say sometimes you have to stand up to a bully. If you don't stand up to a bully, he will continue to bully you.
okay, I hear you. Personally, I actually studied Taekwondo. So I don't fight people. In Taekwondo, what you're trained is to avoid a fight like a plague because it's not going to be a fight. I'm trying to destroy you. This is not a fight. This is not you throw one blow, I throw one blow. It's what are the 3 or 4 moves I can take to put you down. But I also have to think. You see, within that 3 seconds, even though I can destroy you and I'm right, the police will come, they will see you in a bad shape, they will have to take me to court. I will have to wait till the next day, or if it's on a Friday, I have to wait till Monday. Somebody in my family will have to go and pay money for bail in order to prove what?
But we understand that one that get you in trouble. We understand that
No, no,
fighting.
no. I'm just saying
We get
generally.
that.
You see, I remove
No,
myself from people that I don't want to be a part of. If
yeah,
you're
that's the
part
best
of,
way to do it now. We get it. We
yeah,
know that. But what we are saying is, we
mhm.
understand where you are going with this, like maturity, wisdom. Yeah, it's good. But okay, let's say, for example, in this platform now, maybe someone come here and always insult you, you know, and you don't say anything. They keep doing it, and they say that, okay, I can always insult this guy because he's weak. At one point, got to strike back now. I mean, or you
No,
just gonna keep
man,
quiet. I mean,
Mr. Mike, what I do with such people is I just stop talking to them. They can keep saying whatever they want. I'm not going to
you
stop
sit
you
around, you keep on
from
what?
using. No, you're not.
What kind of so you can't be a father and be
No, I
so
am a
how do
father.
you defend your family then?
No, I am a father and a very good one. Like I told you, as long as you don't touch me,
So
you
what
see,
about your if they insulting your wife and
you,
children? You won't say anything.
what difference does what again? That you see, let me say, this is one of the ways I tell people. If you said, if you called me all kind of names in the world and you say it in Russian language, right? Because I don't understand, or whatever language that I don't understand, you still said those same things. But because I don't understand it, we don't have a problem. The only reason we have a problem is the life that I've given to it because you said it in a language that I understood. So you still said the same thing. It's not that you didn't say it, you said it.
No, it's not about it's really not about what they say, it's about your stand you are making.
No,
The
again,
man.
that is what I'm trying to that's why I'm trying to explain it to you the way I'm
It's
trying
really
to.
never about what the person said, to be honest. I don't think anybody really
So the
think what
fact that
someone
you
says is anything. I think it's the stand you are making and
no
the
the start you see
position you are giving yourself.
the only stand that the only thing that has changed is the power that I gave to what you said. You said it. You said it in Russian that I didn't understand. Now you said the same thing in English. Now because I now have now understood what you said, and I've now perceived and received what you said as negative, and now I want to take action because of the power. I gave it power. If I didn't understand it, or I even understood it and pretend like I don't understand English, you still said it. I am not going to allow anybody, no matter how foolish, to come and derail my life. I have a family to take care of. I have children. I have nieces, nephews, extended family. What you say, it's totally irrelevant. You're not in my life just because you and I are on a panel or even we are at a job together. If you do something that needs to be addressed, I will address it with HR if need be. But for me and you to be letting you rent space in my head and you're not paying rent, I don't do that. So that's why when people say, "Oh, he says something about me," what do I care? Who are you? The fact that I'm even acknowledging you is I'm giving you power. You're nothing to me, nothing. And it's not because it's a bad thing. If somebody say, "Oh, that man is a nice guy," okay, wonderful, but it means nothing. If somebody say, "Oh, that man is a bad man," I know who I am. You don't. You are not the one that defines me. I'm not defined by you at all. Never will be. So that's why nobody can make me to go and do anything. Nobody can convince me. I have a brain. God gave me a brain and a very
But Mr.
analytical
Kando,
mind.
sorry to let me interject, Mr. Kando. I love the way you speak. It's great. Do you know that words can bring you up and words can pull you down? You have to get that. behind. You understand? You have to acknowledge that. You can say what you sometimes at night when you start meditating. Do you know what they call the power of meditation? You start reasoning. Sometimes when I hear some words, it gives me lifting. I will want to conquer my opponents, my competitors. But when I start hearing negative words around me, people say that it can't be done, it can't be done. I remember why they kept me in my research. And one of the things my boss told me, he told me that when everybody say it can't be done, I come out and tell them it will be done. And within a day, everything has been done. That's why my boss respects me a lot. I love positive mindset. That's why sometimes when I listen to Mike, I know that he have a high tone voice, mm, but he gives spaces to everybody, and and he also a positive mindset. He talks good about the country back home in Nigeria, that it's going to be great. That's what we want to hear. You understand?
Yeah,
Everything
yeah,
you say
but
is okay. You understand?
Mr.
But you have to
Mr. Mike,
understand that
yeah,
what's it called?
you see,
Words
people have
matters.
been people
Words matter.
people have been saying Nigeria is gonna be great. Nigeria is gonna be this. It means absolutely nothing. You can say Nigeria. I
No,
don't.
no, no, no.
It
Don't say
doesn't.
that, Mr.
No,
Kando.
no,
No, that's not what we said.
Mr. Triumph, Mr. Triumph. You have
Yeah.
your own perspective. I have mine. I understand what you're saying about. Look, words are very powerful. I get that, and that's why I told you earlier. I said, if I'm in an environment and somebody is being negative, and I will remove myself. I'm not going to stay there. And that's why I said if it's at a job, if it's
Thank
something
you.
I can have HR take care of, I will have them take care of it. But I am not, you see, again, this is a maturity level that I have come to over decades. So what you say to me, I'm not going to stand there and let you just continue to cuss me out and call me names and say, I will remove myself.
Yeah, that's
I'm
the
not
best
going
thing
to
to do
be
now.
there.
That's why a mature. I mean, you decide your. I mean, it makes sense now. I mean, why be around someone that don't respect you or someone that's nasty in the first place? You always what a mature man, a responsible human is supposed to do is to decide where you put yourself.
I don't
Exactly.
You get
like
it.
me
You know
today. I
that
don't
okay,
go
this
where.
person here is nasty. Is talking. You walk away. Get out.
Yeah.
That's we get that. But what we are talking about is not that. It's a situation where maybe where you have to be your space, right?
Yeah.
And someone that occupy your in your space and now wants to
Yeah. Yeah. And
denigrate you
that's why.
as a man,
That's
you have to stand your ground. That's what
Oh
we're
no, no,
saying.
no. Again, like I told you, I'm not just a man. I'm not just a regular guy. When it comes to physical stuff,
It doesn't have to be
it's not.
physical though. I don't even think
Oh
to
no.
me, I'll be honest with you, me, the way I fight is I don't need physical is the least of my way of fighting someone. I can fight you many other ways. Economically, if I don't want to go on the list, man. If I so me,
Yeah,
when it
I
comes
use
to battle,
legally. I
first
use
thing first
legally.
is you know I'll let someone know. Come, this is not where me. First of all, if I have disagreement with a man, my fellow man, I want to address it, and we address it as men, work it out. I want to see where I'm wrong, where I've done something. First thing I want to know is where I'm wrong. That's
Yeah.
the first thing I do. If someone has issue with me, I want to know what I did wrong first. I'll be asking myself questions, and then wherever I'm wrong, I can now present to the person that wow, okay, I was wrong here. You understand? At least just to clear my
Yeah.
own side, and then
Yeah.
if I see that okay, there's no way I'm wrong, or this person is coming at me and things like that, hey, we have I would I will first, I will address you about it. Like, hey, if there's something, let me know, whatever. But if I just feel like someone is just attacking me for no reason, I don't think you're gonna do that. Because first of all, me, the kind of tradition I practice,
Yeah.
I'm a the deities when you start messing with their devotee, they will deal with you. So
Yeah. And
someone like
and
me,
also, for the most part, what I have experienced, I've worked in several industries in America over the past many years. And the way I think there's something about the way you carry yourself. It's not because of how you're necessarily dressed. People know by interacting with you, people know, okay, this is this type of person. So generally speaking, I mean, nothing is 100%, but generally speaking, people know who to be mad with. People know who they can deal with. And in having conversations with people, I think, they can easily discern, okay, this is this type of person. Like me, as a rule, this is just the way I was raised. I don't curse. As a rule, I just don't. It's just I know how to do it, but I just don't do it. You know, and like I tell people, the way you conduct yourself. If you go to a store, you pay. You buy something for $5, and you give the cashier $10, and the cashier gave you $95 in change, and you think you got away with something, especially when with your children, you're not saving money for college. You're saving money for for jail or lawyer money. So the way you carry yourself, the way you conduct yourself on a daily basis, nobody's saying you have to be a saint and never do anything wrong. God knows I've done enough of my own
You
wrong.
know, I always say this thing. This is why I teach. Is one way to teach your children. Teach anyone you're mentoring is like your first responsibility in this life is to obey the law. That's once that is out of the way, everything else,
Fall
hey,
in place.
fall in
Yeah,
place. Like anything I
absolutely.
do, the first question is, what does the law says? I do everything within the ambit of the law. If I have to, battle. Yes, life is about battle anyway, and I never run
Yeah.
from battles. So, whatever I do, first I want to know what does the law says. I obey the law, and that's it.
And
So,
also, if somebody did this to me, how will it be? It's not even. I mean, it's just a subconscious.
what you put
Because
in the word
again,
is what the word will give back to you. That's just a simple.
yeah, 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 and again, is a subconscious. I mean, again, me and money, we don't have a problem, but I will never, ever go and steal anybody's money. It's not that serious. Money is just a tool. And thank God, all of the education, knowledge, and everything that's been poured into me, you know, is for me, the life I live today is not about how much more of this or that can I have. It's about how can I pour into other people. And the knowledge that I have, just because I extend it to somebody else, I haven't lost it. I've just shared it. It hasn't gone anywhere. I still have it. So what do I need to steal from you or to the states or from whoever from? God has blessed me exceedingly. I don't, people say, oh, they pray. I don't pray for anything. When I do pray, I don't pray. I thank God. I just say, I thank you for my family, for my children, for my siblings, because I don't need a Lamborghini. I don't even want one. If you give it to me, I will sell it.
So you
I
said you
don't need
said
it.
you said you divorced. You plan to remarry again, or because I mean,
If somebody comes and they force my hand, yeah. Other than that, I'm good.
so you think it was your mistake in the past, or is it? I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
everybody.
yeah. It was really both of our mistakes. I didn't want the divorce, but she was done. But unfortunately, after about 10 years, actually, she wants to come back now.
Ah,
But no, no, no. But she has already gone and had a baby with somebody else. So there's no way I can do it. If she didn't have a baby with somebody else, yes. But under the circumstance that there is, I can't do it. I just can't.
usually like it's women are usually initiate our divorce thing.
Yeah. She
In
felt
most cases,
whatever.
when men are married, they don't consider divorce. Is it that if it comes to it, they just marry second wife, or they do something on the side. But men usually don't go to that headache of filing for divorce. But women are the one that do it, man.
Yeah,
And women are the one that will be begging for marriage the most. Too. They are the one that always want to initiate the idea of marriage. Marriage, marriage, marriage.
yeah, yeah.
They
You,
can up to be honest, a man, marriage is not that thing that's necessary for a man. To be honest,
no, it's not.
you know what I'm saying? Like
No,
it's
Mr.
really the
Mike.
only reason I think a man wants to marry is because he wants to raise his children. That's it. But it's
Yeah,
not really because he wants to be with this one woman we see every day.
believe you me, before I got married, I really didn't even want to get married because I can take somebody from here to
Yeah, you can date all day,
Las Vegas, spoil them, do all the stuff, take another one. It's like, why would I want to settle with one? But then I met this one, and it was like, I mean, she seemed different. It wasn't about my money and this and that. And I was like, I think this would be a good thing. But then, later on, things happen, and just like, I'm done with this. Man, I was begging, please don't do this to us. Don't do this to this family. But she was done. So when about 9 or so years ago, she said, maybe we should get back together. I was like, oh my God.
Now she realized that's the
Yeah.
problem. Now she
Mike, I said to myself, I said, if I was her, I don't care how wonderful that person is, I will never say that. I will never say that, especially somewhere that you left of your own will. It's not like somebody kicked you out. You left. I can't do that. Can't do it. Yeah. So I mean, well, like I said, at the end of the day, that's why, for me, I listen to whatever politician, whatever they believe or whatever they think they believe. I don't, I don't say just because I supported you, if you're doing something wrong, I'll point it out. I'm not, I'm not, I'm not a follower of anybody. Period. I've never been, even when I was a teenager. I've always been a leader of people. So why am I going to be following somebody at this old age?
Yeah. But anyway, Sha. Let me
Yeah.
end the show, man. Let's
All right.
yeah. Good night, guys.
All right. Good night, everybody. Mr. Triumph, I will check your message.
All right, Mike. Thanks.
I
Later.
haven't looked at my phone at all.
Okay. Good morning here.